Chapter 91, Stockpile. May 17, 1640. Washington, D.C. President Lee sifted through a stack of papers on his desk, reviewing the main titles of each section as he prepared for a discussion with the three people in front of him: Secretary of Defense Robert Hill, Secretary of State Gordon Hayden, and Speaker of the House Linda Schieffer. "Thanks for coming on such short notice," he told them, setting down the papers. "Of course, sir," Hill replied. "What's going on with Moo, Mr. President?" Schieffer asked, remembering the quick request she received. "Robert." Lee nodded at the man, urging him to explain. "A couple days ago, the Sonal Kingdom was attacked by GRA Valkan army forces. At the same time, a GRA Valkan naval force sank a Nigrat Union patrol fleet, and they're likely mopping up the rest of Nigrat's naval forces as we speak. We've lifted restrictions on weapon exports, allowing them to buy certain gear, like body armor and basic rifles." Hill's expression grew dimmer. "Even with the help Mu and the Holy Mauritial Empire are giving, we expect Sonal and Nigrat to fall within a few months, as early as fall." Schieffer sighed. "Another war looms on the horizon, huh?" Although she and her colleagues had many connections who stood to gain from war, they knew that continued conflict would rile up their constituents sooner or later. Lee confirmed her thoughts. "Yes, public opinion might not fare so well, especially for a conflict this far away. So I, along with Robert, have come up with a proposal to sell weapons in bulk to Mu and the Holy Mauritial Empire. We need your opinion on these proposals, to see if Congress will accept them." "Congress?" Schieffer was confused. "But you already have full authority under the Arms Export Control Act?" "Under normal circumstances, yes," Lee said. "However, the new Technological Control Act poses a lot of barriers for the responses I believe are necessary to counter GRA Valkan aggression. That, and I need you to justify an expansion of the military budget. We want to bring some more factories online, to produce equipment for Mu and later on, for ourselves, when we finally have to prepare against the Anonreals and Ravernals, that is." "Okay, what's the plan?" Hill explained. "We want to sell some of our old, Cold War stockpile to Mu in order to bolster their defenses in anticipation of an inevitable GRA Valkan invasion. Naturally, this violates the Technological Control Act. We would sell World War II-era equipment, but we have almost nothing but rusting artifacts and museum pieces. This is where Congress would come in, to enable more flexibility with the act." Schieffer followed the explanation well, but still harbored some doubts. Moving some gray hairs away from her eyes, she tilted her head and asked, "If we're going to revive some factories, why not just produce the equipment they need?" "It'll take too long," Hill shook his head. "The Muons think a GRA Valkan attack is imminent, and our analysts share the same conclusions. Reviving the factories, building these weapons, and shipping the equipment there will take a lot of time. We'll probably make the first shipment, but it won't be nearly enough to build up Mu's defenses. If the GRA Valkans attack by the end of summer, then Mu's as good as dead." Schieffer still felt uneasy about having to convince her colleagues to enact new legislations and revise old ones. "In that case, what about the Mauritials? Aren't they obligated to help the Muons, since they're a member of the Elysian Defense Initiative?" Hayden gave an awkward response. Technically they are, but you know how prideful these people are. The Muons and Mauritials have a historic rivalry. The Muons wouldn't want to ask the Mauritials for help unless it was truly necessary, nor do they want to let the Mauritials expand their influence on the Muon continent. "Is it not truly necessary?" Schieffer wondered. "Do the Muons not see how dire their situation is?" Hayden shrugged. "Beats me. Either way, we'll probably have an easier time selling weapons to them than convincing the Muons to allow the Mauritials to begin deploying forces. Plus, helping the Muons out here will give us a lot of favor in the future. They'll be indebted to us, especially if we save them from the clutches of the GRA Valkans. And, might I add," Lee said, interjecting, "it will also help our economy recover. We're not reeling from the hit like we were last year, but we're still not completely back to pre-transference levels yet. Less maintenance costs and more money, plus new factory jobs, will be a pretty great boon for us," he smiled. "You know just how much the people can be swayed by a great economy." Schieffer conceded. The trouble she would have to face in Congress would be nothing compared to the troubles she would experience if the United States got dragged into yet another war without public support. Hayden and Lee's points were also convincing, if not outright enticing. All right, she sighed. What do you want to sell to the Muons? She looked up at Hill and Lee. Lee picked up the report, listing items as he flipped through it. Let's start with basic infantry supplies. We were planning on selling surplus guns and basic equipment to the Muons. Old M4S, M16S, M60S, and the like. We're also selling them a bunch of ammo, armor, and tactical equipment like flashbangs. Okay, all of that should be okay without any modifications to the Technological Control Act. Lee continued, and then we've got more advanced gear to help the Muons take down GRA Valken armor and aircraft. He dragged his finger along the pages, identifying the necessary materials as he listed them. FIM 92 Stingers, M 72 Laws, AT-4s, Carl Gustavs, RPGs, and explosive equipment like C4, mines, and grenades. Schieffer nodded, knowing how terribly outmatched the Muons are. These should fly by Congress. I don't think we'll have too many issues here. And finally, we have the section where Congress will probably have issues, Lee said. Tanks, aircraft, anti-air systems, and anti-ship systems. It will really depend on what you want to sell to the Muons, Schieffer said. I'll do what I can, but Congress won't like it if these items are too advanced. And hopefully, we won't have to give the Muons anything too advanced, Hill reciprocated. We've already sold blueprints for old gear, like the Sherman and the Mustang. Since we don't have supplies of these vehicles readily available for sale, I propose the sale of gear we do have available. Older M1 Abrams, Cobra attack helicopters, Chinooks, F4 Phantoms, and some older model reserve F-15S and F-16S. I can understand tanks and helicopters, but fighter jets? We're giving the Muons fighter jets. Schieffer asked in surprise. Do they even have jet technology yet? Lee held his hand out and reassured her. Look, I feel on edge about giving them jet technology just as much as you do. But, he held a finger in the air, stressing the word. There are lots of reasons to justify this. Robert. Hill continued where Lee left off. The Muons face the threat of GRA Valken bombers, which can fly out of range of any Stingers we sell to them. The only way to level the playing field is to either give them post-war monoplane fighters, which we no longer maintain any stock of, or to give them fighter jets that we do have stock of. We have a small stockpile of Phantoms that we can restore, but not enough to fight off the sheer number of bombers operated by the GRA Valkens, which is why I'm proposing the sale of F-15s and F-16s, stripped of most of their electronic equipment. Hill's words were convincing, but not convincing enough. I still don't think we should be giving them our technology. Those people learn fast, Schieffer warned. Hill reassured her. Miss Schieffer, if you're concerned about uplifting Muons technologically, I can assure you that any sale of these jets won't give them much insight. After all, they'll be too busy constantly fighting the GRA Valkens to dissect any of the planes we sell them. And if we're still wary, we can always just provide the jets under a Lend-Lease program. So we won't have to worry about the Muons reverse engineering components after the GRA Valkens have been defeated. Schieffer conceded once more, feeling pressured by the eyes staring at her. I'll see what I can do. And what about those anti-air and anti-ship systems you were talking about, Mr. President? Assuming the sale of jets is approved, we won't be needing anti-air systems. We were thinking about Patriot systems, but they'll likely prove inefficient and too difficult to set up compared to Stingers and old jets. Yeah, now that I think about it, we would have to export computers and advanced tracking electronics to set up a Patriot system. As for anti-ship, Hill's analysts recommended naval strike missiles and associated trucks to serve as launch platforms. Those require targeting systems, do they not? Schieffer asked. Lee frowned, seeing where Schieffer was headed. They do, Hill responded. I'll see what I can do. It probably won't pan out, though. Lee shrugged. I understand. Asking for those was quite the stretch in the first place. Well, it doesn't hurt to ask. Hayden agreed. Good try, though, Mr. President. Lee nodded and continued his request. Naval mines, though. Do you think you'd be able to get approval for those? Schieffer gave the question some thought before responding with a resounding, I believe so, Mr. President. Well then, I think that concludes our meeting. Lee then turned toward Hill. Robert, have your department send the files to the members of Congress. I'll get right on it, sir. He then handed Schieffer the proposal. Here's the list of requisitioned gear. Schieffer accepted it and nodded. Remember, the sooner Congress decides, the better off our friends overseas will be. Good luck. Chapter 92, The Battle of Ground Sea. May 20th, 1640. Mandela's, Etrata, Nigrat Union. The Nigrat Union's capital bustled with activity as citizens cleared the streets for military convoys. Emergency alert towers flashed red intermittently, a silent warning to the citizens below who crumbled at the sight. Many stood in shock and disbelief, a few so dumbfounded that they had to be pulled to safety by local knights. Red was a color that nobody had ever seen before. The alert towers had hitherto flashed green, blue, and yellow to herald presidential announcements, warn of storms, and signal a state of war. Red, as taught in Union schools, were far more ominous. They signaled an existential threat, a crisis fit for the likes of the Ravernal Empire. Those who knew little of current events panicked, fearing the return of the feared sorcerers. On the other hand, those who followed news updates since the fall of the Hinomawari kingdom knew that the threat at hand was not as severe, but threatening nonetheless. The Ravernal Empire had finally begun their invasion. President Kasser watched the streets below from his castle, traces of red occasionally flashing across his eyes. His mind grew heavy, troubled to the extent that he could hear the constant, loud pounding of his heart. His legs felt as if they were ready to cave in, their structure unable to counteract gravity the way they had for decades. The incessant pounding grew louder, and his stomach churned, crying out. Already, he felt sweat accumulating from within his gloves, a gross feeling that he detested. At the very least, it served as a minor distraction to take his mind off the inevitable doom that now presented itself to him. He calmed down, despite his nervousness, and scratched his dark brown beard to quell his nervous tics. From his peripheral vision, he noticed someone approaching, but kept his head level and eyes trained at the blue-scaled wyverns in the distance. "Sir," the man said, "all attendees are present and accounted for." Kasser nodded and peeled his eyes from the window. He turned around, facing downward while his hands remained clasped behind his back. After a split second of reminding himself that he needed to appear strong in front of his subjects, he lifted his head and greeted them. "Thank you all for coming." Kasser analyzed the looks plastered on their faces: fear, despair, hopelessness. The pressure coming from their looks twisted his gut, but he pushed forth. His subjects needed hope, and he was the only person capable of providing that. As you may have heard, the Ravernal Empire has begun their invasion. He forced a smile. And this is a perfect time to finally use the Americans' weapons. The citizens of the Union knew exactly what American technology was capable of. Seeing Kasser's confidence, they began smiling too, all bolstered by his optimism. Seeing the light return to his subjects, Kasser's fake smile turned genuine. "Generals, begin deployment of the American weapons at once. Ensure that they are spread out to prevent concentrated fire from Ravernal forces." He then nodded at a man dressed in a sleek, blue uniform. "Fleetmaster, you may enact your strategy. The lives of your men may be forfeit, but know that every single Ravernal ship that we take down, especially if it is a transport vessel, we will be able to evacuate 1,000 more citizens and fortify our positions with 100 more soldiers." "I will see to it, sir," the fleetmaster bowed. Kasser turned to administrative officials dressed in neutral colors. "Delegates, send word to the other member states. The Union military will not be able to hold for long, not without reinforcements from our members' armies. Have them deploy their men to ground. This is the only state that has suitable beaches for landing operations." Ground, Nigrat Union. NUS Bulwark. Situated 10 miles off the coast, the bulwark sat in the very center of the entire Union Navy, which stood at 300 warships strong. Metal glinting in the sunlight, it was the premier ironclad vessel of the Union Navy, one of the few to exist and the most powerful of its siblings. Equipped with state-of-the-art enchanted cannons, this vessel was deadly enough to face even Mu's warships. This simple fact alone brought pride to its sailors, as well as sailors throughout the fleet. However, the captains and admirals did not share the same confidence. Unlike the enlisted, the higher-ranking officers were well aware of the dangers posed by the Ravernal Navy. Through intelligence derived from American sources, they knew of Ravernal weapons, armor, equipment, and tactics. The range of Ravernal naval guns were unmatched, capable of hitting targets tens of miles away. Even if the Union Navy could pull off the impossible feat of closing the distance, Union cannons would only serve to tickle the armor on GRA Valken battleships. It was unwinnable. Though the battle was clearly unwinnable, there was a way that the Union could prevent a complete defeat. Admiral McCann knew exactly what the Fleetmaster's strategy entailed. Considering all of the GRA Valka's empire's advantages, it would be impossible to even land a single blow. However, there was a way to close the distance with the Americans' help. Somehow, they could disable the GRA Valken radar systems, leaving them blind and forcing them into a knife fight. Then, they would be able to deploy magically produced fog and get within range of their own cannons, or perhaps even conduct boarding operations, much like the barbarians of the non-civilized countries. All the while, the GRA Valkens would be tormented by their secret weapon. Slight ripples formed along the ocean's surface, as if acting as an affirmation of McCann's thoughts. He grinned as he addressed his men. All forces, today we face the GRA Valka's empire in battle. Unlike the former superpower Leifer, we understand our enemy and have adjusted our tactics. Men, we may not be able to defeat the GRA Valkens in direct combat, but mark my words, we will injure them. The GRA Valka's empire, and all of Alicia in turn, shall know our might, and we will turn back these invaders. He glanced at his watch, a quaint device given to him as a gift from the Americans. The Americans have now disabled the enemy radar. All forces, prepare for battle. The lumbering ships in the distance disappeared from sight as walls of smoke rose from the water, reducing the visibility to less than a mile. The height of the fog reached the top of the ship's masts and towers, but no further, allowing visibility from the skies. Flying at their altitude limit and unable to be detected by the disabled GRA Valken radars, a squadron of Union wyverns loitered above the GRA Valken fleet, watching them as they closed in on the coastline. Unsuspecting GRA Valken aircraft flew past them, unable to spot the camouflage wyverns amidst the blue backdrop of the sky. The squadron of wyvern riders sent frequent updates, which McCann and his commanders used to modify their strategy board. They moved pieces corresponding to coordinates given to them by the riders, and moved their forces accordingly. McCann wanted to wedge his vessels in between the GRA Valken ships. If his own broadsides couldn't penetrate their armor, then friendly fire from the enemy might. The two fleets moved toward each other as 200 GRA Valken fighters struck at the Union fleet from above. Before they reached within range of the Union ships, hundreds of wyverns swooped down, their camouflaged bodies unseen until it was too late. Acting on advice from the Americans, the wyverns targeted the GRA Valken dive bombers, taking out 20 planes in their first strike. The wyverns then continued their descent, piercing through the thick layer of fog until they reached the ocean's surface. They then flew low, retreating back toward the coastline as they prepared for another surprise attack from above. The GRA Valken fighters pursued their targets, leaving the bombers with little protection. Their confidence bolstered by their victory over Leifer, the GRA Valkens did not anticipate a nation of lower technological quality to possess any threatening anti-aircraft capabilities. This assumption proved to be their undoing, as the relentless pursuers unwittingly came within range of powerful machine guns. A hail of bullets rained upward, striking down dozens of planes, including fighters and dive bombers. Meanwhile, the GRA Valken bombers aimed for larger ships, taking out numerous ships off the line, detonating their ammunition stores, and sending them to the depths of the ocean amidst magnificent explosions. The fighters strafed whatever ships they could find, prioritizing the smaller vessels, from which anti-aircraft fire seemed to be originating from. Bullets shredded the light iron and wooden armor of these smaller ships, eviscerating them with great ease. The poor visibility worked both ways, and although the GRA Valkens suffered significant losses, their casualties were not enough to completely decimate their forces. From 200 aircraft, the GRA Valken carrier wings were whittled down to just over 100. On the other hand, the Union lost 40 wyverns and 30 ships, an acceptable trade in the eyes of the Union. Unable to sustain the ruthless close-quarters engagement any longer, the GRA Valkens pulled away and retreated to their carriers to rearm and refuel. Unable to communicate with radio, the GRA Valken ships pushed forth using light signals, talking as if they were subjected to radio silence. Adapting quickly, The ships slowly formed a relay network. 10 destroyers and a cruiser stayed behind with the carriers while the rest of the fleet, which consisted of 40 destroyers, 15 cruisers of varying tonnage, and 6 battleships, moved to engage the Union Navy. For 20 grueling minutes, both sides inched closer to each other. The silence was nerve-wracking, even for the GRA Valkyns, who started to grow weary of the Union's antics. Finally, the silence was broken by a thundering blast from a battleship's guns, followed by a massive explosion that engulfed a Union frigate. The battle had now begun in earnest, as cannon fire and explosions rocked the seas. GRA Valkyn submarines surfaced every so often to get a bearing on their positioning. They traveled toward the sides, picking off isolated Union vessels. Instructed to only target vessels in their clear line of fire, the submarine's effectiveness was diminished by the chaotic engagement, which presented many opportunities for friendly fire. This concern affected the GRA Valkyn surface warships as well, who became isolated by swarms of Union ships. Only the battleships and heavy cruisers were spared from this swarming tactic. The Union knew that there was no hope of penetrating their armor. Thus, they sat back and picked off what targets they could, sometimes even ramming overconfident Union ships that strayed too close. Due to their relative isolation and importance, however, they soon became subjected to attacks from underwater. American-made naval mines, dragged along by seafaring Pegasi, were brought toward the larger ships and unleashed, trapping the GRA Valkyn battleships and heavy cruisers. Massive columns of water shot into the air where the mines were detonated, creating large holes in the hulls of these vessels, causing them to sink. A few mines happened to be a bit more lucky, finding the ammunition within these ships and setting them off. In the heat of the battle, the GRA Valkyns lost all semblance of communication, with light signals unable to penetrate the bright explosions that frequented the battlefield. Only a few attentive vessels managed to receive the order to retreat, while the rest were left to fend for themselves. The GRA Valkyns pulled back, eventually finding the burning remains of their carriers, which had been attacked in a similar fashion to their battleships and heavy cruisers. Fearing the worst, they continued to flee, not daring to assist the few destroyers present with rescue operations. Across the battlefield, Makan caught wind of the GRA Valkyn's retreat. Numbers and updates continued to flow through as Wyvern riders overseeing the fleets from above analyzed the situation. Small skirmishes continued to rage in small pockets, but these were quickly being snuffed out by Union reinforcements. With the battle drawing to a close, the Wyvern riders above determined that the GRA Valkyn fleet had lost all 5 carriers, 2 battleships, 7 cruisers, and 15 destroyers. And, Makan said somberly, head hanging low, "Our casualties?" The report came in, the operator's voice just as solemn as the admiral's. "Sir, we've lost 100 frigates, 63 ships of the line, 41 Wyverns and 2 of our ironclads, as well as a single Pegasus. We have also expended over 90% of the mines we have." Makan sighed. The burden of war was tormenting, but he was nonetheless grateful that they had forced the GRA Valkyn fleet to retreat, a feat that not even Leifer could accomplish. "Good work, Lieutenant. You may return to your airfield." He then turned to his communications officer. "Prepare a broadcast, fleet-wide." "Ready, sir," the officer replied. "All vessels, this is Admiral Makan. We have successfully deterred the GRA Valkyn invasion." Cheers erupted. Unfortunately, this came at a heavy price. "We do not know the exact number of the dead, but we have lost over half of our naval force. All seaworthy ships are to commence rescue operations immediately, and those who are not are to return to port for repairs. We may grieve the fallen, but only after we know our citizens have been protected. We must now prepare for the next battle. May we find strength in solidarity." Chapter 93, Insight. Ragna, GRA Valka's Empire. GRA Valka's Bureau of Information. Naguano scratched his head as he reviewed the most recent after-action report from the Battle of Ground Sea. The strange interference phenomenon had struck again, rendering GRA Valkyn radar and radios useless. And again, the opposing force was equipped with weapons far beyond their technological level. At first, he and other researchers analyzing the battle chalked it up to a very coincidental magnetic storm or solar flare. But for the same phenomena to happen again, during a major battle no less, There was only one possible explanation. The Americans were involved. He looked up from his desk, seeing his colleagues sifting through the same documents he had in his hand. None seemed to bear any expression other than boredom. He stood up from his seat, ready to ask one of them, but decided against it and instead went directly to his boss with the findings. He navigated around the floor until he arrived at his boss' office, then knocked on the door 3 times. "Come in." With a soft creak, Naguano opened the door. "Mr. Heimdall?" His boss' aged, scholarly face lit up. "Ah, Naguano. What do you have for me, lad?" "Sir, I think the Americans are interfering with our conflicts in the Sonal Kingdom and the Nigrat Union." "Why? That's a bit tangential to your task, is it not?" Heimdall pointed out. "Sir, I do believe it is related." He offered a report to Heimdall, who began looking through it. "My analysis of the enemy's weapons suggests that they have purchased technology from the United States." "Oh, that's quite a bold accusation there, lad. Do you have evidence?" Naguano shrugged. "Well, not directly, sir, not unless we've captured any guns from the Sonalians or the Nigrati." "We haven't, not to my knowledge," Heimdall confirmed. With a nod, Naguano continued. "Descriptions of the weapons that the Sonalians are purported to be using match the descriptions of American light arms. I've listed the specifications of the weapon used by the Sonalians here and compared it with the specifications of the M2 Browning here. The rate of fire, along with recovered bullets, really point to the two weapons being one and the same. Plus, it would explain the sudden appearance of technologically advanced weaponry in the hands of nations that are equipped with muskets and flintlocks at best." "Well then, I think you're onto something. Looks like we're going to have to fight these natives as we would an equal." That would probably be the consensus." "Yes, sir." The heavy grip on Naguano loosened. With this news finally realized by the higher-ups in the military, he hoped that the lives of his countrymen wouldn't be haphazardly thrown away. Heimdall nodded slowly, appalled by the implications of such weapon sales. "Still, that means we've got a bigger issue on our hands. Why are the Americans selling weapons to these natives? Do they want to test new tactics, or do they just want to slow us down?" "Sir, I don't think they're testing anything. From what I can gather, these weapons are outdated by American standards. The Browning is decades old." The outlook for the GRA Valka's empire's plan for expansion grew ever dimmer, paralleled by the grim look on Heimdall's face. "A proxy war," he sighed. "The 3 great generals and the emperor are not going to like this." "Do we know what items the Americans have sold to their puppets?" "So far, they've sold machine guns, rifles, other basic firearms, anti-tank guns, explosive charges similar to dynamite, and naval mines." Heimdall scribbled a note on a spare piece of paper. "Okay, can you write up a report on these items?" "Of course, sir." "And Naguano, do you happen to have any evidence of these sales? That these weapons certainly came from the Americans, and not the Muans or Mauritials?" Naguano crossed his arms, looking up into the ceiling fan as he thought. No, I don't believe so, sir." "Why? Is the Department of War looking to fight the Americans?" he asked shakily. Having been to the United States personally and studied their weaponry, he was concerned about a direct engagement. Fighting the superpowers Mu and the Holy Mauritial Empire was one thing, but fighting the technological monstrosity that was the United States? That would be suicide. Heimdall answered honestly. "You know just how prideful they can get. His Excellency has been exercising a lot of caution, though, so I doubt that he'd declare war on them. I'm also confident that the 3 great generals, with all their wisdom, can see how bad of an idea it is to poke that giant." Naguano felt reassured by Heimdall's answer. However, talks of technological superiority brought him to the reason he came to his boss' office in the first place. "Sir, on the topic of the Americans and their technology, I think they're doing more than just selling weapons to the Sonalians and Nigrati. I think they're interfering with our radio systems." Heimdall stared at Naguano silently, giving him a look that clearly suggested for him to continue. "Our forces experienced radio and radar troubles, first in Hinomawari and now again, during the battle near the Nigrati coast. These issues severely hampered our forces. Having it happen twice, both in military settings? This can't be a coincidence." Heimdall understood what Naguano was implying, and it was reflected on his face. Despite this, he still harbored concerns. "I agree with you, lad. Though, I'm afraid that proving American interference might spark a war that we are ill-suited for." I'll bring up magnetic interference to our countermeasures folk and tell them that the enemy mages have found a way to disrupt our technology. Naguano opened his mouth to protest. He was worried that lying about the cause of the interference could lead their researchers down the wrong path and produce ineffective countermeasures. Before he could speak, however, he was stopped by Heimdall's raised hand. I know what you're thinking, lad. I want to be honest about this, but there are bigger things at stake here. Do you understand? Naguano nodded, the fear of war with the Americans stifling any protest he was ready to give. I do, sir. All right then. If you have any more news, come back to my office. Of course, sir. Naguano got up, ready to leave. As he reached the door, he heard more words behind him. Keep up the good work, Naguano. You've provided a lot of insight on the Americans. Hopefully we won't need it in the future. Nivel's castle. The War Department's main strategic center plunged into chaos as the three great generals scrambled to determine what went wrong. The defeats in the Sonal Kingdom and off the coast of the Nigrat Union were unprecedented, so much that nobody believed these losses until the devastated units actually showed up to friendly bases. Monstrous Wilder heavy tanks and once impervious Mjolnir-class battleships were somehow brought to ruin, not by a foe of equal might, but by primitive barbarians who were inferior to the former superpower Leifer in terms of technology. After suffering heavy losses, these vanguard units were forced to turn back and call for reinforcements that were never expected to be required. According to a report from the Bureau of Information, advanced weaponry, either from Mu or the United States, were combined with creative, magically enhanced tactics to outwit the GRA Valkan forces. The invasion forces dispatched to Sonal and Nigrat were unprepared for what they encountered. Much to the general's disappointment, these forces also recklessly charged into the enemy, believing that GRA Valkan technology was invincible and unbeatable. Evidently, this wasn't the case. Such carelessness enraged Caesar, who was known for his conservative, yet relentless strategies. Fire these idiotic egomaniacs from the 4th Armored Division and the 12th Fleet. Yes, sir, a staffer stammered out. The admiral of the 12th Fleet was one the Virgil tongue when it sunk. Well then, integrate the 12th Fleet with the 11th and make sure their admiral is competent. Caesar yelled, disgusted by the blemish that these defeats had on his image. Merkins crossed her arms, adding onto the fire. I didn't expect General Flats to fail me so badly, she said, her voice mixed with disappointment, denial, and confusion. Ma'am, General Flats was not in command at the time. He was in attendance of a joint meeting with General Luker of the 8th Army when his forces began their invasion. We don't know who was in charge, but they're likely dead as well. Looks like our problems solved themselves, Siegs remarked. Not quite, Caesar disagreed. We still have to find a way to counter these new strategies. Siegs shrugged nonchalantly. I'd say countering the Sonalian strategies are simple enough. They employ guerrilla tactics and prefer to ambush. Consolidating our forces to better defend against hit-and-run tactics, waiting for air support, and avoiding urban areas might significantly delay our conquest of Sonal, but it'll mitigate damage from Sonalian forces. Merkins nodded in agreement. Raising a finger, she added on to Sieg's suggestion. We'll also want to equip our men with equipment to combat fire. I doubt water will be able to put out magical fires. The new foam extinguishers on our ships should suffice. Excellent, Caesar said, approving of the suggestions. And what of their navy? Long-range radar shows that they have less than half of the ships they initially started with, but a second engagement may be just as brutal if we find no workaround. Reports show that the fog spontaneously appeared upon making visual contact with the enemy fleet. At about the same time, our radars went haywire and radios went dark, Siegs explained. I've heard of a solution being devised by R&D. They think the malfunctions are a result of directed magical energies, so they're looking into modifying our systems to become resistant to this jamming. How long will that take? Caesar asked hopefully. They should have a response ready within a month's time. A month's time? Caesar almost yelled, incredulous. Why? By that time the army would have already conquered the entirety of Sonal. Such a drastic delay would derail our current strategy and likely draw the ire of His Excellency. Caesar shook his head, unable to accept this solution. No, we can't wait that long. Any other ideas? The three great generals simply stared at each other, shrugging and shaking heads. Finally, It was Merkens's who noticed something peculiar. In an effort to further their discussion, she pointed out, "Siegs, you mentioned that our equipment malfunctioned only when our ships came into visual range? A tad bit closer than that, about 10 miles from the Nigrati. Then, perhaps that is the range of their magic? Our battleships have a range of what? Upwards of 25 miles. We can simply strike out of their range. Our accuracy will be reduced, but if they have been backed into the coastline, they will have nowhere to run," Merkens proposed. Siegs made a face, as if saying that could work. Caesar's eyes squinted as he thought deeply about the proposal. This could be viable. But then, the moment we fire, can't they just create another smokescreen? There also still lies the issue of their mines, or whatever they were. A flash of brilliance then struck him. Submarines. That's it. We'll use submarines to clear out the enemy fleet, then sweep the area for their mines before landing our forces on the beach. The three great generals came into agreement, then began to enact their plans. New orders were sent to the GRA Valkan army and navy as they each consolidated, building up stronger forces to break through the Sonalian and Nigrati defenses. No longer could they underestimate their enemy. The GRA Valkans finally decided to bring down the full might of their armed forces. Chapter 94, Overkill. June 5th. Rhenepolis, Holy Mauritial Empire. Director Liage glanced at the heavily mustached blonde man sitting across from him, offering him an ice-cold plastic cup with a green logo resembling a woman. "Good to see you, Audix. Coffee." Audix held up a hand. "No thank you," he chuckled. "Those drinks are too sweet. I can't burn calories as well as an elf. I'll become like one of those hefty Americans, eh?" "Fair enough," Liage laughed, poking a straw into the drink. "So what can I do for you?" "Straight to business, then?" Audix sighed as he brushed a few strands of hair from his eyes. "Very well, then," he said, clearing his throat. "The government of Mu wishes to invoke Article 5 of the Elysian Defense Treaty to fight off the GRA Valka's empire." Liage raised an eyebrow. "You desire our aid in combating the GRA Valkans? Have they declared war?" "No," Audix said, looking a bit troubled. "Not yet, at least." He explained, "The GRA Valkans have been waging a campaign of conquest throughout our continent. We would have tried to stop them preemptively, but we regretfully admit that their power far outstrips even our own. Stopping them in their tracks alone would be suicide." Liage recalled his nation's unsavory encounters with the GRA Valkans, particularly the interactions they had with a rather brash diplomat. Although the GRA Valkans had been confirmed as a viable threat by their military analysts, Liage couldn't help but feel excited at the prospect of finally putting these cocky barbarians in their place. Plus, indulging in Mu's requests could lead to some beneficial conditions, something that was desperately needed to counter growing American influence abroad. With an understanding smile, Liage nodded. "I'll forward your request to the Emperor. Do keep in mind that Article 5 was developed primarily for the return of the sorcerers, so we may need to come to certain agreements to accommodate." Audix knew the game Liage was playing, but his hands were tied. Giving some minor concessions to the Mauritials was much more preferable to complete domination at the hands of the GRA Valkans, and so he reluctantly agreed. "You have a deal." Sonalta, Sonal Kingdom. Colonel Oracles watched General Viltrius as he removed several allied pieces from a map of the Sonal Kingdom. Although an expected outcome, it still pained him to see that the city of Exteris had finally fallen, and with it, half of their entire military. Tens of thousands of trained men still remained, battered, yet defiant and ready to defend the capital. Equipped with modernized weaponry thanks to shipments from the Muan border, these elite troops represented the Sonal Kingdom's final hope. Despite their victories in Exteris and other battlegrounds, they were severely outmatched by the GRA Valkan invaders. In their renewed vigor, they had obliterated Exteris and flooded this new opening with wave after wave of mechanized units, steamrolling through cities and fortresses until the Sonalians were pushed back to their capital city. Unlike the initial invasion attempt, this attempt was unstoppable. The GRA Valkans deployed a number of forces that the Sonalians had never thought possible. Faced against a war machine the likes of which they had never seen, the Sonalians began to panic. Even the esteemed General Viltrius, lauded for his emotionless cunning on the battlefield, was beginning to show cracks. With a shaky voice, he addressed his officers. I want our troops concentrated on the western half of the city. Spread them out as much as possible to avoid succumbing to enemy bombs. Sir, Arachel said, what is our objective? Buy time for our people to escape, and deal as much damage to the Jare Valkans as possible. Arachels and the other men knew exactly what this meant. Unless they were unfortunate enough to be captured as prisoners or deceitful enough to desert, there was no surviving this day. With a sense of pride and valor, Arachels resigned to his fate. It has been an honor to serve with you, General. And you as well, Colonel. I shall see you on the battlefield. The western roads that connected Sunalta to the other Sonalian cities soon filled with columns of tanks and artillery platforms. Mine disposal units took the lead, tearing up the dirt roads and setting off the traps laid by the Sonalians. Much to the dismay of the defenders, each detonated mine represented one more vehicle that could lend its power to the invasion. While the GRA Valkan mechanized units slowly crawled toward the city's walls, swarms of aircraft swooped down upon anything that could be construed as a defense. Bombs and artillery brought ruin to the once beautiful city, whose inhabitants were now amongst the numerous refugee caravans headed for the Muan border. Only the stalwart and stupid remained, hunkering down in civilian bunkers or in their homes, hoping to weather the storm safely. The last vestiges of the Sonalian military took cover in similar fashion, using sturdy structures and fortified bunkers to wait out the ruthless devastation that rained from the sky. Massive quakes shook Viltrius' command bunker, causing him to wonder if the entire structure would come collapsing down on him. In a refreshing wave of relief, the tremors ceased. Immediately, he checked up on his other bases. Status report? A communications officer apprised him of the condition of his forces. Sir, we've lost complete contact with 8 platoons and 5 report that they have been sealed in by rubble. He listed their names. Viltrius cursed as he rebuilt his strategic map, placing appropriate pieces on their respective locations. He looked at the new setup and ordered the westernmost units to begin reinforcing the outer walls. He then stared at the other units, which were scattered throughout the city and likely unable to reach each other due to severe debris blocking the roads. His deep thoughts were shaken by Arachels. General, Arachels caught his attention. Viltrius hoped that Arachels had an ingenious suggestion. The units reinforcing the wall will likely be overrun. By the time nearby units reached that location, the GRA Valkans probably would have already broken through. I think our other units should hunker down and set up defenses along as many streets as possible. Viltrius thought back to the advice given to him by the Muans and nodded. If we can't maintain the choke point at the outer walls, then we might as well make them bleed for every inch of territory they take. Indeed, Arachels nodded. We can also make the most out of urban combat's chaotic nature. Some of the GRA Valkan tanks are too bulky for our narrow streets, so we can cut them off using our remaining explosives and coral them into kill zones. See to it, Colonel. And keep our units near their shelters, Viltrius said, erring on the side of caution. He explained, it won't be long before the GRA Valkans get tired of being pummeled by our forces. They'll send new waves of airstrikes and bombardments soon. Arachels acknowledged Viltrius' warning and set out from the bunker to coordinate a defense along the massive road that stretched from the outer walls to the royal castle itself. He drew a line in the sand, directing 3 nearby platoons to the military and administrative district that sat halfway from the castle. There, he garrisoned the surviving structures and reinforced windows and firing positions with his mage's earth magic. Walls of dirt sprung up to provide a layer of protection against GRA Valkan light arms, while trenches and ditches were cleared out to hinder the GRA Valkan advance. The flanks were seeded with explosives, ready to detonate upon detection of enemy activity. The few anti-tank guns they had left were spread out and hidden amongst the debris, while cannons were placed in more detectable positions to draw fire away from the more important anti-tank guns. Mages sat in the rear of the defensive position, equipped with crates of magic gems and ready to provide supportive spellcasting. Riflemen posted up in windows and trenches, while swordsmen hid behind corners and in rooms, ready to ambush the enemy to maximum effectiveness. Explosions in the distance kept the men company as they waited tediously for the battle to arrive. For each minute that passed, the gunfire grew closer until it was finally within visual range. navigating a massive pile of debris on the main road. Tanks and soldiers made themselves seen as they marched toward the Sonalian defenses wary, yet unaware. The GRA Valkyns eyed the crevices and alleys of the ruined city, scarred from previous ambushes. They searched to no avail, completely glossing over the dark windows and rifle barrels poking from the debris. The GRA Valkyns approached the trenches, only realizing what they were looking at when it was already too late. Guns popped out from the debris-covered trenches, opening fire while mages performed sensory spells to disorient the GRA Valkyns. Blasts of sound, light, and wind ravaged the GRA Valkyns while they were eviscerated by a blend of cannon fire, gunfire, arrows, and makeshift bombs. The first strike was debilitating, but having expected such an ambush, the GRA Valkyns reacted quickly. Their infantry rushed into nearby ruins, taking cover only to be stabbed by elite swordsmen lying in wait. The GRA Valkyns were soon made aware of these ambushes, and the infantry worked to capture buildings on their side of the battlefield. Meanwhile, their tanks backed up, sieging the fortifications from a distance while units split off toward smaller roads to flank the Sonalians. The groups that had split off to the sides were cut off by debris left over from friendly bombing and artillery campaigns, and were forced to take narrow paths. Naturally, these units took the shortest paths and thus met a violent death at the hands of Sonalian demolitionists. Oracles watched the battle unfold from the remains of a 4-story building, heart swelling with pride. He turned to a mage by his side. "Please generate a scrying spell." The mage complied, and a cloudy image akin to a hologram appeared in front of him. It displayed the battlefield from a bird's-eye view. The flanks were secure, with the GRA Valkyns lost as they searched for another way to reach the defensive formation. The primary front along the main road was defended well for now, with both sides entering a stalemate as the GRA Valkyns waited for artillery support. Seeing the tanks cease fire and retreat signaled alarms in Oracle's mind. Quickly, he ordered his men to retreat back to their shelters, but by then it was too late. The GRA Valkyns had preemptively requested a strike on their position, risking friendly fire because they did not want to tip off the Sonalians. Oracles rushed deep into the building, hurriedly jumping down the stairs to put as much cover between the whistling shells above and himself as possible. He reached the second floor before he was knocked off his feet and sent flying in a brilliant flash of light. He placed his hands up to protect his face from shrapnel and impacted a wall behind him. Dazed, he picked himself up from the floor, crawling as he struggled to stand up. An entire side of the building was gone, replaced with rubble. Outside, tanks were pushing forward as GRA Valkyns cleared his trenches with flamethrowers. The last thing he saw before he lost consciousness was the complete decimation of his men's fortifications at the hands of heavy GRA Valkyn firepower. Chapter 95, Solidarity. Ground Sea. Nigrati vessels floated along the calm seas, flags fluttering in the wind, while sailors unwound, chatting with their comrades. For weeks, they enjoyed an eerie peace that more closely resembled the calm before a storm, rather than a ceasefire. Many remained on edge, expecting a GRA Valkyn attack at any moment, but others saw this as a victory. Maybe they really did deter the GRA Valkyns, or so they claimed. Although less than truthful, such thoughts had a beneficial impact on morale, and the Nigrati sailors defended their coastlines with revitalized ambition. They were granted hope in the last battle, and felt as if they could do anything. Yet, there was nothing they could do against enemies unseen. Monsters lurked below the waves, tubular in form and emitting the telltale metallic noise of spinning turbines. Unlike the vicious sea creatures known to inhabit the barbarian seas, this monstrosity was artificial in nature, designed solely to infiltrate and kill. Dozens of such machines barreled toward the Nigrati fleet, undetected and untargetable. Traveling at depths unimaginable to the Nigrati, they avoided the surface-level mines that had destroyed many of their comrades' vessels. The submarines emerged on the other side of the blockade of Napoleon-era warships, splitting off into groups to engage the Nigrati forces. The relatively stationary Nigrati vessels were easy targets for the GRA Valkyn submarines. Fearing no retaliation from their disadvantaged enemies, the submarines moved closer. After lining up their shots, they fired. Silent killers raced under the water, speeding toward the wooden underbellies of their targets like sailfish racing toward prey. With devastation matched only by leviathans of the deep, the torpedoes made contact and tore the wooden vessels asunder. Prized ironclads and mighty ships of the line suffered as violently as their more lightly armed brethren, exploding magnificently. Ammunition storages aboard the ships detonated, sending shrapnel flying toward other ships and into the sky while condemning the target itself to a watery grave. Admiral Makan shot up from his bed upon hearing the first explosion. Looking out a viewport, he saw something that he hadn't witnessed in weeks, something that the deepest parts of his subconscious had expected. In the distance, a burning ship missing its entire midsection slowly sunk into the depths. Small figures, his men, jumped overboard, clinging to whatever buoyant debris they could get their hands on. He watched the ironclad die with a look of shock plastered all across his face. If the enemy fleet had arrived, why was he not informed? He exited his quarters in a hurry, finding crewmen rushing around in a panic. His eyes darted as quickly as his men, in search of the ship's captain or a commanding officer who could give him an update. He clambered to the ship's bridge, finding all of the important personnel there. "Captain," he called out, "what in the heavens was that?" A series of 3 more detonations cried out, as if to answer his question. The captain answered in a panic, unable to fathom what was going on either. "We're being attacked, sir. No visible enemies." Admiral Makan's eyes grew wide in fearful realization. He knew just how far the most powerful GRA Valken guns could extend, and scouts would have picked up movement long ago if a single ship had entered within visual range. Invisible killers could only mean one thing: submarines. Acting quickly, he issued an order. "Helmsman, bring us to full speed toward the shore and perform evasive zigzag maneuvers at random. Comms, send this instruction to the rest of the fleet and open a fleet-wide channel." The communications officer quickly relayed the admiral's orders and offered him the Manacom when he was done. "Sir, you're fleet-wide." Makan took the device. "All ships, fall back to the coast. We're under attack by GRA Valken submarines. There is nothing we can do to retaliate, so we must force the enemy into shallow waters. Rescue teams are to use small crafts and lifeboats to avoid being targeted by the submarines." More explosions continued to sound off, each one signifying the complete and utter destruction of a ship. Each one sent a pang to his heart. His expression soured at the thought of being unable to fight back, and he cursed inwardly at his misfortune while holding on to nearby rails. At the very least, he thought, there was relief in the fact that the frequency of explosions had dwindled. Although the speed of his vessels was incomparable to the speed of the torpedoes underwater, evasive maneuvers had managed to mitigate his losses. Then, recalling the information packet describing submarines, Makan realized that there was indeed a way to fight back. "Bring our bombs to the decks. Set a timed fuse for them and manually throw them overboard." "Sir," the captain raised an eyebrow. "Depth charges?" Makan nodded. The captain protested, pointing out a flaw in the strategy. "We don't have a way to detect the submarines. How will we even hit them with these bombs?" "I understand your concern. Wasting ammunition on lucky strikes is not wise, but that is not my intention. We can give the GRA Valkens a false impression of our capabilities and hopefully instill some fear in their hearts. These bombs could force them to act cautiously and put distance between our fleet and their submarines, reducing their accuracy and granting us more opportunity to escape." The captain understood Makan's strategy. "Comms, relay the order. Helmsman, reduce frequency of turns. We want to reach the coast as soon as possible." Makan stared outside as 9 visible streaks traced an outline on the surface. "Captain," he said, keeping his eyes on the small wakes adjacent to the ship, "does this vessel have a mage?" "It does, sir. I believe all of the larger ships of the line do as well." "Comms, direct our mages perform scrying spells close to the surface. Trace the torpedoes to their origins and coordinate with our bomb operators. We may have a slight chance of striking one of these submarines." As instructed, mages across the fleet began tracking the torpedoes. Officers gathered around these mages, calculating distance and other targeting data by hand. Using their best estimates, they set the fuses on the bombs and dropped them. Blasts erupted from beneath the waves as hundreds of bombs rolled off the sides and sterns of the Nigrati warships. Using a scope, Makan surveyed the aftermath of his fleet's attacks, finding a colorful reflection along the surface. "Oil spill," he announced. "We hit one of the submarines." The crew cheered at their small victory, ecstatic that they managed to destroy an invisible enemy. Reminded of their successes during the initial invasion, they fought off creeping feelings of hopelessness. Their success was cut short, however, as yet another Nigrati ship was sunk in turn. The destruction of the single GRA Valken sub also came at a high ammunition price. The captain took note of their dwindling supplies, bringing the issue up with the admiral. "Sir, our ammunition stores are down to 80%. With the enemy fleet likely not too far behind, I recommend reducing the frequency of our attacks. We still need some ammo to fight the enemy ships with." Makan saw the captain's point and agreed to make adjustments. "Reduce the frequency of our attacks by half. Increased accuracy from scrying spells should offset this." Right after the communications officer informed the fleet of the admiral's new orders, he received a new urgent message. "Sir, the Pharaoh reports sightings of enemy aircraft, hundreds of them due west." "Shit," Makan muttered. "Inform the mainland to prepare for an air raid, and recommend deployment of Wyvern units for coastal defense. All ships, prepare for anti-air combat." Sailors across Makan's fleet readied their machine guns while mages began generating a wave of fog to prevent the enemy aircraft from striking them at high altitudes. Similar to the first battle, the Nigrati hoped to narrow the technological gap between themselves and the GRA Valkens through any means necessary, as unconventional as they may be. By forcing a closer engagement, the fog negated any range advantage the GRA Valken planes had, and also served as a smokescreen against long-distance bombardments from GRA Valken battleships. However, unlike the first battle, the force disparity was even more egregious. The Nigrati fleet, cut down to nearly a third of what it once was, faced a GRA Valken force 4 times larger than the first invasion force. The planes in the sky alone were enough to completely annihilate the Nigrati fleet, but Makan still held out hope. Hope not that he could survive the coming engagement, but hope that he and his men could wipe out as many GRA Valkens as possible. Recognizing the objective hopelessness of this battle, he decided to give a heroic, uplifting speech to his men. "Sailors of the Nigrat Union Navy, this is Admiral Makan. After weeks of preparation, the GRA Valken's empire has finally launched its second assault. Behind the pursuing submarines lie hundreds of steel warships, and above them lie hundreds, if not thousands, of warplanes. Our numbers have dwindled from nearly 300 vessels to just under 100, but our spirit remains as indomitable as ever. There may be no hope of defeating the enemy fleet or surviving the final battle, but we can make them bleed. Let the vengeance in your hearts guide you as we make these invaders suffer for their barbaric conquest. Together, we stand united against those who would seek to oppress us, and together we will remind them of the price they must pay to engage in such abhorrent barbarism." Victory in solidarity. GRA Valken planes pierced the heavy cover, aligning themselves with their targets as they endured the streams of anti-aircraft fire coming from the Nigrati ships. They threw everything they had at their enemy, and so did the Nigrati. Bullets and bombs flew around the battlefield in a chaotic display of warfare. For every Nigrati warship sunk, 3 GRA Valken planes fell. As the Union's numbers dwindled, this ratio began to favor the GRA Valkens. For every Nigrati warship sunk, the volume of anti-aircraft fire decreased until only 1 GRA Valken plane was shot down for every ship sunk. No matter what they did, the Nigrati couldn't hope to outmatch GRA Valken technological superiority. After several strafing runs, the overwhelming air power of the GRA Valkens had culled Makan's fleet to a mere 15 ships, 2 ironclads, 5 ships of the line, and 8 frigates. Makan's heart sank upon hearing the report from the communications officer. Backed into a corner with nowhere to run, he opted to go out with a bang. "All remaining vessels, form up around the Solidarity. Have all mages maintain our shroud. Move all magic gems into our ammunition storage, and set an intercept course toward the GRA Valken fleet. Prioritize the largest vessel." The captain stared at Makan with a confused, worried look on his face. "Sir, what are you doing?" "Going out with a bang, Captain." The captain gave Makan an understanding look. With tears forming in his eyes, He knew what he had to do. "Admiral, it has been an honor serving with you," he said. Turning to this crew, he continued, "It has been an honor serving with all of you. Helmsman, set course to impact the troop or aircraft carrier we see." The remains of the Nigrati fleet charged forward, surprising the GRA Valken subs and aircraft. Guided by a scrying spell, the fleet steered toward a group of carriers in the middle of the GRA Valken fleet. The few surviving mages gave everything they had, bordering on fatal mana exhaustion, to extend the reach of the fog. The fleets edged closer together and finally made contact after almost half an hour of sailing. By the time the Nigrati reached the GRA Valkens, they had lost 7 ships, leaving only 8 to fight the entire fleet. To Makan, this was more than enough. Using the other ships as shields, the Solidarity plowed through the GRA Valken formation. Ship after ship fell until only the Solidarity was left, but by then Makan had completed his mission. He walked out onto the deck, staring at the towering carrier beside his flagship. He smiled, finding comfort in the fact that he would die a heroic death in defense of his people, and turned back toward the bridge to salute his nation's flag. Detonate. Chapter 96. Mercenaries. June 10, 1640. Washington, D.C. President Lee glumly stared at Secretary Hill as he reported on the state of the GRA Valka's Empire's war of conquest against the Sonal Kingdom and Nigrat Union. With the loss of their militaries, I'm afraid that total capitulation is just around the corner. Numerous member states within the Nigrat Union and half of the Sonal Kingdom's territories have already surrendered. The GRA Valka's Empire has conquered the Nigrat Union and Sonal Kingdom, Hill said solemnly, his face reflecting a sense of pity for the fallen nations and their citizens. Secretary Hayden shared a similar look, although his look was more laden with concern rather than pity. "Moo's probably next, then." "What a disaster," Hayden said, shaking his head. Lee gave a soft chuckle, understanding where Hayden was coming from. He agreed. "Yeah, reminds me of another thing I miss from back home, stable geopolitics." He coughed, or relatively stable at least. Russia and China never ran around conquering continents like what the GRA Valka's Empire is doing right now. Hill nodded, pointing out the reason why. Unlike the GRA Valkans, the Russians and Chinese knew that attacking their neighbors would trigger a global war. "We don't have any defense treaties with any countries to the left of the Philidian and Rhodinian continents. And so the GRA Valkans were able to act with impunity, without fear of us intervening." Lee finished Hill's thoughts. "Gordon, do you think a defense treaty would have deterred the GRA Valkans?" Hayden shrugged. "Hard to say for sure, Mr. President. I don't know enough about internal GRA Valkan politics. Maybe they had too much political pressure for conquest? In any case, having defense obligations overseas would probably have been detrimental for public opinion, especially considering the fact that we've already had 2 major wars ever since our arrival here." "Sir, I think it was better that we never had any defensive pacts," Hill added. "This planet is much larger than Earth. Even at max speed, it would still take over a month to reach the Muon continent. We don't have enough overseas presence in that region of the world to reliably defend our allies there, or even ourselves. A lone carrier battle group won't be enough to put the GRA Valkan Navy out of commission. If the GRA Valkans send several fleets, we won't have enough firepower to protect our bases there." Lee felt the sting of this reminder, loathing the fact that he still had to juggle both his decisions and the impact such decisions would have at home. He could do what was best for his country and authorize rapid militarization, but the public wouldn't understand unless he declassified highly sensitive information. Even then, many probably wouldn't believe the threats posed by this alien world. Hell, some people, conspiracy theorists who never bothered to visit the coasts to see for themselves, still thought the United States was on Earth. He couldn't go all out and take risks, either. One mistake could cost him the next election, and there was no telling if the next president would be competent enough to prepare the country for the storm to come. For now, he had to play safe. He had to play with the cards he was dealt with, short-term sacrifice for long-term gain. "Yeah, you both bring up very solid points," Lee said. "Still, there must be something more that we can do to impede the GRA Valkans. Something tells me that if the Muons and Mauritials are unable to stop them, we'll be forced into another war." "I agree," Hill said. "We can declare war on the GRA Valkans now, with Congress's approval, but it might be shaky. Yeah, it would be, Lee nodded. The public barely knows about the GRA Valka's empire, only that it exists and is territorial. I have no doubt Congress would support a war, but I'd be spending a lot of political capital trying to push this through. Then again, I want the Muins and Mauritials in the best state possible to prepare for the Ravernals. He sighed in defeat. Damn this. I think it's better for us if we let public support for a war build up first, Hill suggested. A Vietnam War scenario would be irreparable and probably lead to a weaker preparation against the Ravernal Empire down the line. We can continue weapons sales, but let Mu and the Holy Mauritial Empire take the hit. It's better that our country be as prepared as possible rather than the rest of Alicia. We still have the largest technological and economic advantage by far, so we'd be contributing the most to defending this world. Lee couldn't help but agree. As much as he wanted to help the Muins and Mauritials, it was more important to prioritize long-term American growth. Helping the native Elysians fight the GRA Valkans at the expense of his presidency and the military-industrial complex back home would only serve to weaken Alicia's biggest player, the United States. We'll keep out of the war officially. Robert, is there any way we can discreetly aid our friends, aside from selling weapons? Hill raised an eyebrow. Do you have something in mind, sir? I was thinking we could provide mercenary services to them. Hill remained skeptical, although generally supportive. Providing mercenary services was an excellent way to circumvent the political turmoil back home, but there were still major concerns. Our contractors would certainly dominate ground battles, but it might be too big of a risk, sir. In the Middle East, they could operate safely because we were there to provide support. They didn't have to worry about enemy artillery, fleets, or aircraft. If we send them to Mu, there's nothing to protect them from GRA Valkan airstrikes or naval bombardments. It'll be a bloodbath. Okay, wait, Lee said, thinking of a solution. Now, we can't officially provide support, but what if we sold advanced weapons to our contractors? Hill crossed his arms, confused by Lee's suggestion. What are you getting at, sir? See, Lee smiled, delving into his explanation. Congress doesn't want to sell Mu or the Holy Mauritial Empire our gear. At most, they're okay with phantoms, which we don't really have many of, not enough for the Muins to fight the entire GRA Valkan Air Force anyhow. But he held up a finger and stressed the word, emphasizing his point. No such restrictions apply to our own contractors. If we wanted to, we could sell our latest equipment to our own American companies. Sell them some F-35s, ships, SHORAD gear, and if they need technical expertise, transfer some of our specialists. Hayden raised a question. How will our mercenary companies afford this equipment? Simple, Lee answered proudly, confident in his answer. Our contractors pay a cheap down payment to lease some equipment, then they pay the rest of the costs using money from Mu. Mu's already paying us top dollar for old equipment. Imagine how much more they'll pay for our best weapons. They might initially feel iffy about our pricing, maybe even ripped off, but I'm willing to bet that with the GRA Valkans massing on their front door, they'll be compelled to pay us. Hill nodded, finding Lee's proposal to be quite ingenious. I think this could really work. I'll get right on this, sir. Lee placed a hand on Hill's shoulder. Thank you, Robert. But even this still might not be enough. I still think we're going to have to go to war with the GRA Valkans eventually. The people back home might not care if mercenaries help the Muins, but the GRA Valkans will. To them, they might see deployment of mercenaries as an act of war. This could potentially be a good thing, Hill pointed out. How? Lee asked, curious how the very war he hoped to avoid could be beneficial. Hill reasoned. The GRA Valkans, as we know, are very similar to Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan. If we get the GRA Valkans to declare war on us, we can easily spin the narrative. Public support will be higher than ever, Mr. President. Lee's eyes glowed at the prospect. Robert, he grinned, grabbing him by the shoulders. You are a genius. We can provoke the GRA Valkans so that they look like the aggressors. He corrected himself. Well, they technically are, but at least now the public will be able to see it clearly. Precisely, sir. Let's get to it then. Although, we'll still need to be able to deploy our forces quickly once they do declare war on us. What are the closest units? Hill fiddled with his phone, pulling up a Mercator projection of the entire Elysian world map. He scrolled past the land masses on the opposite side of the world, and zoomed in to the relevant regions. Everything stretching from the Valka's empire in the west to the United States in the east. He toggled a setting to display major American bases, then pointed to the blue dots around the map. There's the Vestal continent, to the left of Rodinius. Currently, we have one major base in the Vestal continent and are constructing more bases in the landmass to the left of Vestal. That one, sandwiched between the Mauritian continent and the Branchial continent. Yes, we're currently island hopping here, expanding bases westward once ongoing construction projects have been completed. We also have a potential site in the Agartha Kingdom. Up here, Hill pointed to a country located above the Holy Mauritial Empire. Potential? Lee wondered. Hill looked at Haydn, who answered, "My guys are still in the process of talks up there. The Agarthans want a base for mutual protection, but are afraid of acting against Mauritial influences. They don't want to lose favor with the Mauritials, so it's been a bit of a difficult endeavor getting them to agree to hosting a military base." Lee held up a hand. "That's fine. Just see what you can do. The bases between the Mauritials and Anonreals should be good enough for an incursion into Valkan territory. Robert, augment our defenses in these bases. I want complete immunity to anything the Anonreals can throw at us." "Of course, sir," Hill said. Haydn frowned at the thought of the Anonreals, who had mostly been keeping to themselves. According to the Department of Defense, there is a lot of internal activity in the Ravernal Empire, but little outside. Their silence worries me. "Yeah, no kidding," Lee added. "I have a real bad feeling about those guys," he said, concern written all over his face. "Robert, do you think we can handle a two-front war against the Valkans and Anonreals? We'll be stretched thin, but I think it won't be much of an issue. We can allocate a fleet to help out against the Valkans. Combined with the Elysian militaries, they should be able to keep the Valkans at bay, perhaps even push them back. We can then have the rest of our forces focus on the Anonreals and on national defense." Lee nodded reluctantly, remaining unconvinced by Hill's reassurance. "You know, I'm really worried about those Anonreals. Guided anti-ship missiles and other Cold War-era technologies, plus whatever magical crap they're keeping in store. I fear that they may have weapons of mass destruction. Whatever it is, sir, we'll handle it. In fact, you'll be seeing our countermeasures for yourself in just a few days," Hill said. Lee's eyes grew wide. "Oh, I can't believe I forgot. The rocket launch. Haydn, you've sent out the invites, right?" "I have, Mr. President. This will be the first time anyone from Alicia witnesses how we fly to the stars." Chapter 97. To the Stars. June 15th, 1640. Nahanath Territory. Armstrong Space Center. Prime Minister Sinclair and his entourage stared up at the towering metal construct in the distance as it held an even more massive cylindrical structure in place. A large plane sat next to it while dozens of people swarmed about the base of the tower, many equipped with hard hats and tablets. The scene itself screamed important project, but he didn't know what this project even entailed. He knew only what the invite suggested. The Americans were to demonstrate their means of traveling to the heavens. If there was one thing he could be sure of, it was that whatever this demonstration was, it was certainly meant to be a show of force. He knew that the Americans were technologically superior, but felt it unnecessary for them to rub it in with a grandiose display of their abilities. Then again, these people were generally practical, so he wondered what the auxiliary purposes of this endeavor were. As if answering his thoughts, the American president strolled up beside him. "Welcome to the Armstrong Space Center in the Nahanath Territory, Prime Minister Sinclair." He extended a hand, smiling. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you." "And you as well, President Lee," Sinclair reciprocated, shaking the suited man's hand. Curiously, the air around the American president was surprisingly cool. Lee took notice of Sinclair's expression. "Portable air conditioner," he explained. "Runs off blue magic gems, or so I'm told." Sinclair gave a somewhat impressed look, wondering how his own people have never thought to incorporate magic into their society in such a manner. "How quaint," he said. "Indeed," Lee said, turning to face the large installation. "I'm sure you've got many questions about this event, Mr. Prime Minister." Sinclair nodded. "They'll be answered in due time. We're just waiting for the other delegations to arrive." Lee then gestured toward the sidewalk. "Since you've arrived early, how about we take a walk?" The two leaders and their guards began walking toward the facility's main command center. As they did so, Sinclair broke the silence. Nahanath territory? The Nahanath kingdom petitioned for territory status not too long ago, sometime during the Parpaldian Empire's conquests. Generosity and friendship really does wonders. Although Sinclair had the striking feeling that the royal family was somehow bribed or coerced, he let his concerns dissipate. In any case, the people of this region were likely better off in American hands anyway, as evidenced by the remarkable modernization of the Rhodinius continent and other nations within the American sphere of influence. He answered simply, right. If only the GRA Valkans understood that. Oh, speaking of the GRA Valkas Empire, my administration came up with some more aggressive solutions to fending them off. Lee's statement stirred up a storm of optimism within Sinclair. Fighting the excitement, he maintained an expert poker face. Oh, I'm open to hearing what you have in mind, President Lee. What do you think about mercenaries? Prince Cabal scratched his head as he entered the ultramodern hotel situated near the airport. While Jesta and Dallas went to check in, Cabal and Celia waited in the lobby, taking a couch for themselves. He turned to Celia, asking her, "Say, this country, the Nahanath Kingdom, when did they start accepting the Americans onto their soil?" "Your Highness, the Nahanath Kingdom became a territory of the United States around October of last year. I assume they've been in contact for at least a month prior to this." Cabal gawked at the amenities of the hotel, as well as its polished construction. The Americans built this entire hotel in just a few months. Celia felt surprised as well, but not as much as Cabal considering her extensive research into the Americans' capabilities and culture. It's not that far of a stretch. Almost a century ago, when the Americans were supposedly at our own level of technology, they built an entire 100-story skyscraper in just over a year. I guess they've improved upon their construction methods since then. Plus, it seems like they have something important going on in Nahanath. Yes, this rocket launch of theirs, Cabal said with a slight shudder. He remembered the few times he's heard the term before. All have been related to their unguided series rockets, which were long-distance weapons of destruction. With distress clouding his mind, he wondered if the Americans had invited his people here to gloat or show off their latest weaponry. "Yes," Celia said. "Do you remember the introductory video we watched?" Cabal jogged his memory. "I do, yes. I think this rocket launch is similar to the one that brought their people to the moon." Having no clue how to release the emotions that had built up within him, Cabal laughed out of anxiety. "What? So that video wasn't propaganda after all? They truly have the ability to launch man-made vehicles into space." "From what I gather, yes, Your Highness," Celia said. Cabal nodded and placed his hand over his mouth, sighing heavily into it. He turned around and looked up at the lobby's ceiling, which he just noticed contained a beautiful painting of numerous objects in space. Without taking his eyes off of the artwork, he shared his thoughts with Celia. "These people are truly beyond us," he said, a tinge of defeat in his voice. Celia put on her best reassuring tone in response. "Your Highness," she said, pausing and thinking about what to say next. "You're right, they are beyond us." She placed a hand on Cabal's shoulder. Cabal tore his eyes from the mural and looked at Celia, giving his attention to her. She continued, "But that also means we have a lot to gain from them, should we play our cards right. We might not be able to see your father's plans for world domination, but we can still better our civilization. Conquest isn't the only path. Sometimes diplomacy can bear more fruit." Before Cabal could respond, Jesta called out to them, with Dallas trailing behind like an angsty teen. "Your Highness, we're ready to go up to our room." "Right then," Cabal said, snapping out of his thoughts. "What shall we have for dinner?" "Andromeda, huh?" President Chaos said to his wife as he waited in line to be admitted into the hotel's restaurant. "What a rather fascinating name." Rita agreed. "Yes, it is. I wonder what it means." "It's the name of one of our neighboring galaxies," a voice behind them said. "Well, it used to be until we were transported here." President Chaos turned around to find a familiar face standing before him. With a surprised smile, he greeted the man, "Ambassador Anders." "Why, it's been quite a while." Anders flashed a smile and greeted them back. "Mr. President, First Lady. I hope all has been well." "Oh, it has. My administration has been doing quite well lately, thanks to your Marshall Program funds. I'm really glad to tell you that everything we worked for paid off." "Well, that's great to hear," Anders said. We might not have the territories we once had, but my people are much better off than before, especially with all the infrastructure investments in Perpaldia." Anders brushed it off, "And you'll be seeing even more development in the future. Parpaldia is lucky to have a man like you at the helm," he said, patting Chaos on the shoulder. "It couldn't have been possible without a man like you behind the scenes." "Anders," Chaos smiled. "So," he said, changing the subject, "I heard you've been reassigned to the Holy Mauritial Empire?" "I have. It's been hectic, to say the least. I've had a lot on my plate, especially when it comes to organizing the new Elysian Defense Initiative and establishing America's spot within it." "Oh," Rita felt shocked. "Does that mean the U.S. is finally going to take a more active role?" Anders confirmed Rita's theory. "Yeah," he said with an uncertain tone. "I think we're going to have to." Chaos noticed Anders' worry, which sent shivers down his spine. What could be so threatening as to worry the bold ambassador, who had confidently laid the foundation for not only a successful coup, but a successful government? Chaos couldn't help but scratch the itch. He asked, "What's wrong? Is it the GRA Valkans?" "No," Anders said, shaking his head. "They're a bit of a thorn, but they're not our main concern." Chaos and Rita began to realize what Anders was referring to. Lowering his voice, Anders continued, "It's the Ravernal Empire. My government just found out more about them, so we're taking this threat much more seriously from now on." "Good heavens," Rita muttered. "They're not arriving anytime soon, are they?" "I don't believe so," Anders reassured them. "We've still got around a decade to prepare. I don't think the timetable has shifted up at all." Chaos breathed a sigh of relief. "Well, that's good to hear." A sly smirk started growing on Chaos' face as he saw and capitalized on an opportunity. "You know, Ambassador, the Parpaldian Republic is willing to help prepare defenses against the Ravernals." Anders caught a whiff of what Chaos was suggesting, but played it off diplomatically. "We're still figuring that out ourselves. Not much we can do, but wait until my Congress has gotten all the budgets sorted out. We still haven't announced this threat to our public yet, and we'll need a hell of a lot more evidence to convince them the threat is real." "I see." Chaos dropped the subject. "So, what's this event about, then? Will you be announcing something related to the Elysian Defense Initiative?" Anders smiled. "Well, not exactly." He put a hold on the conversation while they checked into the restaurant and found their seats. "It's sort of a..." He noticed President Lee getting ready to give a speech on a podium at the front end of the room. "Actually, my president's going to announce that in a few minutes," Anders said, motioning toward the podium. "Guess we're just waiting for everyone to stream in." Chaos looked around, confirming that many people were indeed finding their seats. "Huh, that's Emperor Mauritial." He noticed an extravagantly dressed elf sitting at a round table near the front. Sitting beside and near him at other tables were more prominent leaders. "And that's Prince Gra Cabal, and the Grand Wizard of Agartha, and a Dragonian from the Emir Kingdom. I never thought that they would leave the confines of their isolationist haven for an international event, much less a human-led one." Anders shrugged. "It took a bit to convince them. We basically had to reveal all the details to get them on board. But hey, Mr. President, at least you'll get to enjoy the surprise of finding out." With everyone already seated and no new guests coming in, Lee took the microphone and tapped it twice to get everyone's attention. "Leaders of Alicia, thank you for coming tonight. I know the World Leadership Conference is around the corner, so you may be wondering why I've gathered you all here today." Lee paused, allowing his audience time to reflect. "I was hoping that this event tonight could provide some context for my nation, the United States of America. 6 decades ago, my countrymen took a vested interest in the heavens above. Spurred by competition, we rallied the brightest minds in the nation to achieve a goal once deemed impossible, a goal dreamed of by many before us. We tasted the magnificence of flight with our first balloons and planes, and we yearned for more. With our rivals gunning for victory, we decided to demonstrate just how capable we were." The curtains behind President Lee folded back in dramatic fashion, revealing a large window behind him. Outside, large spotlights illuminated a massive rocket and its launch pad while the sun began to set in the horizon, painting a beautiful sky as its orange rays mingled with the violet skies above. Lee continued his speech. "And so, we did what no man has done before. We stepped foot on our moon." Chapter 98, Data Core. Nahanath Territory. Massive screens mounted around the dining hall flared to life as the rocket began preparations for liftoff. Speakers relayed the communications from within the control center and the shuttle itself. The men and women coordinating the launch went on about flight checks and sequences as an announcer counted down. External chatter quieted down as the announcer approached zero. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Liftoff. The leaders of Alicia watched with a variety of emotions: awe, curiosity, defeat, horror, as the massive construct unleashed a storm of fire and smoke from its engines and began its ascent. It soared to the heavens, soon disappearing from sight as it climbed higher and higher into a realm once known only to the gods themselves. The unshakable rumbling in the distance shook the Elysian onlookers, who trembled as goosebumps began to form on their skin. The few Dragonian guests reacted similarly, despite having been informed of what to expect. Instead of goosebumps, their scales changed to a brighter hue. Prince Cabal had seen the spectacular display before, on the introductory video shown just as people by the Americans. Yet, it was not enough to shake the feeling of insecurity that washed over him. He felt small, knowing that there existed a vast expanse up there that he was unable to access. He also felt powerless, knowing that the Americans possessed unimaginably advanced technologies that further diminished his father's dreams of conquest. He only hoped that he would not be blind enough to ignore this, and would cease his greedy expansion while they had not yet drawn the ire of the Americans. Curious about how everyone else was handling the insane demonstration, he glanced at the other guests. His own cohort seemed to be taking the news well, aside from Dallas, who looked like he was on the verge of fainting. Celia and Jesta both shared defiant looks of determination, although a gut feeling suggested that they were determined for different reasons. Most of the other guests looked like they had seen incredible magic. He recognized this expression. It was the same one plastered across the faces of the Pagandans, Ernetians, Leophorians, and other natives they had come across. It was also the same expression that he wore when first encountering American technologies and visiting their mainland. Unlike the others, the Muans diverged from this shocked reaction. Rather, they seemed to be enthusiastically engaging in conversation with a group of Americans, one of whom wore a pin with his SpaceX logo on it. Grateful to have such a powerful ally supporting them, they expressed their thanks to the Americans and discussed science with them. On the opposite end of the spectrum, the Mauritial delegation bore expressions of concern as they talked with some Americans, who seemed to be explaining something to do with the launch. Watching the expressions of the Mauritials shift from concern to downright fear bothered Cabal. Unlike him, who was concerned about the growing influence of the United States, the Mauritials had nothing to worry about considering the fact that they are allies. What could possibly have frightened the Mauritials? Armstrong Space Center. President Lee stood in the center of the control room, watching the live feeds from the shuttle as it approached a derelict satellite. No visible weapons platforms, one of the astronauts said. Signal is a match to the beacon and getting stronger. The shuttle drifted toward the structure, adjusting course using thrust vectoring. Nozzles placed around the shuttle spouted air, seamlessly guiding it into position and slowing it down until it came to a relative stop, matching the orbit of the satellite. The two objects drifted in space, circling the planet below while the astronauts aboard the shuttle prepared to analyze the object. "This is Captain Finley. I'm preparing myself for a spacewalk. Kurtz, Lay, and Richmond will stay behind," he said as he prepared his suit and maneuvered toward the airlock. Captain Finley secured a tether to his suit and tested its integrity by pulling on it. Once he was satisfied with the setup, he opened the airlock and kicked away from the walls with minimal force, slowly propelling him toward the satellite. As he drifted away from the shuttle, he prepared a secondary tether, spending the time to identify a spot on the satellite where he could latch onto. The satellite was similar in size to a large pickup truck, tumbling rapidly through the void. Aware of the danger that the spinning object presented, Finley came to a stop, expending some of his air supply to slow down. "The satellite has a high rotational velocity. I'm deploying magnetic thrusters to bring it to a full stop." Finley fished some cylindrical devices from a bag, holding them in place near the satellite before activating their magnetic clamps. The thrusters quickly fastened themselves to the spinning metal hulk, sticking to its surface. "All thrusters are in place. Activating motion correction sequence now. The thrusters fired, spewing gas in the opposite direction of the satellite's spin. The solution worked as expected, but sent the satellite drifting off toward the planet below. Taking action, Finley boosted toward the artifact, catching it with a tether before it could tumble down to the surface of Alicia. I've secured the satellite. Kurtz, activate the starboard side thrusters to counter the velocity of the satellite. Gas is fired from the left side of the shuttle relative to its front. Once the shuttle satellite system was stabilized, Finley began his work. Using a tablet, he conducted a three-dimensional scan of the satellite. Upon completion, he notified his shuttle team and the ground crew at the control center. I'm relaying the scans to Mission Control for analysis. I noticed a placard on the side, probably for identification. Might be useful to get the linguists on this right away. Mission Control reads you. We're getting a team of analysts right now and will notify once they're done with translations. Understood. I'm continuing the assignment, Finley said, searching for a hatch. After he identified what he was looking for, he checked for screws. Feeling grateful, he updated his status. I believe I've found access to the control panel. It's got screws, so I don't think I'll have to use the cutter. Carefully picking up the small screwdriver in his bag, he gently slipped the tool into his bulky, gloved hand. Despite the easy nature of his task, Finley still felt nervous due to how slow he was forced to complete it. He adjusted his grip every time he twisted the screw, resulting in a very tedious but safe pace. After 6 grueling minutes of labor, he took a break to go back to the shuttle and replenish his supply of air. He returned to the satellite and resumed his work, gently taking off the panel and securing it within his bag. Taking a look back at the panel, he cursed at what he found. Mission Control, there seems to be a screen and some buttons here. How should I proceed? Hold on, Artemi. President Lee watched as the managers and directors huddled together, deciding what to do. Before long, they reached an answer and relayed it to the team above. Artemis, this is Mission Control. You must hold a magic gem to the blue activation rune and then await further instructions. Captain Finley grabbed a small magic gem from his bag and held it to the correct rune, causing the screen to turn on and display a set of options. It looks like there's a list of options here. What next? Prepare to receive live feed from the surface. We will translate as you go along. Please wait 30 seconds for confirmation from our linguists, in case they have made a mistake in translations. A set of English words popped up in Finley's heads-up display, showing respective translations for each of the options present on the alien screen. Captain, use the keyboard's arrows to navigate toward internal systems. Then select it using the key that shows a circle inscribed into a square. That's their version of the Enter key. Finley closed his eyes in relief, thanking God that the Ravernal systems weren't overly complicated. He followed the instructions, causing a new set of options to appear. He waited patiently until new orders came up. Check the diagnostics option. Finley repeated the same process and selected it. Click Power Cord. A screen displaying the satellite's power levels popped up, showing a remarkable sturdiness in whatever kept this satellite functional for so long. Unfortunately, this option was a dead end. Mission Control then issued a rather disappointing, yet expected objective. We're going to need to sift through the options until we find a way to access the device's data core. Even better if we are able to eject it and take it home for analysis. Understood, Finley said, diving into the new work. He spent an hour repeating the selection process, which only got easier over time as the linguist below picked up on the new language and the satellite's operating system. Finally, he was able to isolate access to the satellite's data core. Excellent work. Let's take a look at communications. Finley checked it and found a log of all communications sent from the satellite. Some transmissions were sent to other satellites, while others were sent to beacons located on the planet's surface. Unlike the beacon found in Kalameek, which only had constant communication with a handful of satellites, this one was in touch with the entire network. As ordered, Finley scrolled through the list of active satellites connected to this one, until the analysts below were able to record their coordinates and designations. Good work, Captain. Let's check the other data available before we attempt to eject the data core. We want to get as much information as possible, in case something goes wrong when our researchers take a crack at the core later. Finley complied, making trips and rotating shifts with his crew until they recorded all the information located in the satellite. Thankfully, the chronological data was logged yearly, which significantly reduced the time they had to spend scrolling through the data. Unfortunately for the crew, it still meant they had to sift through thousands of entries, up until the initial deployment of the satellite. Soon, they finished their repetitive work. Mission Control gave the all-clear to retrieve anything that could be ejected from the satellite, any components worth taking home. Finley and his crew extracted numerous drives, sensors, and the satellite's power source, leaving a deactivated, empty metal husk to drift endlessly. Finley re-entered the shuttle and placed all the components into a secure capsule. Once the capsule was deployed and sent to the surface, the team on the ground congratulated Finley's crew. Mission success, Artemis. The tired employees erupted into cheers. President Lee joined the celebration, accompanied by Secretary Hill, who praised the implications of this victory. I hope we'll be able to make a map of all their equipment now. Yeah, Lee agreed, sharing Hill's sentiment. However, a small consideration stopped him. Wait, Robert, I saw that there were thousands of satellites up there. Do we even have enough missiles to take them all down? Hill responded, No, not at the moment. We can start taking them down, but some of them appear to be military installations. Lee asked for clarification, military installations as in spy and targeting satellites, or does that mean WMDs? Not sure, sir. My analysts have been able to detect dozens of different profiles, and if the genocidal tendencies of the ancient Ravernals are anything to go by, I wouldn't be surprised if they do have weapons platforms lingering up there. Damn, Lee muttered, seeing the risks of triggering a hibernating Ravernal threat response system. What should we do? We can't just leave the Ravernals with all their toys once they come back. Hill gave the issue some thought. I think it would probably be better to wait until we build up our supply. Enough to guarantee a kill on all of their targeting satellites and weapons platforms, however many there are. We've got a few thousand missiles, but I think we should spend a few years building up the supply. If the Ravernals have guns up there, they've probably got some means of intercepting what we throw at them. All right, put whatever you need on the new budget proposal. We're doing whatever it takes to ensure that the Ravernals can't put a single finger on our country. Chapter 99, Big Stick. June 18th, 1640. Washington, D.C. I wonder what these things are all about, anyway, President Lee muttered as he set a letter down on his desk, grabbing his mug of coffee. Seated across from each other on the couches, Hayden and Hill shared a look of uncertainty. They too were in the dark, although Hayden was able to offer some explanation. Sir, I've had a team research the geopolitics of Alicia. Apparently, the World Leadership Conference is a gathering of 11 of Alicia's top powers. These include 5 superpowers as permanent members and 6 other nations. All right, so who should we expect to see there? Hayden explained. The confirmed members are ourselves, the Holy Mauritial Empire, the Emir Kingdom, Mu, and the Gra Valka's Empire. Lee commented, so we're replacing the Parpaldians, and the Gra Valkans are going in place of the Leophorians, huh? More or less. Hayden shrugged. Although, the Parpaldians are still attending, since they're the second most powerful player in the Philidian continent after us. Who else? The Ravernal Empire, Magicariac Community, Torquia Kingdom, and the Agartha Kingdom. The Nigrat Union was a recurring member in the past, but with their current subjugation under the Gra Valkans, it's likely that they'll be substituted with another nation. How unfortunate, Lee said, taking a moment of silence. Well, I hope this conference will be as well-mannered as UN assemblies. Hayden reacted negatively, giving an uncertain smile. Let's not get our hopes up, Mr. President. A lot of Elysians from powerful countries have proven to be very arrogant. Really? Lee asked, surprised. He thought back to the dinner he hosted a few nights ago. I thought they acted quite respectfully during the Artemis launch. To Americans, perhaps. But to each other? The Gra Valkans were really at odds with those Muans and Mauritials. Lee started to recall the small things that he had overlooked, such as glares between the other parties and clenched fists around glasses. I suppose I was a bit too busy to notice. And you expect the same type of behavior from the Anonreals? Hayden didn't know how to answer. From what he could gather, the Anonreals maintained their barbarian facade during past conferences. It's hard to tell, he admitted. In the past, they kept a low profile. Meeting records show that they rarely participated in conversation, usually speaking to vote only. Because of social stigma and the Anonreal's primitive appearances, few bothered to communicate with them. Those who did were given vague responses and an instruction to visit Bushbaka Latin. With their increased activity around the world, though, there's no telling what they might do. I agree, Hill chimed in. I don't expect that they'll act out of line, but we should have our guard up in case they do. Lee raised a finger in the air. That brings me to my next point. I've heard that the World Leadership Conference has a tradition where members arrive in their best fleets. Is that true? He asked, looking at Haydn. With a slightly bewildered expression, he answered, Yes, sir. It's true. Members typically show up to Kartalpas with their premier fleets. It's quite jarring compared to the rather tame diplomacy we had back on Earth. But seeing as this world is more accustomed to gunboat diplomacy, I suggest we adhere to this tradition. Lee then turned to Hill. Suggestions? Sir, I recommend deployment of the Ford Carrier Strike Group, with the recently reactivated Missouri attached. She's mostly been used as a test bed so far, but I think her appearance at the conference might be beneficial for us, if these Elysians truly abide by gunboat diplomacy. Speak softly and carry a big stick. Lee thought of President Roosevelt's foreign policy. Affirmative, sir, Hill nodded. Once the conference is over, they'll be reassigned to 7th Fleet operations near the Vestal region. We're not taking them away from something important, are we? No, sir. It's actually on the way. Oh, perfect, Lee said ecstatically, softly clapping his hands together. Well, in that case, let's send them the new orders. Lee felt more reassured, knowing that Haydn's team could participate safely under the protection of the United States' most advanced carrier strike group. I doubt the GRA Valkyns or Anonreals would try anything funny, but I wouldn't put it beyond them. Tell them to watch their backs. Will do, sir. With military matters settled, Lee was left with questions about the conference itself and diplomacy. Gordon, what can we expect at the conference? Will it be similar to UN General Assemblies? Yes, something like that. The World Leadership Conference is usually used to bring the most prominent global issues to light. These issues and potential solutions are then discussed by the participating members over the course of several days, during which budgets and finalized proposals are drawn up. At the end of the session, the participants vote on their preferred solution. In the past, most conferences have been about colonial disputes, protection of trade routes, and feral monsters. With current events, I expect this year's conference to be about GRA Valkan aggression and the return of the Ravernal Empire. Lee wondered if he could take advantage of this opportunity to better prepare the Elysian nations, but he worried about the thoughts of his own constituents. The polls still show 62% support for a war against the GRA Valkyns. Despite his desire to push the GRA Valkyns back, he couldn't. Not yet. He lowered his head in regret. If the Elysians say anything about the GRA Valkyns, I'm giving you full authority to support them with anything short of all-out war. Unless the GRA Valkyns declare war on us first, I'd like to wait until we hit at least 80% approval before tackling them. Failure to act might be seen in a negative light by our Elysian allies, Haydn cautioned. Lee sighed. I know. Even so, I can't force a war and risk my re-election or my party. Losing our grip could spell doom at the hands of the Ravernals, especially if the wrong person takes power. It's up to you to explain why we're not involved, be it due to a lack of bases overseas, how far away the GRA Valkyns are, or something else. Whatever you say, Gordon, make sure that our Elysian allies don't see weakness or disinterest. Haydn nodded. I'll come up with something. As for the Ravernal situation, what do you want our official position to be? Lee thought. Is the conference televised? The main discussions will be televised. Only the arduous proposal writing and other mundane activities are not. He sighed. Okay then. Since the conference is planned to be televised, he could expect the American public to find out what's going on behind the scenes. As of yet, only 30% of Americans saw the Ravernals as a threat. Most were undecided, but shockingly, a staggering 20% saw them as a non-existent threat, with many skeptical of their existence in the first place. An adept opponent could skew a misstep during the World Leadership Conference to paint Lee and his administration as superstitious fools who are wasting money on the military. Fearing the worst, Li opted for a more neutral approach. Acknowledge their concerns, but disclose as little about our plans as possible. If this is not an option, then be adamant that we will not be financing any preparatory response until we learn more about the situation. The Elysians will likely try to convince us that the threat is real. Obtain as much information and evidence from them as possible, then divert attention away from them by talking about what we know about the Ravernals so far. Got it, Haydn said. He prepared to develop a plan to carry out Li's orders, but quickly stopped himself upon realizing something. Wait, sir, the Anonreals will be present during the conference. If we inadvertently inform them of what we're doing, there's no telling how they will react. We might be setting off a bomb here. While Li pondered the situation, Hill added his own thoughts. Sir, we still don't have our western bases set up. If the Anonreals lash out, we won't be able to project power outside of Phalades. Shit, all right then. Refrain from saying anything related to the Ravernals. Give them vague reassurances about our ability to protect ourselves and distribute information to the Elysians in private, away from the prying eyes of the public and away from the scrutiny of the Anonreals. We'll give everyone the pretense of neutrality and ignorant indifference to the Ravernal situation. Meanwhile, we'll continue building up defenses in secret until the public is ready to hear about the threats we face. Ragna, Gra Valka's Empire. Emperor Gra Lux sipped wine from a luxurious goblet while he listened to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs leader, a burly Viking named Skard Mapol. His position as boss of the entire ministry was complemented well by his frightening physique, which often scared subordinates and foreign diplomats. Gra Lux, however, felt no such terror. Instead, he looked at the man with a sense of slight disdain. Mapol noticed the look on his emperor's face, and with a meek, concerned tone, he asked, Your Excellency, is there something wrong? Gra Lux calmly placed his goblet down beside him and stood from his seat, walking toward Mapol. Do you ask out of concern for my well-being? Or do you ask out of concern for yourself? He loomed over the man, sending shivers down his spine. With trembling legs, Mapol sheepishly responded, Why your well-being, sir? Gra Lux scoffed and returned to his seat. Toying with his subordinates and seeing them cower in fear was fun, but he did not wish to waste his time further. Continue your report. His Highness the Crown Prince, as well as Director Jesta and his subordinates, are now returning from their activities on Nahanath. They confirmed the validity of American space launch capabilities. Humph. So it seems they truly are advanced. Was Heimdall able to glean any secrets from the launch? Yes, enough to point us in the right direction, he claims. Gra Lux felt joy, hearing that his goal of bridging the gap between his nation and the United States was one step closer to fruition. Good. Have him submit a report to me at once. Anything else? Seeing the Emperor smile a bit, Mapol felt emboldened to continue with his report and introduce his proposal. Yes, Your Excellency. We have received an invitation to attend the World Leadership Conference, hosted by the Holy Mauritial Empire. Because we deposed the former superpower Leifer, they have requested we attend in their stead. Gra Lux's smile grew. So it seems that even the Mauritials recognize our might. Oh, to see their arrogance shattered and their people groveling beneath me. Just imagining it brings me such ecstasy. Encouraged further by Gra Lux's attitude, Mapol jumped at the opportunity. Yes, Your Excellency. Your dreams can come to light as soon as the date of the conference. Gra Lux raised an eyebrow, intrigued by what Mapol had to say. Go on. As customary, the best fleets of the conference participants will be gathered at Kartalpus. With our forces occupying Sonal and Nigrad, we can further our ambition and cripple our next targets by launching a surprise attack on their fleets. Gra Lux's smile quickly disappeared, and his prior disdainful expression grew in several orders of magnitude. Despite Mopol's powerful appearance, he lacked the most critical component of diplomacy, cunning. Mapol rose through the ranks with use of brutality, which worked well with inferior neighbors and soon-to-be vassals. However, this strategy did not fare so well in the face of an equal, such as the Kane, Divine Kingdom, or worse, a more powerful adversary like the United States of America. Why? Your proposal is rather ingenious, except for one little flaw, he frowned, glaring at Mapol. Mapol could only quiver in response. keeping his mouth shut to prevent himself from saying anything that could further enrage the emperor. Gra Lux continued. A surprise attack like this is a flagrant violation of the treaty that your ministry signed with the Americans. Imbecile. Mapole sunk his knees further into the ground and pushed his head down until he felt as if he was going to break through the floor. Gra Lux looked at the miserable display with scorn. I am rather weary of your idiocy and deplorable prostration. I chose you to lead the Ministry of Foreign Affairs because you struck fear into the hearts of our enemies. He looked at the hunched-over man, imbuing his frown with even more disgust. What a fall from grace. Send Director Jesta here when he arrives. Then, you may remove your belongings from your office in the ministry. You're fired. Chapter 100, The Conference. Cartalpa's Holy Mauritial Empire. An old, bearded man of a distinct ship-faring look sat atop a structure that resembled an air traffic control tower. There, he faced a large microphone amidst the backdrop of the bright blue ocean. After finishing the last of his Dunkin' Donuts coffee, he spoke to the large crowd that gathered along the pier. A network of speakers and screens allowed him to relay his message. Welcome, everyone, to our 37th World Leadership Conference. I'm your host, Bronzelet I am. For those of you who may not have had the opportunity to experience this event before, the World Leadership Conference is a biannual event whereby 11 of Alicia's most powerful countries come together to discuss world affairs. Although the discussion typically proves to be mundane, the extravagant entrances and local fairs are not. It is tradition for every participating member to arrive in their most brilliant fleets, brimming with their greatest warriors and latest technologies. Speaking of which, here come the first arrivals, the Torquia Kingdom. A fleet of wooden ships appeared on the horizon, propelled by sail and clad in enchanted steel plating. The vessels appeared to be ships of the line, similar to those of the former Parpaldian Empire. A wyvern carrier sailed proudly at the center of the fleet, carrying wyvern lords. Bronze directed his camera crew to focus on the ships, getting a good look at their flashy armaments. My, he exclaimed with a sense of surprise, look at those guns. Their designs look rather different compared to the last conference. He smirked at the camera, holding a hand to his mouth as he whispered, Now, this is only a rumor, but I heard they had some help from American defense companies. Was it only advice, or was it more? Bronze changed his tone to one of even greater surprise as he redirected his attention toward the carrier. Now those, he stressed as the cameras focused on the wyvern lords resting on the deck, are clearly a new development. Until this year, wyvern lord technology was unique to the Parpaldian Empire. Now it seems the technology has spread around the world. Is this a result of entrepreneurial Parpaldians, or the work of Americans? He concluded his analysis, adopting a tone appropriate for an advertisement. Perhaps you'll find out at the Torquian Cultural Fair. Partake in traditional Torquian dances, or enjoy their delicious delicacies. With so many activities to choose from, you'll certainly find yourself satisfied at the Torquian Cultural Fair. The next fleet to arrive hailed from the Magicaria community. A fleet of 12 warships sailed ahead, their designs unfamiliar to Bronze and his team. They scratched their heads, squinting at metal warships the distance until a flag finally came into view. His voice laden with shock, Bronze announced their next arrivals. Our second guests appear to be the Magicaria community. They've arrived in vessels that bear a distinctly Gra Valkan look. Perhaps this is indicative of relations between the two nations. Speculation ran wild through the crowd below as spectators discussed the new rumor. Many thought the alliance to be unthinkable, especially considering the menace that the Gra Valkan Empire had proven to be. Others noticed the peculiar lack of worry amongst the Magicaria community. Unlike the Nigrat Union and Sonal Kingdom, they were not threatened by the Gra Valka's empire. The few people who were well-versed with Terran history knew why. Both the Gra Valkan Empire and the Magicaria community shared similar cultures, stemming from Nordic origins. With a notable German tinge present in both societies, they found common ground and thus gravitated toward each other. I wonder what Mu has to say about this. Speaking of, we have a Muin here in the observation deck with us. Bronze began an interview with a formally dressed gentleman in a classy outfit that screamed roaring 20s. Excuse me, sir. Pardon me for interrupting your viewing experience, but as a Muin, how do you feel about seeing this leap in Magicaria technology? The Muin crossed his arms, his eyebrows and lips turning downward. I think it's a damn bloody shame. A shame? Bronze asked. A shame that these communal rats turned their backs on the second civilized region to consort with those barbaric Jar-A Valkans. Bronze consoled the man. And the first civilized region stands with you, good sir. Returning to our observations, we can see that the Magicariac vessels now seem to be on par with Mu's own fleet. Although the ships look worn and old, their vicious guns and steel armor cannot be ignored. Stay tuned for a closer inspection of the ships once they dock. His tone became less enthusiastic, reflecting the new negative sentiments he harbored against the Magicariac community. Now for our scheduled advertisement. Bronze put no effort into the Magicariac advertisement, quickly running through their fair's displays as retaliation for their decision to get in cahoots with the Jar-A Valkans. After the advertisement concluded, he searched for the next fleet. Arriving only a few minutes after the Magicariac community, the Ravernal Empire showed their faces. Bronze announced their arrival the same way he had since he first got the job, with unamused neutrality. The Ravernal Empire's 2 wooden frigates sailed slowly toward the port, dragged along by natural wind and pushed forward by rowing. Unlike the other nations, the Ravernal Empire had a severely lackluster fare, but did have quite an exceptional offering of food according to the few attendees who bothered to check out the Ravernal displays. The next arrivals went by in accordance with established precedents. Bronze welcomed fleets from the Pandora Greater Magic Principality and the Agartha Kingdom, both of whom arrived with a handful of ships of the line. So far, the Agartha Kingdom proved to have the most unique vessels. Their ships were aligned with magic conduits similar to the platforms that typically held tiers of the Wind God. Unlike the Parpaldian, Torquian, and Pandoran ships, the Agarthan vessels utilized other types of magic gems and were able to switch them out to best suit their combat needs. These platforms allowed Agarthan sailors to utilize magic offensively and defensively. They relied on their individual magical prowesses instead of magic weapons such as cannons. As such, they were able to launch unique attacks, ranging from spikes of ice to bolts of lightning. The next arrival was a former superpower and recurring member, the Parpaldian Republic. A shadow of what it once was and stripped of its status as a superpowered empire, the Parpaldians still retained enough military and economic might only because of their quick surrender. The Parpaldians suffered minimal collateral damage and maintained enough strength to be considered a regional power, one worthy enough to be admitted into the World Leadership Conference. They arrived with an assembly similar to prior conferences, showing off large man-o-wars and wyvern overlord carriers that were completed after the war's end. The impressive displays outshone the Torquian and Pandoran fleets, allowing the Parpaldians to save what little face they had left. The Parpaldians were soon followed by the Emir Kingdom, who arrived in a carrier fleet specialized for wind dragons. Their appearance was accompanied by an air show, which wowed the spectators below. Bronze commentated, "I haven't told anyone this, but this is my favorite part of every conference. The Emir Kingdom's wind dragon unit is truly one of a kind, surpassing the abilities of all other known aircraft or wyvern. I wonder how this display will stack up against the other scheduled displays." Bronze caught sight of metal glinting under the sunlight in the distance. Looks like I'm about to get my answer. Up next, the second civilized region's premier superpower Mu. A squadron of their latest Marin variants, enhanced by American consultation and the ingenuity of Muin engineers, flew over Kartalpa's port, bringing wondrous delight to the people below. Bronze himself couldn't help but enjoy the demonstration. Here, we see the complete opposite of the Wind Dragon display. Without the magical affinity necessary to tame wyverns or create magic-powered aircraft like ourselves, the Muins turned to science, developing a fully mechanical aircraft. The latest Marin flies like an absolute charm, and the Muins will happily showcase more of their gadgetry at the Muin Cultural Fair, Bronze proclaimed, diving into the Muin advertisement. Bronze concluded his session and returned to commentating. As of the last World Leadership Conference, Mu was alone in its scientific prowess. However, they are now joined by the Gra Valka's Empire and the United States of America, 2 transferred nations and superpowers in their own right. His heart beat in anticipation for the 2 nations. Stories of a super battleship that could wipe a fleet alone and light arrows annihilating vessels with a single strike spurred his imagination. Although they were initially too fantastical to believe, the rumors became substantiated and eventually backed by the world-renowned Mauritial News Network. Having seen mere clips of these navies in action, he excitedly wondered what magnificent warships he would see today. Arriving second to last, the Ravernal Empire made its appearance. A fleet of 2 carriers and the infamous Great Atlas Star, along with their escorts, sailed proudly toward the port. The ships were larger than their Muon counterparts, boasting more powerful armaments and heavier armor. Although the carriers were frightening, the Great Atlas Star captured the audience with its massive 46 centimeters guns. To the Mauritials, seeing the ship up close was an eye-opener. It easily outclassed even the Mithril-class battleship, likely able to challenge even the new Orichalcum class. The squadron of Antares fighters that flew over the nearby beach was also advanced in comparison to Mu, demonstrating a capability that surpassed the Alpha 3. It was theorized that these fighters approached the Wind Dragons in terms of combat prowess, falling short only in maneuverability and acceleration. Though the discrepancy in power was obvious, Bronze refrained from showing his shock, knowing that millions across Alicia were currently watching. He could not let it be known that the Holy Mauritial Empire was impressed, or worse, terrified, by Ravernal capabilities. So he provided basic commentary that compared the Ravernal planes to Muon planes. These carrier-based fighters, known as the Antares, are similar to Mu in that they are both mechanically operated. The Antares makes use of a monoplane design, different from Mu's biplane design. According to a Ravernal spokesman, these planes are capable of reaching speeds of up to 400 miles per hour. While these speeds are as of yet unverified, we can see the planes currently cruising over Kartal Beach at 300 miles per hour. The Ravernal show of force concluded, leaving a lasting impression on the attendees. Their ships docked, with the Great Atlas Star unloading the diplomatic team. Jesta, Celia, and Dallas stepped onto the docks, breathing in the fresh seaside air. Dallas in particular expressed utmost gratefulness for land, thanking the sky as he clenched his stomach and threw up into the waters. By the time he was finished and looked back up, he noticed a peculiar lack of noise coming from the large crowd along the harbor. At first, he thought they were staring at him or marveling at the Great Atlas Star, but he noticed that Jesta and Celia were also staring at the same direction, out toward the ocean. Dallas turned around to see the very thing that made everyone else speechless. A massive carrier fleet led by a battleship and a peculiar, angular vessel. Above the fleet, sleek jets broke the sound barrier as they went supersonic, sending ripples throughout the waves. A sound of a man clearing his throat then emanated from the nearby speakers, grabbing his attention. He looked at a large screen, seeing Bronze recompose himself. "Wow!" Bronze exclaimed. "That was breathtaking. I've never seen such a display. Aircraft going faster than sound. That's unheard of. But our eyes and ears do not deceive us. Our final guests, the United States of America, have finally arrived, pulling off a stylish feat that captured the hearts of everyone witnessing it, mine included." The shock and awe presented by the American fleet was on a completely different level from that of the Ravernal fleet. With the Ravernal's empire, there was doubt about their abilities, since their technology could be compared to Mauritial technology. With the United States, on the other hand, the disparity was clear and unquestionable. Not even the Mauritials could breach the sound barrier. Considering the Americans' utilization of homing light arrows and supersonic jets, Bronze asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Could the Americans be as powerful as the ancient sorceress empire? Chapter 101. The Conference, 2. Cartalpa's Holy Mauritial Empire. And this is exactly why Mr. Mapole was fired. Jesta spoke into Dallas' ear. Had we gone through with the proposed ambush, our ships would have been pulverized from afar. Keep this lesson in mind the next time you think that using force is a good idea. Dallas had no response. He was left to ponder as Jesta patted his shoulders and walked away toward the conference hall. Celia walked up to Dallas to offer words of advice before following after Jesta. "Don't say anything stupid during the conference." Dallas felt his mouth twitch in anger. His superior's condescending admonishment seeped deep into his soul, striking directly at his pride. Despite feeling his ego shatter, However, he recognized that they were right. No matter how much he disagreed, their words were backed by the emperor himself. After all, it was Emperor Gra Lux who saw Mopol's plan as stupid. He took a final look at the approaching American fleet, reflecting on Jesta's words. Seeing the jets maneuver in the skies, he wondered if the Gra Valkan military had any hope against this technologically advanced force. His gaze broke away from the Americans and turned toward the opulent tower in the distance as he walked toward his colleagues. He pushed past the clamoring crowd that rushed to see the American fleet up close, thinking only of strategies to maintain Gra Valkan's superiority. Ambassador Anders smiled as he took in the beautiful Kartalpa's cityscape, complete with ethereal spires and unique skyscrapers that truly sold the fantasy look. The architecture contained a lot of elegant curves, reflecting elven artistic influence. The smaller structures, from homes to businesses, had a similarly special look to them. Many were built in standard fashion, using a combination of European and elven designs. Truly, Anders thought as if he could never tire of the beautiful sights, despite having lived in Renepolis for the past few months. Wow, Secretary Haydn said behind him. This is what you get to see every day? Yes, sir. And the people here are lovely too. It was rough at first, with them being prideful and all that, but they've come around. Haydn thought back to an elven woman he met not too long ago. Yeah, he said, taking a trip down memory lane as they walked toward the city. Anders took note of Haydn's change in expression and took a friendly jab at him. Got someone in mind? Eh? That obvious? Anders nodded. Yeah, Haydn admitted, confirming Anders' suspicion. An elf named Effine, he explained. She at first saw Americans in a negative light, but as you've said, she came around when I talked about our country a bit more. She knew a lot about the Ravernal Empire and wanted me to use my position to help advocate for preparations. Did you follow through? Haydn nodded. I did. She really appreciated it. Anders chuckled. Well, I bet she would have given you her phone number if she even had one. Hearing this, Haydn began to smirk. Actually, she did give me her Manicom address. Anders gave his friend a pat on the back. Well, look at you, adapting to Mauritial life already. After a few minutes of walking, they finally reached the conference hall, the lobby of which was packed to the brim with foreign affairs officials from various nations and press teams from a slew of media corporations. The coverage operated like C-SPAN, although due to the culture of importance that developed around the Holy Mauritial Empire, the World Leadership Conference received much more media attention. Taking advice from native Elysian companies, American media conglomerates swarmed the event. As soon as Anders and Haydn stepped foot into the lobby, they were immediately surrounded by reporters who asked them a diverse set of questions, ranging from their relations to Elysian nations, foreign policy updates, and topics they wished to present at the conference. Much to their annoyance, they answered vaguely. They recommended the reporters to wait for the conference itself, which was due to start anyway. Indeed, an announcement from the Holy Mauritial Empire served as the bell that saved them from the incessant barrage from journalists and reporters alike. Thanking God, Anders and Haydn, as well as the other delegations, hurriedly escaped from the media and dashed into the main chambers deeper within the building. There, they were given time to converse with each other while waiting for the official start of the meeting. Almost immediately, Anders and Haydn were approached by the Muin delegation, led by Audix. If it isn't Secretary Haydn and Ambassador Anders. Audix said, on behalf of Mu, I want to thank you again for your nation's generous assistance in our efforts against the Gra Valkans, he said, shooting a glare at the Gra Valkan delegation. Haydn looked back, seeing the Jesta and his colleagues conversing with the Magicariac delegation. Well, it's no problem at all, Director. Stopping a power-hungry conqueror is in both of our best interests. Indeed it is, Audix said. I look forward to seeing what you have to say during the conference. He walked away, leaving the Americans to contemplate his implications. Once the Muin was out of earshot, Anders sighed. A shame we can't just send in our forces. Yeah, sure is, Haydn agreed. Before they could continue their discussion any further, the Agarthan and Torquian delegations called out to them. They introduced themselves, and having had the time to familiarize themselves with the Americans, requested a tour of the United States. Well, we happily oblige. We'll arrange for a visit once this conference is over with, Anders told them. After the two groups left, another came in. Haydn saw that it was none other than the Anonreals. with Carl Crunch at the head. While the Anonreals made their way to them, he whispered to Anders. "Well, we sure are popular, aren't we?" "Yeah," Anders responded. "I wonder what these guys have to say." Crunch spoke his mind with sheer bluntness. "Mr. Secretary, Mr. Ambassador, I know that your country currently has in its possession a revival beacon. I request that you return the property to us at once, as we are the rightful owners. If you prove ownership of the beacon during the conference, it's all yours," Haydn offered. He knew that there was no way to prove ownership, aside from outing themselves as pawns of the Ravernal Empire in front of everyone present. "Either that, or you can give us the security codes necessary to access the beacon's computer." "You Americans sure are sly," Crunch remarked. "Your kind seems to be well-versed in the art of negotiation, HM?" "I suppose you could say that," Anders said. "Then, I offer you negotiation. We know you wish to declare war on the GRA Valkans, but can't or won't for some reason. Give us the beacon, or we shall interfere with your little conflict with the GRA Valkans. Grant us what we wish, and we shall not interfere in any GRA Valkan-related affairs until your conflict has been resolved." Crunch's offer piqued Haydn's interest. The offer would certainly be something for President Lee to mull over, but he couldn't speak for him or provide an answer just yet. Hoping to gain more information, he probed Crunch further. "And this non-interference policy, would it also stretch to military activity against the GRA Valka's empire or other Elysian nations? As long as they don't provoke us first, we guarantee non-interference for at least 1 year, or whenever the GRA Valkans resolve their expected war against the Elysian Defense Initiative." Although Haydn couldn't determine the weight of Crunch's guarantee, the offer was nonetheless significant. He nodded. "All right, I'll send word to our president." A Mauritial announcement blared through the speakers, requesting that all delegations find their seats so that the conference can begin. Crunch replied, his facial expressions hidden by his hair and wings. "Have your reply ready before the last conference session," he said as he made his way to his seat. Anders and Haydn went the opposite direction, pondering the deal. Anders spoke first, cautioning his superior, "We can't trust the word of the Anonreals." As much as Haydn agreed with Anders, he had to treat the Anonreals' offer with respect. "I know, but I also cannot risk the president's plans. Once this session is over, I'll send him a report. We'll have a few days to think about this before Crunch's deadline. Attention, all delegates. The 37th World Leadership Conference will now commence." Seated at the head of the round table, Liage banged a gavel to signify the start of their discussions. "Before we begin our deliberation, we will first hear the Emir Kingdom as they make an important announcement." The head representative of the Emir Kingdom stood from his seat, towering at almost 8 feet tall and clad in a blue robe that matched well with his dark green scales. The Emir Kingdom, in tandem with the Holy Mauritial Empire, have come to the conclusion that it is now ready for the rest of Alicia to hear of our discoveries. Many of you may have heard rumors of the return of the dreaded ancient sorceress empire, either from our own press releases or from Mauritial press releases. We regretfully inform you that these releases are indeed official, and the ancient sorceress empire will be returning within the next 15 years. Gasps from the other Elysian nations' delegations emanated throughout the room. Only the Mauritials, Emorians, and Americans reacted without surprise. The GRA Valkans reacted with slight concern, but remained dubious. Unlike everyone else present, they were skeptical about the existence of the Ravernal Empire in the first place, only having tall tales and Prince Cabal's unsubstantiated concern to go by. Liage continued where the Emorians left off. "With that said, I will now describe our schedule. The World Leadership Conference will run over the course of 7 days. Day 1 is reserved for discussions pertaining to the ancient sorceress empire. Day 2 is reserved for discussions pertaining to the GRA Valka's empire. Day 3 is reserved for regional topics, which any nation can present. Day 4 is a scheduled break, while days 5 through 7 are reserved for the resolution of the respective topics presented in order from days 1 through 3. Now let us begin." He banged the gavel once more. "As founder of the Elysian Defense Initiative and de facto guardian of Alicia against the forces of evil, we propose immediate preparation against the ancient sorceress empire. All in favor, please raise your hands." Attendees from all nations aside from the GRA Valka's empire raised their hands. Liage noticed this. representatives of the GRA Valka's Empire. Would you like to clarify your position? Jesta spoke up. The GRA Valka's Empire has reviewed all evidence related to this Ravernal Empire and determined that it is at best a tall tale made to scare children and at worst, another summoned nation that stands no chance against our might. Liage saw no use in attempting to convince the stubborn GRA Valkans. Such an activity would have to occur outside of session hours, lest time be wasted. I see. In any case, a majority has been achieved, so we shall now begin discussing preparation proposals. The Holy Mauritial Empire is prepared to divert all available resources into ancient Sorceress Empire research and military strengthening. This includes distribution of technologies amongst our allies in the Elysian Defense Initiative. Many of the weaker members found themselves enticed by this. Even if they were getting the Holy Mauritial Empire's scraps, it would still be an upgrade over their muskets and basic cannons. They thus expressed their wholehearted approval, ready to contribute funds to help hasten this distribution and increase the effectiveness of their preparations. Audig spoke next. Mu is willing to follow in the steps of the Holy Mauritial Empire. We will share our knowledge and resources to ensure that Alicia is well defended against the impending return of the ancient Sorceress Empire. The lead Emir representative spoke. The Emir Kingdom will begin the reawakening of our hibernating dragons. In the meantime, our mages will utilize magic gem contributions to determine more detailed specifics regarding the sorcerer's return. This includes when and where. Emir's delegates then turned their attention to the Americans, representatives of the United States of America. With the threat of the Ravernal Empire's return now made apparent, we ask what you will do in preparation for their impending arrival. Faced with satisfying Effine's wishes and adhering to Lee's orders, Haydn was stuck. He stood silent for a moment, until Anders stepped in. He whispered in Haydn's ear, "Be honest. We're preparing in our own way." Upon hearing those words, an idea immediately sparked in his mind. He returned to the conversation with renewed confidence and answered the Emir representative's question. The United States is currently working our best to recover from the economic crisis that happened as a result of the transference. To do this, we intend on forging stronger economic ties with the nations of Alicia by outsourcing production and loosening market restrictions as time goes on. Essentially, this means that we'll be setting up trade, transportation, and manufacturing infrastructure for anyone who wants it. On top of that, certain goods from our markets will finally be available for purchase, depending on the standing we have with you. Details will be outlined in our proposal later. Through this strategy, we intend to lift not only ourselves into economic prosperity, but our partners as well. With more gold in our pockets, there won't be any crisis that we cannot overcome. The attendees applauded Haydn's words, finding reason and optimism in his strategy. Haydn took the lauding to heart, feeling both relieved and proud that he managed to thread the needle with his positioning. He had successfully juggled both his promise to Effine and his duties as Secretary of State, expertly convincing the Elysians that the United States was here to help while also preventing President Lee's opposition from gaining leverage. Impressed with Haydn's maneuvering, Anders complimented, "Well done, sir." "Thank you." Haydn placed a hand on Anders' shoulders. "But this is only the beginning of our troubles." Chapter 102 Doubt. Skeens Bar, Cartalpas. Famous for its patronage, which consisted of high-ranking executives, policymakers, and renowned journalists, Skeens Bar was a hotbed for discussion about the latest World Leadership Conference. Most notably, two Mauritial regulars had taken the stage. Astounded by the fleet entrances the day before, their discussion about battleships devolved into a rather heated debate. A drunken dwarf pointed his mug at his opponent, a sober elf, and spat. "It's obvious the Great Atlas Star is the superior vessel. You elves see too much sophistication in everything." "Well, I say that the evidence is simple, and no further digging is necessary." "Tisk." The elf responded with a tinge of annoyance. His patience was beginning to wear thin, especially as the debate entered its 20th minute. Of course, a rockhead is incapable of seeing the intricacies of naval combat. "Naval combat is not all just about big guns," the elf said, mocking the dwarf. As the debate dragged on, the other patrons began to coalesce into two factions, one in support of the elf and one in support of the dwarf. And yet, It is a mainstay in all the fleets of the world. One-on-one, the great Atlas star completely outclasses the Missouri. The elf scoffed. And what makes you think such an engagement would even occur in the first place? Neither side would allow single ships to face off against each other. It would be a fleet-wide battle. Then, the dwarf retorted, what if all the escorts and other ships are taken out? In the history of naval battles, there have been numerous instances in which only the most heavily armored ships remained. The elf's face contorted in surprise. The man was shocked that someone could present such a ridiculous initial condition. That's impossible. Look at the range of the American homing light arrows and compare them to the range of the GRA Valken guns. In the first place, any GRA Valken ship, no matter the thickness of their armor, would be obliterated before they can even see their opponent. Cementing his point, he wagged his finger at the dwarf. The Missouri would just attack the great Atlas star from over the horizon and not even have to use its main guns. The dwarf staggered from his seat, hopping to the ground. Just as the debate was about to escalate further, a third man stepped in. Gentlemen, gentlemen. A human walked up, hands in the air. Come on now. We're all Mauritials here. It should be obvious to all of us which side has the best battleship. His statement was met with silent gazes from the two factions. The human continued, it's us, of course. Now, our gold and mithril classes don't really stack up against these two champions, but the new orichalcum sure does. He pointed at the screen mounted on the wall above. Bartender, please turn up the volume. The man complied, and the entire bar settled down as they watched a new report from the Mauritial News Network. An female elf dressed in an elegant red dress, Eminence's top reporter, Alana Ferlin, stood by the beach as she reported on the majestic Mauritial fleet sailing in the background. Fleet Zero has finally completed their training exercises and is now anchored off the coast of Cartalpas as they prepare a special event. Let's talk to one of the Navy's representatives. Alana entered into an interview with a man in Mauritial dress uniform, which was a regal mixture of golden robes and white dress clothes. Identifying himself as Rear Admiral Manage, he described the demonstration that was about to occur. The Holy Mauritial Navy is proud to welcome our newest class of battleships, the Orichalcum class, into active service. As the name suggests, this class is derived from the ancient Sorceress Empire's own ships, although ours have been made superior thanks to recent advancements in both the fields of magic and science. Today's demonstration is of its weapons systems, which have been fully restored from excavated sorceress artifacts and schematics. Wow! Alana exclaimed. Once again, the Holy Mauritial Empire breaks the boundaries between fantasy and reality. Is there anything you can tell the audience about this weapons system? Rear Admiral Manage responded with a bit of hesitance. Most of the details still remain classified, but I can safely tell everyone watching that the system, which we're calling the Comet 1, is similar to the one used by the Americans. In fact, we received a lot of help from them designing this homing light arrow or guided missile system. Although he wished that the Holy Mauritial Empire had developed this system without outside help, he was still glad that the preliminary tests showed greater firepower than American counterparts. He shared this information with great pride and eagerness. Our missile system is also more effective than American systems, especially in terms of strength. This statement caught Alana's attention, who prodded Manage for more information. What do you mean, in terms of strength? Manage simply responded by pointing to the fleet in the distance. See for yourself. A flash of light was released from the Cosmo, followed by a trail of smoke and a blue emission as a large missile shot into the air. This homing light arrow, once thought a weapon exclusive to the Ravernal Empire and the United States, was finally revealed to be in the possession of the Holy Mauritial Empire. Following a path along the surface of the ocean, it skimmed 10 meters above the water. Having approached the target, a decommissioned Silver-class battleship sitting 20 miles away from the Cosmo, the missile suddenly arced up and slammed down onto the old ship. A tremendous explosion, far larger than the explosions produced by American harpoons, ensued, engulfing the entire vessel in a bluish flame that cracked its hull in two and pushed the remaining debris into the sea. A large column sprouted from the water surrounding the ship itself, and by the time the smoke and mist cleared, the vessel itself was gone. Small sheets of metal served as the only evidence that the ship had once existed. Observing the demonstration from the conference hall, the conference's participants watched in shock. Much to the satisfaction of Liage and his subordinates, the GRA Valkans and Anonreals all had looks of extreme surprise plastered on their faces. Even the Americans were surprised at the power of the Mauritial missile. He sat back, watching their reactions as the delegations discussed amongst each other in hushed whispers. Haydn shared a look with Anders. Both men had seen naval combat in the past, but the explosive payload of the Mauritial weapon was new to them. Operating under conventional wisdom, such a massive payload was unnecessary. However, they entertained the possibility that the Ravernal Empire had heavily armored targets that could necessitate the use of such powerful weapons. "Well, I'll be," Anders muttered. "That was like a Moab in a missile." Haydn, who bore an expression that more closely resembled realization than shock, recalled a discussion he had with Secretary of Defense Robert Hill. "It sure was," he said, agreeing with Anders' remark. "Apparently, combining conventional explosives with magic really does make them more potent." Anders smiled, seeing the implications of this test. Having served as the primary intermediary between the U.S. Department of Defense and the Mauritial Ministry of Defense in military negotiations, he recognized that the recent success would only make his job easier. "Well, sir, I bet the Mauritials are going to be very happy with this one." The Anonreal representative, Carl Crunch, shook his wings in anxiety, as if he was preparing to take off. The grand unveiling of the Comet 1 missile was a complete curveball. Combined with hints that the Americans and Mauritials had worked together to develop such a system, Crunch was at a loss for words. With the Mauritials quickly catching up to the Ravernal Empire in terms of technology, he wondered if the Emperor should strike first. Using his manacom, he patched into the relay system stationed aboard one of their sailing ships, which connected him to Director Bacchus of Inferior Affairs. Not so inferior anymore. Crunch mocked the name silently while he waited for the line to connect. Finally, a connection was established. "What is it, Director?" Crunch hurriedly exclaimed. "The Mauritials have reverse-engineered the Comet missile." "I understand. Hold while I report this matter to His Holiness." Crunch mulled over the issue while he waited for a response. His country was faced with two options. They could launch a surprise attack on the Elysian Defense Initiative to make the most of their current technological advantage and prevent the Mauritials from catching up, but this could result in retaliation from the Americans. Alternatively, they could bide their time. Instead of beating down the Elysians, they could prioritize reviving the Ravernal Empire and hastening their return. In either case, the main threat stemmed from the Americans. He could still remember the massive aircraft carriers sailing into port, filled to the brim with sleek warplanes that were more advanced than whatever the Ravernal Empire could currently muster. The sound of jets soaring overhead clouded his mind, acting like a voice that cautioned him against fighting with these masters of science. Even the strange, angular warship was a symbol of their technological superiority. Although he could barely discern its role as a warship, he clearly recognized it as a futuristic design, something that even the all-powerful ancestors had only begun dreaming of. With these considerations in mind, he thought about the two options. Following through with the first option could result in failure and the destruction of the Ravernal Empire, leaving the Ravernal Empire with zero allies upon their delayed return. A high-risk success would allow the Ravernal Empire to return to a pacified world, thus garnering the Anonreals more favor. However, there was no guarantee that his country could prevail against the Americans. Going along with the second option is safer, but would grant the Elysians and Americans time to further prepare for the return of the Ravernal Empire. After a couple minutes, a response finally came through. "Crunch, do whatever is necessary to keep the Elysians out of our affairs. I want you to double down on securing that deal with the Americans. Do you understand?" It became clear to Crunch that the Emperor himself had opted for the second option. Now more than ever, he had to ensure that the Americans agreed to his proposal. "Yes, I understand, sir." Just as heart almost dropped from the magnificent display. In just 2 days, he, Celia, and Dallas, and by extension, the GRA Valka's empire, were hit with the most severe revelations in their careers' histories. The boastful arrival of the American fleet and the alarming reveal of the Comet 1 were shocks ranked just shy of the transference itself and their discovery of the United States. Without even looking, he just knew that Celia's pacifist resolve grew tenfold, and that Dallas was on the verge of a heart attack. if he hadn't already fainted. He checked the status of his subordinates and found his suspicions to be correct. For Celia, the combined evidence of both shows of force from the Americans and Mauritials served only to fortify her opinion. She looked out the window with a look of determination on her face, one so obvious that Gesta didn't even have to ask what she was determined for. Although the Ravernal Empire had numbers, they had no defense against such weapons. In combat, the Mauritials had a technological level on par with the Ravernal Empire, surpassing it in some areas and falling short in others. Clearly, the Comet 1 was a new development. Perhaps the Mauritials would run out of ammo, but certainly not the Americans, who had exceeded the superpower label to reach hyperpower status. For Dallas, the demonstrations from both parties were so incredible that even he was beginning to question a war against these two powerful factions. For the first time in his life, he lost faith in the power of the Ravernal Empire, even going so far as to doubt the Ravernal dream of world domination. Having been forcefully and hastily thrown into the fire, Dallas' mind was shattered. He stood with his mouth agape, unable to fathom what he had just witnessed. Gesta tore his gaze away from his subordinates and returned to look at the fleet sailing in the distance. Unlike the American fleet, which represented the best of science, the Mauritial fleet represented the best of magic. He tried to distract himself by thinking of the American battleship and comparing its weapons to those of the great Atlas Star, but deep down, he knew that he couldn't make the mistake of judging American capabilities by a ship that was older than himself. No matter how many times he thought of the great Atlas Star's guns firing a thunderous salvo, no matter how many times he thought of the Antares shooting down enemy wyverns, the images of godlike anti-ship missiles and angular American jets came to mind. Saddened by the realization that the Ravernal Empire was no longer the top dog, he walked to the conference table with his head hung low. Chapter 103, Resolution. Conference Hall, Cartalpus. We will not tolerate Ravernal aggression any longer, Audix proclaimed, pointing a finger at the Ravernal delegation. It is due time you learn some civility and respect our borders. Gesta's eyelids fluttered in response, although this reaction was nigh unnoticeable to anyone but himself. Feeling a mixture of guilt and anger, he retaliated. Our conflicts with the Sonal Kingdom and Nigrat Union do not concern you. We were merely acting in response to extremist instigators, much like those Ernetians and Pagandans who blatantly disrespected our attempts at peaceful diplomatic negotiation. Audix wasted no time in firing back, retorting immediately as if he had already anticipated Gesta's words. Is that so? Then why are you building up forces along our borders? Gesta deflected the question with expertise, countering. That buildup is merely to prevent extremists from crossing your borders. This is meant to not only protect your people from these lowlives, but also to prevent our enemies from regaining their strength. Additionally, our military hopes to counter the heavy militarization along the Muan border. These lowlives were once peaceful citizens until you attacked their countries, and we're militarizing our own borders because of your country's unchecked conquests. Seeing the nature of the current debate, Liage stepped in. He hit his gavel 3 times, causing the participants to cease their discussion and direct their attention to him. It is clear to me that this conversation is going nowhere. In the effort of saving time, I request that blames be kept to a minimum. The Ravernals will never admit fault, so it would be prudent for us to abandon this performance and instead discuss what we will actually do about this unprecedented level of expansion. To begin, I will state the Holy Mauritial Empire's official position. Liage cleared his throat. The Holy Mauritial Empire is aware of the turmoil occurring in the Second Civilized Region and is willing to take action in order to stabilize the region. As such, the Holy Mauritial Empire will provide humanitarian aid to Mu and other affected regions in the form of food, raw materials, and consumer goods. In the event that instability in the region grows to unmanageable proportions, the Holy Mauritial Empire authorizes the construction of military bases in the Heidel Islands in order to provide prompt military support to the Second Civilized Region. Additionally, the Holy Mauritial Empire directs all Elysian Defense Initiative member nations to implement trade embargoes with the Ravernal Empire, effective immediately. Member nations who do not comply with this directive will be removed from the organization and sanctioned. Elysian Defense Initiative members in favor of this proposal, please raise your hands. Naturally, most of the EDI members agreed to the proposed measures. Only the Magicariac community refused to partake. The Magicariac community does not approve of this hegemonic threat. We stand by the Ravernal Empire, the Magicariac representative declared. Soft whispers and flabbergasted looks circulated the room, surprised that the Magicariac community had essentially just terminated its relations with the Elysian Defense Initiative. Everyone awaited Liage's words with bated breath. The only people present to display emotions other than surprise were Jesta and Dallas, who oozed relief, and Celia, who looked at the Magicariac delegation with pity. Liage sighed, disappointment weighing heavily on his shoulders. Throughout history, the Magicariac community was a relatively friendly nation, having contributed much to the advancement of science and magic as they worked to bridge the gap between Mu and the Holy Mauritial Empire. He hoped that the Magicariac community would side with their fellow Elysians, but alas, the Ravernal Empire's influence proved too great. He knew what had to be done. With a reluctant soul, he officially severed ties with the Magicariac community. So you have made your choice. From now on, all Elysian Defense Initiative members will remove relations to the Magicariac community. Determined to stave off the encroaching tide of the Ravernal Empire, the rest of the participants stood by the Mauritial's decision. It is a necessary sacrifice, Audig said. Liage nodded. Indeed. However, all is not lost. We have a proposal in the works that is to be presented on Day 6 of the World Leadership Conference. Should the Ravernal Empire and the Magicariac community agree to the proposed conditions, the Elysian Defense Initiative is willing to restore all relations. Although he had a gut feeling that the conditions were egregiously unfair to the Ravernal Empire and jokes in the eyes of the Emperor, he asked regardless, "What sort of conditions will be present?" As expected, the conditions were severe. The details have not yet been finalized, but they include a reduction in the Ravernal Empire's military budget, reparations to all affected nations, and a complete withdrawal from the Second Civilized Region. This also means that all conquered territories will be relinquished back to their rightful, historical owners. Disgusted by the words that had just entered his ears, Dallas forgot the realization he had earlier. Angered by the insult to his nation, he exclaimed, "You can't possibly expect us to go along with such abhorrent conditions. Hell, you can't enforce these conditions even if you went to war with us. Your new missile is a remarkable device, but we all know that you barely have the infrastructure to produce more missiles before our fleets overwhelm you. Your ego is remarkable, but ego will not save you from the combined might of the Elysian Defense Initiative," Liage warned. Jesta held a hand out, silently ordering Dallas to stand down. "What if we decline the proposal?" he asked. Liage answered with confidence. "Then we will maintain the embargoes and isolation dictated earlier. At best, the overwhelming silence will cause your government to come to its senses. At worst, border skirmishes will start a war, which we will be ready for." Jesta gave an understanding nod. "Very well. I will convey this information to my government." Having concluded all discussion points between the Elysian Defense Initiative and the Ravernal Empire, Liage turned his attention toward the Americans, who had been silently observing thus far. "Secretary Hayden, what position does the United States of America take?" Hayden stood up and answered. Although not a member of the Elysian Defense Initiative, the United States of America sympathizes with their concerns. "We recognize the plight of the Second Civilized Region. We stand with Mu and the rest of the world against the tyranny of the Ravernals, but otherwise have little investment in a local dispute over 10,000 miles away. We currently have no defense obligations, exempting the protection of our local embassies. However, we are also concerned with destabilization, which will hamper international commerce. Thus, to safeguard our overseas interests, the United States of America is willing to expand the sale of goods to Mu and our friends in the Elysian Defense Initiative. The expansion of our commercial activities includes sales of appliances, materials, technology, and weapons. We are also willing to invest in our allies, from building infrastructure such as roads to helping local businesses." Jesta watched as the Americans continued to explain their plan to indirectly help Mu and the Holy Mauritial Empire. The more Hayden spoke, the less hope he had in a Ravernal victory. Recalling the effect that American weapons had on their prior conquests, he shuddered to think about how the military planned on breaking through Mu's defenses. Unlike the Sonal Kingdom and Nigrat Union, which had been recipients of American supplies for barely a couple months, Mu has been a recipient for almost half a year. Unless the Ravernal Empire brought its entire military down to bear on Mu right now, it would be virtually impossible to conquer the region. The Americans wouldn't even need to intervene, with how much Mu is preparing itself. He took a glance at Celia, a figure who he saw represented logic and optimism. Silently, he wondered, what should I do? Washington, D.C. President Lee tapped his left fingers on his desk while holding a phone to his ear with his right hand. He nodded intently, listening to the report from Secretary Hayden. Today's session with an ultimatum from the Elysian Defense Initiative, Hayden said, describing the details of the conference. After outlining key points from Liage's proposal and the Magicariac community's decision to side with the GRA Valkans, he brought up another point. Also, the Anonreal representative, Mr. Crunch, approached me with more details regarding yesterday's deal. Lee leaned in, curious about what possible augmentations Crunch could have made. What did he tell you? The Anonreal government is aware of our presence in the Columbian Islands, Hayden said, naming the small island chain south of the Vestal continent and to the near east of the Anonreal mainland, the Branchial continent. They're willing to allow our continued presence there without complaint. No strings attached, aside from agreeing to the deal. So they're getting desperate, huh? Lee muttered, wondering why the Anonreals wanted to agree so badly. It would appear so, sir. Unsure how to respond, Lee decided to call a meeting to strategize. All right then, I'm going to let the others know. Join us at 9 p.m. Eastern. Lee's advisors gathered in the cabinet room, reviewing information related to the Ravernal Empire and discussing the Lee administration's objectives. Top-ranking officials continued to trickle in while everyone else found their seats and chatted about Ambassador Crunch's proposal. Those who weren't present in Washington, D.C. at the time, such as Secretary Hayden, instead connected to the various screens mounted on the walls. Finally, the clock struck 9 o'clock and Lee began the meeting. I'm sure everyone's been briefed already, but I'll give a quick rundown of the topic of today's meeting. Yesterday, during the World Leadership Conference, the Anonreal diplomat, Carl Crunch, presented us with some sort of a deal. Today, he modified it further. In exchange for a promise of non-interference as well as full, unopposed ownership of the Columbian Islands, Lee said, pointing to a map of Alicia, he wants the Ravernal beacons we've discovered in Calamik and Esperanto. Lee's advisors looked at each other with a variety of emotions. Some were immediately distrustful of the Anonreals, while others saw potential in the deal. Considering the fact that we know little about these Anonreals, trusting them is a hard sell. We still have 5 days to think about this, though, so assuming we can indeed trust them, should we take the offer? Lee continued, Dr. Holden, how far along is the analysis of the beacons? The head of the Magical Research Department shed some light. Mr. President, we've managed to overcome many language barriers, but the core data is still 2 or 3 months from decryption. Alternatively, we could launch an expedition to recover the other beacons and analyze them, but we would be giving up some progress in the process. Lee analyzed the information, 3 months. We might be able to delay for that long. Gordon. Hayden responded, his connection a bit unstable. I think it's possible, sir. We can use the fact that they're desperate for these beacons, but it'll be a gamble. Lee gave a resignatory nod. Okay, Robert, what do you think about the new territories? He asked the Secretary of Defense. He took a good look at the map provided, determining the tactical value of the Columbian Islands. Controlling these islands could be useful in several ways, he explained his thoughts. First, we're denying potential territory that can be used by the Anonreals to expand their reach. Second, we'll be able to establish a more effective containment policy, similar to what we used against the Soviets during the Cold War. Since they're granting unopposed ownership of these islands, we could probably set up bases here. This opportunity is akin to Russia letting us set up an air defense network in Poland, or China allowing us to deploy missile defense systems in Taiwan. At face value, this is a golden opportunity we can't ignore. Understood, Lee said. Thank you for your analysis, Robert. Now, Alex, if I recall correctly, your department already conducted resource surveys in the region. The Secretary of Agriculture confirmed Lee's memories. We have, he said. The Columbian Islands are the last remaining vestiges of a sunken subcontinent, similar in composition and size to Zealandia. This underwater landmass has rich deposits of metals and oils, exceeding the deposits found in Quila and rivaling the deposits we've found in Gramius. Lee's eyes glittered for a moment. Well then, he suppressed a smile. It seems like this offer borders on too good to be true. He turned to Haydn, his mind made up. Gordon, I need you to determine whether the Anonreals can be trusted. Securing control of these islands, as well as a promise of non-interference from the GRA Valkans, is now your top priority. Chapter 104, Progress. July 8, 1640. Gramius Continent. MRD Facility 2. There it stood, encased in a shell visually identical to that of the Tomahawk missile, a device born from the fruits of cooperation with the Holy Mauritial Empire. Mounted on a launch platform, it seemed no different from its Tomahawk siblings. Yet, hidden within its silvery chassis, a whole slew of internal mechanisms begged to differ. Unlike the standard Tomahawk, this experimental variant, dubbed the Tomahawk Block 6, has a magically enhanced warhead capable of multiplying its destructive power at least fivefold, without adding any weight. Much like the Comet 1, this missile's payload consists of enchantments and magic gem residue in combination with conventional explosives. Unlike the Comet 1, however, this improved Tomahawk boasts a much higher weight efficiency, supersonic capability, and a range of close to 2,000 miles. As Dr. Holden deduced, magical enchantments and laser-etched runes represented the best performance enhancers the United States has ever seen. The volatile nature of magic dust allowed for more power, whether it be explosions for bombs or combustion processes used for propulsion. On the other hand, versatile enchantments and runes allowed researchers to hone in on specific attributes, such as speed, cooling, or, once again, power. The new Tomahawk made the most of these discoveries, enhancing the weapon with minimal investment and few extraneous additions to the manufacturing process. Fire protection runes allowed the engine to withstand the increased temperatures produced by fuels saturated with magic dust. Power runes complemented the warhead's explosive potential, while aerodynamic runes helped the missile in flight. Dr. Holden contemplated his notes while his subordinates rushed around the newly established facility, preparing to launch the missile in the distance. Screens and wires jutted out of the concrete prefab, creating an unsightly arrangement that was only justified due to its temporary condition. Advanced laboratory equipment, imported from the States, juxtaposed against the dreary gray walls of the building. Basic posters and other personal paraphernalia for the employees served as the only decorations for the building's interior, which was otherwise kept spotless. Eventually, all checks for the missile's launch were completed. A suited man emerged from a cubicle lined with posters of a goth Lolita, a blue-haired mage, and an elf. Sir, the target is locked, and additional armaments are ready to dispose of the mammoth should the missile be insufficient. Holden nodded and walked to the facility's main control room, which resembled a NASA control room. Very well, Mr. Page. Let us begin the countdown to launch. Holden's second-in-command followed him into the room. Understood, sir, he said before issuing directions to the other staff present. All right, everyone. This is going to be our first test on a live target, he explained, pointing at a large screen positioned at the far end of the room. Biometrics, be prepared to analyze and report the condition of the monster as soon as the missile has landed. Flight, begin countdown. A female announcer counted down from 30. On the screen, the mammoth continued to feast on its kill, an adult hydra, sharing many physical features with Earth's woolly mammoth. This Elysian creature was a large, elephant-like animal with large tusks. However, this is where the similarities ended. The Gramian mammoth brandished a strange weapon hidden within its snout, which acted like a tank's gun, and an armored shell around its thick fur. Coupled with a level of maneuverability unexpected for a creature of its size, the Gramian mammoth represented a significant threat to the Gramius Expedition's exploration teams. Alternatively, it also represented a unique research opportunity. As the countdown reached its climax, the missile screamed into the sky, crying like an otherworldly banshee. Outfitted with the latest and greatest in the American arsenal, the experimental Tomahawk broke the sound barrier a mile away from the MRD facility. Telemetry from the missile's sensors and nearby drones was streamed live to the control room. Camera-fitted drones kept track of the missile, trailing its movements as it raced toward the designated target. Soon, the 5-story-tall beast came into view, its mouth bloodied from ravenously tearing into the dead Hydra. Sensing danger, the beast looked up into the sky. Upon seeing the faint light traveling through the clouds, it preemptively activated a magical shield, similar to the one generated by Noscarath. A translucent blue dome flared up around the mammoth while streams of energy poured in from the surrounding mana-dense, gramious environment. It held position, unwavering in the face of the incoming threat. In a split second, the supersonic missile slammed into the magical shield, shattering it with a bright flicker of light as it exploded. A luminous, turquoise-tinged explosion soon followed as the missile's magic dust components mixed with the conventional explosives. Unexpectedly strengthened by the presence of magical energies surrounding the Gramian mammoth, the missile's blast radius extended to over an entire football field's length and generated a crater dozens of meters wide. A mushroom cloud formed in the aftermath, the grayish dust within sparkling and crackling with traces of blue lightning. Back in the facility, the spectating researchers gasped in shock, mouths agape as they witnessed the destruction that the new device was capable of. Surprised by the results of the experiment, Holden's right-hand man scratched his head. "Goodness, I thought the estimated blast radius was 100-something feet." Holden cracked a smile, interested in the things he had witnessed. The streams of energy that surrounded the air and ground around the mammoth gave him an idea. "This is just a working theory, but I think the increased density of magical energy in the Gramius region helped amplify the power of the blast." The Gramian mammoth seemed to be using local magic particles to enhance its spellcasting. Could it be the runes on our missile did the same as well? "It is certainly possible, sir," Page agreed. As he thought about the events prior to the explosion, Holden's mind caught onto a curious occurrence. He scratched his chin as he pointed out. "Bit strange the mammoth knew the missile was coming, though, isn't it?" Page searched his mind for information relevant to Holden's current train of thought. "I remember some debriefs from our first encounter with the people on Rodinius. They noted a distinct lack of magical energy among us Americans. There are also many other references to magical detection in our databases." Right. This magical detection seems like a basic capability, doesn't it?" Holden stared at the data plastered on the screens ahead, pondering the characteristics of spellcasting. As if to answer his own question, he continued, "Like it's some sort of a simple spell that anyone with mana is capable of." As an avid consumer of media related to the high fantasy genre, it was no surprise that Page had read up on the history of Alicia, including anything related to magic. He explained, "Yes, the data collected from Rodinians, Philidians, and Mauritials corroborate that claim. Additionally, according to the Topans and Esperantoans, monsters have been able to sense approaching foes in the past. This effect is magnified if said foe has a high mana capacity, like a mage. It could be possible that it detected the magic dust present in the missile. Therefore, any magically enhanced device in our possession is prone to detection from native wildlife, or even magic radars, like those seen in the Propaldian Republic. Yes, I suppose that is now a factor we have to consider." Holden thought back to data his agency gathered on the magical capabilities of Alicia's hostile factions. Early interrogations of captured enemy POWs and advice given by allies confirmed the existence of manacoms and matters. Despite the proliferation of such devices among enemy ranks, American assaults were always unexpected, with the defending forces always reacting to visual contact. It was eventually determined that matters were unable to detect the magicless Americans and their machines. I wonder if current stealth composites have any effect on magic detection capabilities. We should be able to find out soon, sir. Magical detection tests are scheduled tomorrow. Satisfied that his curiosity was to be satiated soon, Holden clasped his hands. Excellent. Until we figure out how these magic radars work and devise a countermeasure, we won't be able to upgrade components like F-22 engines or even fit them with magically enhanced missiles. Mr. Page, please designate this research a top priority, right under analysis of the beacons. Understood, sir. Page turned around to leave, but was stopped by Holden. Mr. Page, Holden called out. I was so caught up with today's test that I've nearly forgotten about the other projects. Are they progressing on schedule? Page outlined the list of projects. The analysis of the beacons was coming along smoothly, although the deadline given by the government was shortened due to the Ravernal Empire's requirements. Translation was essentially complete at this point, thanks to materials provided by the Holy Mauritial Empire. All that was left was to figure out the quantum encryption system used by the Ravernals, which has eluded researchers due to its enigmatic nature. Evidently, the Ravernals cheated using magic. They unlocked technologies they barely understood because magic provided workarounds to scientific barriers. Nevertheless, the American scientists tasked with the project learned quickly due to their proficient knowledge on the subject. Studies on magical shielding, on the other hand, yielded little fruit. The barren desert this field rested within was harsh and unforgiving, with few oases to be found. Without a live specimen capable of producing such shields, it was difficult to acquire data. Analyzing shields from destroyed targets, such as Nosgarath and the Gramian mammoth, gave some insights, but not nearly enough for any breakthrough. The MRD is currently in the process of recruiting mages capable of generating these shields, but the few who are eligible for the task are already under the employ of other governments. With most of the Ravernal translation project complete, the experienced scholars were transferred to rune analysis. Runes tend to derive from the Ravernal lexicon, with words from the Ravernal language making up the structure of runes. Seeing as the construction of runes was some sort of code, various computer scientists were also tasked to the project. So far, the rules of basic runes, such as producing basic elements or lifting an object, have been mostly defined. For example, a rune that fills a bucket with water is translated to fill water in the Ravernal language, with a yet untranslated character that seems to come to life when near the presence of mana. Mining operations in the Gramius continent provided bountiful returns and funded the MRD research. Deposits of enriched oil, rare metals, and magic gems helped repair the American economy while also providing new research opportunities. Some materials discovered in the Gramius continent, such as mithril and orichalcum, contain magical properties. Preliminary tests demonstrated their respective abilities, bringing much joy to the researchers, who now had a means of incorporating magic into their experiments. Finally, the data gifted by the Mauritials as a reward for the successful Comet 1 test was organized. Oh, Holden reacted to the news. Well, I'm sure the president will be very glad to hear that, he smiled, correlating the good news with a budget increase. What did they give us? Thanks to a closer bond with the Mauritials and on the condition of joint cooperation, the MRD received access to data pertaining to a host of Ravernal artifacts in magical research. Page summarized. They allowed our researchers to access their files and scan them. We did so and uploaded digital copies to our databases. The most prominent entries have been marked for your viewing, and they include data on the PAL Chimera, magic type combinations, casting algorithms, and core magic. Holden scrolled through the files on his desk computer. Of the data present, the PAL Chimera file interested him the most. Ever since the existence of these vehicles was revealed, he had wondered how such massive objects were able to remain in the sky for prolonged periods of time. He had his suspicions, but now, thanks to the shared data, he finally had a definitive answer. Blueprints and pictures of the PAL Chimera's components were made visible to the Americans, who the Mauritials thought had the scientific knowledge to understand the mechanisms of these components. The ship itself was a strange amalgamation of magic and science. Although many aspects of the ship, such as weapons and sensors, were clearly inferior to American counterparts, a few had no equal. Components like shield generators, historically relegated to the realm of science fiction, were made a reality. Holden was interested in seeing how these things worked, but something else caught his eye. Holden clicked on an image of the PAL Chimera's underside, seeing a strange blue emission that encompassed the ship's frame. It was distinct from the ship's propulsion system, which was mounted along the circumference of the hull and gave off plumes of exhaust. Looking at the picture's caption and accompanying description, his mouth slowly opened in shock, like a chest dramatically opening to reveal its contents. The secret of the PAL Chimera's flight, long predicted by Holden and many of his colleagues, was confirmed. Somehow, these proto-starships had the ability to control gravity. Runes engraved onto the metal exterior of the vessel reduced the ship's weight significantly, while ventral and dorsal thrusters allowed for complete three-dimensional movement in all directions. Although used as a flying warship, the PAL Chimera seemed to be a precursor to something greater. Holden wondered how the technologies locked in these ancient ships could help push the envelope of space travel. Stumbling upon the largest gold mine of knowledge any American had ever borne witness to, he shared his thoughts. This is our key to exploring the final frontier. The course of human history will forever be changed. Chapter 105, Onset. July 10th, 1640. Ragna, GRA Valka's Empire. Following the conclusion of the World Leadership Conference, the Magicaria community was ousted from the Elysian Defense Initiative. Thus, they formed closer ties to the GRA Valkans, who became their only benefactor. If the GRA Valkans wanted a port, they provided one. If the GRA Valkans wanted research materials, they shared some. If the GRA Valkans called, they answered. The one-sided relationship was obvious to many in the Magicaria community, especially to Defense Chief Reiner Manstein, who now knelt before the GRA Valkan Emperor. Unlike the uncannily subservient Premier Liebknecht, Reiner was a proud Magicarikian and a proud Elysian. With his leader's questionable decision to stand by the GRA Valkans, the Magicaria community had essentially traded their sovereignty for status as a glorified vassal. This decision irked Reiner, who was appalled that the Premier abandoned their neighbors, whom they have spent centuries with in coexistence, in favor of an imperialist aggressor who only recently appeared. Every facet of this new policy shook him to the core, causing his blood to boil like a volcano ready to explode. Yet, he continued to do his duty, knowing that his position as defense chief was too valuable to cede to a Liebknecht loyalist. He fought every ounce of rebellion within him as he smiled at the GRA Valkan Emperor, who was none the wiser and saw Reiner as yet another willing contributor. Underneath the facade, however, Reiner was prepared to bide time for as long as possible, until he had the opportunity to break the leash that the GRA Valka's empire had placed on his people. "Of course, Your Excellency," he said to Emperor GRA Lux, feigning obedience. "Our ports and railways are always available for the GRA Valka's empire." Emperor GRA Lux responded with indifference. "I am pleased to hear of your ready compliance, Defense Chief. With your cooperation, we will ensure vengeance against your old rivals." Reiner's heart skipped a beat upon hearing GRA Lux's words. This is why Liebknecht was so quick to run to the GRA Valkans, despite his warnings against opposing the Elysian Defense Initiative or worse, the Americans. He made an involuntary frown, which was fortunately hidden due to the fact that he was currently in a deep bow and his face was directed toward the floor. Reiner dispelled his turbulent emotions and regained composure. "Premier Liebknecht will be very pleased to hear this, Your Excellency." GRA Lux failed to notice Reiner's near capitulation and continued, "Good. Ensure that deployment is complete by the end of next month." Realizing that the onset of war was rapidly approaching, Reiner felt a pang in his chest. He was struck by a headache, but pushed through it in order to maintain the Emperor's impression of him. "Of course, Your Excellency." Frantically searching for a way to throw a wrench at the GRA Valka's empire strategy, Reiner pushed his mind to its limits. He succeeded in finding a potential solution before his hearing with the GRA Valkan Emperor came to a close. "Your Excellency, I have a concern," he said. GRA Lux shifted his posture ever so slightly, just enough so Reiner could notice. "Is that so? Then, speak your mind." Fear coursed through Reiner's veins, threatening to lock him in place and say, "Never mind." This was a gamble that could result in his immediate termination as defense chief, but it had to be done. His will to defy the powers that be exceeded the fear of failure, and he pushed forward. "As a signatory of the American rules of war, we must first move military facilities away from civilian population centers. This may take some time, seeing that the railways are only present in civilian population centers." GRA Lux released a heavy sigh, laced with indignance. The border between Mu and the Magicaria community was barren, with plains enveloping the region as far as the eye could see. Establishing bases away from the mountain and forest-sheltered cities meant that the Muans would be privy to any GRA Valkan military activities. A buildup of forces along the border would no longer be a secret, and therefore would be subjected to constant surveillance. As much as GRA Lux hated it, he had to comply. Following the logic he used to turn down Mopol's idiotic plan to ambush the World Leadership Conference, he knew that failure to comply with the American agreement could risk the nullification of the current non-aggression treaty. Such an event could shorten the time with which he had to conquer new territories. Even then, it wasn't guaranteed that the Americans wouldn't interfere and take up arms along the EDI. Wanting to play it safe, GRA Lux made his decision. Very well. How long will this take? Reiner answered, establishing new bases and roads to these bases will add 2 weeks to the deployment schedule at minimum. GRA Lux took a puff from a cigar, calming himself down. He had hoped to launch a coordinated invasion as early as possible. On the bright side, a delay of 2 weeks was within the scheduling margins of the deployment on the other fronts, so it wasn't too bad of a setback. We will have to make do, then. Defense Chief, please report these new details to your premier. Update me on your progress if more delays surface. GRA Lux's words trailed off with a sinister tone. Reiner felt relieved that his excuse worked. It might not have secured much time, but it did make Mu's task of defending their borders a bit easier. Of course, Your Excellency, Reiner said before vacating the throne room. After GRA Lux's meeting with the Magicarikian defense chief, he called up his own subordinates to discuss the planned invasion of Mu. He sat in a conference room in the War Department, waiting for his generals and advisors to arrive. Familiar faces streamed in, from the esteemed Admiral Caesar to the brilliant Chief Pastal. Once everyone settled in, he began the meeting with an announcement of the recent delays. In accordance with the American treaty, our operations in the Magicaria community will experience a delay of at least 2 weeks to account for the movement of troops away from civilian population centers. Pastal, he looked at a bald man with a gray beard. How will this affect the scheduling of our other operations? Pastal answered, Your Excellency, our deployments in Hinomawari and Sonal can continue as planned, since they are not in violation of the treaty. Additionally, because we already have established infrastructure in the Magicaria community, our deployment there is already ahead of schedule. 2 weeks will bring us close to the other deployments, and thus will not affect the invasion by much. Then, what is the expected date for the commencement of our invasion? GRA Lux wondered. It remains unchanged. We shall invade Mu on September 15th, sir. Excellent. GRA Lux smiled, pleased that he had overestimated the impact of the delay. Still, there remained another concern. His smile faded, and he questioned Pastal, hoping he had a solution. With the establishment of new bases near the Muan border, how do you plan on securing the operational security of our troop movements? Is it even possible, given that these bases must be constructed on plains? It is not possible, sir. However, I believe to have developed a strategy to turn this to our advantage. Pastal grinned mischievously. Intrigued, GRA Lux beckoned him to continue. Go on, he said. In another stunning display of Pastal's tactical ability, he described a plan to fool the Muans. We know it is impossible to hide ourselves from the Muans. We may use camouflage tarp or netting to obscure our forces from their aerial surveillance, but it would be unrealistic to produce enough material to hide an entire army. Therefore, we will instead impose a no-fly zone. This will restrict Muan intelligence gathering activities to at least 50 miles away from our main camps. Pastal moved pieces on a large tactical map to demonstrate his strategy. The distance from our forces means that surveillance will be difficult. This also means that they won't be able to distinguish fake troops' movements from real ones. By this point, the generals had begun to catch on, smiles growing on their faces as they realized what Pastal was up to. The man continued, We will fill the ranks of our forces here with decoys, to give the impression that the main assault will come from the Magicarikian border. In response, the Muans will divert troops from other fronts, allowing us to strike where they are least defended. GRA Lux clapped. Very impressive, Mr. Pastal. Your strategy has my approval, but be careful. We must not allow our enemies to catch wind of our activities. Pastal nodded. My orders shall be encrypted and sent physically, whenever possible. Good. Now, Admiral Caesar, GRA Lux turned his attention away from Pastal to focus on the naval aspect of their invasion. As we learned during the World Leadership Conference, the Holy Mauritial Empire plans to aid Mu, should they come under fire. To this end, They've begun construction of overseas bases, particularly in the Heidel Islands. They have also unveiled a new battleship-killing weapon, the Comet 1. How will you respond to these new developments? Caesar answered plainly, his mind already set. The intervention of the Holy Mauritial Empire is but a mere annoyance. According to our intelligence department, the Mauritials have no concept of submarine warfare. They have developed weapons for use against sea monsters and are likely being educated by the Americans as we speak, but our submarines will still hold the advantage over their vessels. I propose an increase in submarine patrols for this region, as well as an increase in domestic submarine and destroyer production to help counter the threat of the Comet 1. GRA Lux felt concerned by Caesar's response. The plan to use submarines to deter Mauritial warships was brilliant, but the implications of his second statement worried him. What are you saying, Admiral? Are you saying that our surface fleet will be unable to intercept the Comet 1? Caesar answered with a bit of hesitance. It is easier to intercept compared to American missiles. However, there are no guarantees. What was displayed during the World Leadership Conference was a show of force, but we have no way of determining the missile's top speed. It may very well be supersonic, in which case we have few hopes of intercepting any comets the Mauritials throw at our fleet. We can also use decoys and hopefully draw some of their fire away from our main carriers and battleships. GRA Lux sighed heavily. In all the time his nation had been present on Alicia, he never had to worry about enemy capabilities. Magic that was once feared had been demonstrated by the Pagandans and Leophorians and foes thereafter as inferior to GRA Valkan technology. He wished to never see the day where he finally met a foe equivalent to the divine kingdom of Cain, but here it was. He felt adversity for the first time in a long time, but the sensation reminded him that the Mauritials aren't the only ones to progress. He brought his attention to Heimdall, the head of the Information Bureau's technology department. Director Heimdall, I've heard that our researchers have made many great strides thanks to new discoveries from this world. Do we have any new inventions that could aid the military in their fight against the Muons and the EDI? Indeed we do, Your Excellency. Heimdall presented the Emperor with an array of new inventions, detailing their functions. Mr. Braun's lightning gun has finally been perfected, more or less. They boast greater accuracy than flak guns as a form of anti-air, and have the added feature of being attracted to anything that has a sufficient positive charge. This is excellent in fighting vehicles that are surrounded by nothing but air. GRA Lux gave an impressed hum. Fascinating, he muttered. Heimdall continued. Alternatively, we can use our experimental targeting systems. Thanks to insights gained from knowledge of the American computer, we have determined that vacuum tubes are a dead end. New computational efforts now focus on transistors, although tangible products are still a ways off. In the future, we may be able to fully integrate these new electronics with our warships. For now, though, we can only spare equipment sufficient for 5 ships. GRA Lux was disappointed that the number was not higher, but grateful that it was above 0. Begin integration immediately, and use these systems in conjunction with the lightning guns if possible. I'll personally see to it that your department receives more funding for analysis of foreign technologies, magical and scientific. Keep up the good work, Mr. Heimdall. The future of the GRA Valka's empire depends on it. Chapter 106, Incentive. July 26, 1640. Oda Haitmo. Neat maps adorn the walls of an electrically lit war room inside a brick establishment. Surrounded by a tense atmosphere, a group of Muon generals and American advisors frequently reference these maps while they discuss the coming storm. Hushed whispers abetted, like waves parting for Moses as the men in the room gave the floor to a particular individual dressed in a sleek black suit and tie. Glad to see you could join our little party, Mr. Wildman. A uniformed American colonel nodded to the suited man. Wildman gave a slight chuckle, the sound of which unnerved the Muons in the room. Even a few of the American liaisons were rattled by the appearance of the CIA spook. Unfazed by the reactions of the men present, Wildman responded in kind. Great to see you, Colonel Wilson. I hope I didn't miss much. Colonel Wilson could only shrug at Wildman's words. Well, looks like you're in luck. We were actually just getting started. Have a seat, he offered. Most of the attention remained glued to the mastermind behind the Leophorian resistance and the puppet master of the most clandestine organization to operate in the second civilized region. Even Colonel Wilson held a bit of awe for the man, although he didn't openly show it. With the room having quieted down once more, Wilson continued his debriefing. Using a projector, he showed the Muons a presentation of recent GRA Valkan activities, captured by spy satellites and drones. The entire Muon border was at risk, aside from the frost-dominated Northgard region and the heavily defended choke point at the Malmund Mountains. The Malmund grasslands, located between the Malmund Mountains and Northgard, was lined with GRA Valkan bases, ready to deploy at a moment's notice. South of the Malmund Mountains, the GRA Valkans prepared invasion forces along the Oster Plains, which bordered the Magicariac community and the former Sonal Kingdom. Not considering any water-based incursions, the GRA Valka's empire had two viable entrances into Mu's territory, the Malmund grasslands and the Oster Plains. The Malmund Mountains separated the two fronts by hundreds of miles, stabbing deep into the heart of Mu. Numerous roads and tunnels helped connect the sides of the mountain range, but only one railroad passed through the area. Thus, the Muons were placed at a disadvantage. Mu had to decide the extent of fortifications on each front, with little in the way of augmentation once the GRA Valkans finally invaded. On the other hand, the GRA Valkans could more easily transfer troops between the Malmund front and the Oster front, not having to worry about a large range of mountains blocking their way. Based on initial Mu reconnaissance reports, secured from aerial flyovers along the GRA Valkan bases in both regions, the GRA Valkans appeared to be massing forces along the Oster front. In response, the Muon brass wanted to allocate more men and equipment to their southeastern fortifications. Seeing the initial satellite images confirmed their decision-making, but they soon learned that there was more than meets the eye. After Colonel Wilson showed pictures of columns of tanks and sprawling bases sitting along the Mu Magicariac border, he proceeded to show spectral imagery of the same locations. We were surprised to see such a quick buildup along this region, which was a little suspicious due to a lack of infrastructure between these super bases and the established GRA Valkan railway system in the Magicariac community. These spectral images, which use forms of radiation other than light, contradict the visual images I displayed earlier. He continued to flip through various comparison images as he explained, decoys and pulling your enemy out of position is an age-old tactic, one that we used to great effect during the Second World War back on Earth. Many of you here likely studied the topic already, considering the GRA Valka's empire's level of technology. As you may know, the Allies used a lot of inflatable decoys to trick the Germans into defending useless positions while we attacked elsewhere. We've learned a lot since then and adopted techniques like spectral analysis and synthetic aperture radar scanning to detect fakes. I won't get into the technical details, but these images show that the majority of GRA Valkan troops stationed in the Magicariac community are actually fakes. Prime Minister Sinclair, aghast that his military had almost committed a grave mistake, stood still with his jaw hanging open. If the Americans hadn't been so kind as to provide them with this advanced intelligence, the GRA Valkans could have pummeled through an insufficiently defended Malmund front. Wanting to immediately correct this error, he called out, "General Senneville, please cease the transfer of forces to the Oster front." "I shall do so at once," Senneville said, calling up an assistant. He then paused. "Colonel Wilson, is there anything else we should worry about?" Wilson didn't respond, instead turning his gaze toward Wildman and giving him a slight nod. Wildman cleared his throat and got straight to business. "My operatives have reliable intel that the GRA Valkans are putting magically enhanced weapons and equipment to use." He placed a manila folder on the large table at the center of the room, spreading out photographs that depicted new GRA Valkan devices. They've learned from previous engagements, and in a couple special cases, they've developed entirely new weapons based on Magicariac Magitech research. Wildman drew everyone's attention to a picture of a blue device that looked like some sort of impact grenade. This is a device that combines chemical refrigerants with frost magic and is used as a kind of freeze bomb. It's crude compared to what we can cook up, but still potent nevertheless. While we are unsure of the activation mechanism, we assume it can be used for a wide range of purposes, from countering the enhanced Molotov cocktails we've seen the Sonalians use to incapacitating or even eliminating targets. The men in the room shuddered at the thought of suffering a cold death. The existence of such a weapon was also a concern for sensitive equipment, which could be rendered inoperable. Using freeze bombs, it was possible for GRA Valkyns to destroy equipment seamlessly, without having to use explosives. This capability was especially significant in sabotage operations, or in the case where infantry had to attack a fortified target. Moving on, the second item of interest is this, Wildman said, clicking something on the laptop, then pointing to the presentation. This is a blueprint of a new type of firebomb that is now being mass-produced by the GRA Valkyns. We can only guess that it is at least as effective as our own napalm ordnances and the enhanced Molotovs I mentioned earlier. A flurry of hushed concerns erupted amongst the Muin officers, who feared for their cities. If the GRA Valkyns targeted one of our urban population centers with their Gudimon super bombers, it would be wiped from the map, Seneville muttered. The horrors of industrial warfare were still unknown to most of Alicia, aside from the GRA Valkyns Empire's ruthless siege on Leophoria. Even then, most of the damage was conventional and limited, caused by a relatively confined naval bombardment. Sinclair's mind fell into a chasm as he put thought into Seneville's pessimistic premonition. Goodness, he said, nearly succumbing to despair. How could we even defend against such an attack? The women, the children. Colonel Wilson stepped in, raising his hands up in a soothing manner. Whoa, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, gentlemen. It's unlikely that the GRA Valkyns would commit such an atrocity in the first place, since doing so would be a direct violation of international rules of war. I truly doubt they want us to directly intervene in this conflict. And even if they did try to bomb one of your cities, our mercenaries should be able to blow those bombers out of the sky. The Muins calmed down after listening to Colonel Wilson's explanations. After breathing a heavy sigh of relief and letting go of these negative thoughts, Sinclair asked Wildman to resume the lecture. The firebombs made by the GRA Valkyns have also paved the path to construction of enhanced incendiary grenades and flamethrower units. Your men may wish to prioritize elimination of any enemy infantry suspected of carrying these weapons, Wildman cautioned. The strategists in the room agreed, summoning their assistants to relay the new information. Wildman brought up the next weapon introduced by the GRA Valkyns, showing a video of it in action. One of our operatives was able to capture this footage in the Nigrat Union, using a small reconnaissance drone. The video showed a small GRA Valkyn convoy, escorted by strange trucks that looked a bit like Wehrmacht flak panzers. Unlike their historical counterparts, these vehicles had a futuristic-looking barrel with wires connected to it instead of a traditional flak gun. For sake of convenience, the video skipped through the uneventful passage of the convoy, reverting to normal speed right before the guns began to move. The lead flak panzer spun around, looking up into the sky to aim at a lone wyvern rider. Then, the video feed began to experience some interference and suffered crackling static, which seemed to be caused by the strange gun charging up. Then, the barrel released a powerful flash of light and a thunderous boom. After the brightness dissipated, only traces of lightning remained in the sky. The wyvern spotted earlier was nowhere to be seen, presumed to be annihilated by the GRA Valkyn lightning gun. Wildman detailed what he knew about the weapon. The GRA Valkyns appear to have produced a sort of lightning gun, which expels a bolt of charged plasma similar to the lightning bolts produced by mages. Unlike natural lightning, this projectile does not act like an electrical discharge where the current follows the path of least resistance. Wildman stopped himself. Or maybe it does, but the GRA Valkyns have figured out a way to artificially induce a path of least resistance between the origin point and the target. Our scientists still don't know exactly how the new GRA Valkyn weapon works, but we do know a few things for certain. It is accurate, it carries more energy than a typical lightning blast, and due to the nature of the projectile itself, it may not be harmless to Faraday cages. This means that vehicles, even those built to withstand lightning such as planes, may be susceptible to damage. Wildman glanced at Colonel Wilson, giving him a silent word of caution. Diving into the tactical and logistical responses to Wildman's concerns, Colonel Wilson continued, "Until we know more about this weapon, we advise you to steer your aerial assets clear from these units and instead engage them with artillery or infantry. If you do see these weapons in action, submit a report as soon as possible so we can determine more information about this lightning gun's functionalities and capabilities." On that note, Our mercenaries have been ordered to refrain from engaging these units at low altitudes. Close air support will not be an option unless the situation is truly dire. General Cineville voiced his opposition to the decision. If they're mercenaries, are they not under our control? Their chain of command should fall under Muon military jurisdiction. Wilson clarified, their procedures, command, and other factors are determined by their contracts. As per American law, these contracts will have several restrictions, such as complete autonomy over their equipment. You won't be able to use their equipment for yourselves, but you will be able to choose their deployment, although this too is limited to defensive posturing. What? Cineville was taken aback by Wilson's ridiculous statements. That's absurd. A mercenary's employer unable to issue the most basic of commands? That's outrageous. What is the point of these mercenaries if we are unable to use them in offensive strikes against the GRA Valkans? Wilson held his hands up, hoping to calm the Muons. Because of logistical issues, we're unable to guarantee the performance of the mercenaries beyond your borders. Seeing that this inevitable conflict will be a defensive war, our government decided that these mercenaries be used strictly for defense. It would be a disaster for everyone if American technology were to fall in the hands of the GRA Valkans. So in an effort to mitigate risk, we're restricting deployment of the mercenaries to Muon territory only. To help alleviate the tensions building up, Wilson threw the Muons a bone. Now, some exceptions can be made for preemptive measures, such as intercepting GRA Valkan bombers to eliminating a high-priority target via high-altitude bombing. In cases like these, mercenaries are permitted to operate outside of Muon airspace. The Muons seemed satisfied with this concession. Very well, Sinclair said. But what about ground forces? Ground forces will also be bound to defensive postures. They will join your primary defensive lines, wherever they may be, and mostly provide artillery or anti-air support. Once the tide of the war shifts, we will allow for their deployment to be authorized on a case-by-case basis. The Muon commanders nodded, agreeing that as restrictive as these conditions were, any American support was still better than nothing. Prime Minister Sinclair accepted the compromises and stretched his hand to Colonel Wilson. Well, I look forward to seeing these mercenaries in action. Wilson shook Sinclair's hand. You made the right choice, Mr. Prime Minister. Those GRA Valkans won't know what hit him. Chapter 107, Warning. August 1st, 1640. Continental Ocean. Sihun-class Fleet Submarine, GVS Niflheim. Sir, a hoarse voice called out, loudly echoing throughout the submarine's cramped corridors. The submarine's captain rubbed his bleary eyes and scratched his rather unkempt beard. What is it? He asked, sipping some coffee. Passive sonars picked up a contact. A large one at that. The sonar operator announced. Bearing 60 degrees, 6 miles out and closing. The captain immediately became alert, the threat of battle shaking away all the grogginess in his system. Can you identify the contact? Unable to identify the contact, sir. Sound signature does not match anything in our library. Curious, the captain considered surfacing. Following procedure in accordance with his mission, he asked for confirmation of another condition. Are there any other contacts in the vicinity? The sonar operator listened closely to his equipment, seeing no other changes aside from the large vessel closing in on them. Nothing in our line of sight, although I cannot hear anything behind the contact. The submarine's second-in-command brushed his uniform against the captain's as he walked up to him. Recommend we wait until the ship passes by before surfacing, sir. The captain agreed with this reasoning, but still continued to prepare for battle. Battle stations. All hands, man your battle stations. Faced with increasing mauritial activity in the Continental Ocean, the GRA Valka's empire dispatched submarine fleets to maintain maritime security in their new colonies and deter potential aggressors. Some submarines were even given special orders to sink lone enemy ships in a bid to damage the enemy war machine as much as possible. The GRA Valkans knew that the EDI had little concept of submarine warfare and would therefore have great difficulty pinpointing an attack to the GRA Valkans if a lone ship was sunk or if a small group of ships were annihilated simultaneously. One such recipient of these orders was Captain Donuts, who now stood anxiously, peering over the sonar operator's shoulder. He contemplated what the contact could be. The contact's large profile suggested that it was a warship belonging to either the Mauritials or the Americans, as these were the only factions who could have sent such a massive construct to these waters. Considering the fact that most of the Mauritial profiles had been recorded, he entertained the possibility of the ship being of a new class, perhaps the frightening Orichalcum class that debuted during the World Leadership Conference. If it was, then the GRA Valkan brass was sure to appreciate the sinking of the Holy Mauritial Empire's most valuable asset. Alternatively, the beast above could belong to the Americans, in which case Donitz had the possibility of chipping away at their military prowess without fear of retribution. He knew that the Americans possessed anti-submarine capabilities, but he had confidence in his wolf pack of submarines. There was simply no way a single ship could escape, much less defeat a hungry pack of 6 submarines, especially not at knife-fighting distance. As soon as the ship passed overhead, the sonar operator provided an update. There's one more contact trailing behind the first one. Seems to be an Arleigh Burke, one of the American destroyers. For too long, the Americans had shamed the GRA Valka's empire. The disgrace had gone so far that even the emperor himself feared a direct confrontation with the Americans. Cowardice. Donitz understood the tactical reasoning behind fighting one battle at a time, but he couldn't shake the dishonor that the Americans had brought down upon them. Vengeance was all that mattered to him now. Donitz grinned. Finally, he had the chance to make the Americans hurt, all the while avoiding the war his emperor feared. Helm, proceed to surface level. Wait. The voice of his second-in-command called out. Sir, with all due respect, I think this is a bad decision. Attacking American assets directly could result in an international incident. We might start a war. A surge of annoyance coursed through Donitz. He understood this concern, but was clouded by his desire for vengeance. He lashed at his subordinate. We hold all the advantages here. If we strike quickly, these Americans will not have enough time to even react, much less send word back to their comrades. We do this now and restore honor back to the GRA Valka's empire. This is my final decision. The crew held their breaths, wondering if this argument was going to escalate. Fortunately, it did not. Satisfied with the silence that reigned in the submarine, he issued his orders once more. Helm, proceed to the surface. Proceeding to the surface, aye. The submarine jolted as the ballast tanks were emptied. It began to ascend, slowly floating up to the surface right behind the Arleigh Burke. Donitz issued more orders. Weapons, prepare torpedo tubes 1 through 4. Designate the Arleigh Burke as a priority target. Torpedo tubes 1 through 4, ready to shoot. Designating the Arleigh Burke as a priority target. Torpedoes were armed, signified by sounds of sliding metal that reverberated throughout the sub's hull. Before Donitz could issue any more orders, a loud ping struck the vessel. What the hell? He looked around, confused. A thought crossed his mind, but he shook it. There's no way the Americans could have detected his submarine fleet. He was over 500 feet below the ocean. On top of that, the significant temperature gradient above his fleet should have been able to conceal their position. He wondered if they somehow detected the emptying of their ballast tanks. Sir, the sonar operator said, we were just pinged by active sonar. It came from below us, at a depth of more than 1,000 feet. Donitz slowly began to realize what this implied. As if to confirm his thoughts, a second ping hit his vessel. Can we identify the contact? No, the sonar operator said, visibly shaken. I can't see it at all. It's gone. Donitz felt a shiver crawl down his spine. It was like the enemy submarine was toying with them. Just what the hell are we dealing with here? Donitz had heard rumors of Americans using guided torpedoes, particularly to defeat sea monsters. If this artificial monster lurking in the depths did belong to the Americans, then not only could their actions result in a state of war, they also might not be able to get back home alive. Rattled to the core, Donitz decided to break away from the engagement. Cease our pursuit. Comms, inform the pack to break away from the Americans. We will not engage them. The submarine groaned as it stopped its ascent and turned around, away from the direction of the American ships above. Having come close to the brink of death, Donitz shivered as he watched the contacts fade into the distance. The sound of the pings replayed in his mind as his fleet swam away. Determined as he was to fight back against the Americans, he began to feel doubts about the strength of his country's military. How could they fight against an invisible foe? August 2nd, 1640. Ragna, GRA Valka's Empire. The GRA Valka's Empire's top military leaders gathered around a meeting room, discussing strategies before Emperor Jare Lux, who sat at the head of the table and weighed the words of his advisors. Caesar shook his head in response to a proposal by Siegs. Sinking American ships is out of the question. American ships have very distinct sonar profiles, and the United States knows this. If we attack an American ship, we have no excuses. They'll know it is deliberate and can use this to intervene in our conflict with the EDI. What about their merchant ships? We don't have accurate profiles for these vessels, so we have a viable excuse when it comes to attacking these allegedly unidentified ships, Merkins posed. That could work, Siegs conceded, pondering the viability of this underhanded tactic. Once war breaks out, there will be a lot of movement in the high seas, and it will be difficult to single out merchant ships from the chaotic turbulence of the waters. At that point, it will be their own fault if they intentionally enter an active battlefield. As the generals smoothed out the details of their cunning strategy, a messenger burst into the room. Panting and heaving, he held up a paper and apologized for his sudden intrusion. Sorry for the interruption, but I have a priority report from the 22nd Submarine Fleet. Caesar took the report. After dismissing the messenger, he summarized its contents. The 22nd Submarine Fleet, operating off the coasts of the recently conquered Conshal Islands, encountered an American convoy while on a patrol. They shadowed the surface vessels, only to receive. Caesar squinted at the report, his words faltering in disbelief. Only to receive several sonar pings from an invisible submarine, which evidently sent the signals from a depth of almost 500 meters. Disbelief, only seconds ago confined to Caesar, had spread to the entire room. Emperor Jare Lux leaned in with curiosity as his subordinates erupted in discussion. Some believed the report to be accurate due to previous reports on American technologies. Others dismissed it completely. 500 meters? That's utter hogwash. An officer cried out, "Our submarines can dive 100-something meters at most." Another person added. Amidst the chaos, GRA Lux held up his hand to silence the room. Conversation died out quickly, and order was restored. Admiral Roland, could this be some sort of a miscommunication? Caesar hesitated, rubbing the back of his head while he gave an initially uncertain response. It may very well be a miscommunication. I'm not too sure about this, though, since the transmission has a high possibility of being genuine and truthful. As he talked it through, he became more certain of his answer. The 22nd Submarine Fleet is the cream of the crop, and we know that the Americans are more advanced than us in many fields. We should take this information at face value and operate accordingly. Caesar concluded his judgment. Then, what shall we do? Pascal questioned. To Caesar and the other great generals, the answer was obvious. The resignatory looks on their faces reflected all too well what they were thinking. Caesar admitted, "There is not much we can do, unfortunately. For now, we will have to avoid American ships. Deliberately attacking their vessels will only result in the destruction of our submarines. And this is assuming they choose to just retaliate instead of escalating into a full-blown war. But, in that case, how are we supposed to disrupt our foes' logistics? Are we just supposed to let the Americans send their guns to the Muons?" Pascal asked, feeling like he was losing control over the well-planned invasion of Mu. Merkins shrugged. "We could get lucky, and maybe an American cargo ship strays into a battlefield. I doubt it, though." GRA Lux voiced his concerns, chin resting atop his clasped hands. "Then, is there no way for us to impede American supply missions?" The military staff looked at each other with defeated stares. Not even the three great generals could come up with a plan to stop the Americans from beefing up the Muon military. Aside from hoping for a quick blitzkrieg through Mu, any direct action would only result in a war that nobody in the GRA Valka's empire was prepared for. The atmosphere of the room was bleak. Then, out of the blue, Director Akin spoke up, claiming to harbor the solution to all their problems. "I may have something," he said. All eyes turned to him, wondering what devious schemes the director of the GRA Valka's Bureau of Information could have come up with. With a sinister grin plastered on his face, Akin explained, "Over the past few months, I've learned a lot about the asymmetrical warfare conducted by our enemies. From the initial attack in Leifer to the resistance put up by the Sonalians, there was no shortage of study material. Needless to say, I was inspired. Akin unfurled a map of Mu and pulled a marker from his fascist-fashioned trench coat. He placed several crosses on Mu ports. His uncanny grin somehow grew larger, unsettling many of the other men and women in the room. I think it's about time we give our enemies a taste of their own medicine. Chapter 108. Know Your Enemy. August 5th, 1640. Michael Mu. A middle-aged manager yawned as he opened the door to his Toyota Corolla. Finally, it was time to return home after a long day of cataloging the American shipments. The setting sun shone brightly overhead, casting a long shadow behind him. He looked down, eyes glinting from the copious brightness that assaulted his irises. He lifted his hand to shield himself from the sun. As he opened the door, he noticed a bright flash reflecting off his vehicle. The light didn't come from the sun. Rather, it came from behind him. He turned around, quickly discovering that the warehouse that he had just left was on fire. The blast sent debris flying in the air, roaring flames consuming what remained underneath. Seeing the carnage, he jumped into his vehicle and started the engine. Falling shards of wood and metal pelted his car as he stomped on the pedal, desperately trying to flee the parking lot. Tires squealed, producing wisps of smoke as the man maneuvered his way out of the facility. His heart raced as fast as his car, pounding for every wooden shard that hit his vehicle. After making some distance between himself and the warehouse, he calmed down enough to look back. Black smoke drifted into the air, scarring the beautiful Michael skies and replacing the atmosphere of serenity with one of tragedy and terror. Blaring alarms encompassed every inch of the facility and extended out to the highway past the port warehouses, further dimming the mood. It couldn't get any worse than this, right? As if to mock the man's wishful thinking, another explosion ravaged the port, laying waste to another warehouse. Then another followed, and another. It seemed like there was no end in sight to the terror until the detonations unexpectedly ceased. Looking in the rear-view mirror, he saw 7 columns of smoke shrinking into the distant sky. The scene was surreal and unimaginable, yet the truth remained. This was no dream. The unthinkable really had happened. For the first time in over a century, the mainland had come under attack. Oda Haitmo. Thank you all for coming at such short notice, and so late in the evening. Prime Minister Sinclair announced to a small audience consisting of key Muin advisors, including General Senneville and Minister DeVille, as well as American personnel such as Ambassador Whitehall, Colonel Wilson, and CIA Officer Wildman. The men gathered in the Prime Minister's office, faces sunken in light of recent events. Sinclair gave a brief introduction. I'm sure you all have heard by now, but 4 hours ago, 7 warehouses in the port city of Michael were destroyed. In particular, the destruction was confined to the warehouses which were used to store American weapon and equipment shipments. Although they already understood the implication of this statement, hearing it aloud struck a deeper chord than simply coming to a realization in their own thoughts. For these specific warehouses to be targeted, it only meant one thing. The GRA Valka's empire was at play. The GRA Valkans, above anyone else, had vested interests against Mu. We considered the possibility of a non-real involvement. DeVille answered the question that tickled their subconscious minds. However, we detected no trace of magic signatures corresponding to a magic bomb. The only party with conventional weapons aside from ourselves is the GRA Valka's empire, the military of which is currently preparing an incursion into our territory. I never thought they'd resort to such underhanded methods. But here we are, Senneville lamented, fearing the threat of terrorists rampaging through Mu. Although terrorists were a potential danger that the Americans had warned about, cultural analysis of the GRA Valka's empire along with a lack of funds discouraged the development of a Muin counter-terrorist unit. Additionally, terrorist activities were much harder to detect considering Mu's lack of surveillance technologies and their relatively open borders. With these combined reasons, the Muin government opted to ignore their special forces, a decision that they had now come to regret. How many casualties? Whitehall asked. The Muin's expressions immediately shifted from regret to guilt. Those who didn't hang their heads low instead wore deep frowns. The question served as a reminder that through their inaction, they had caused pain and suffering among their own people. Sinclair appeared to have been impacted the most, like he remembered something he wanted to forget. He answered, his tone seeming more like something derived from a machine, even more so than his initial greeting. For dead, 26 injured. 3 fatalities, port guards, were a direct result of enemy gunfire. Although Sinclair's response seemed monotone, everyone knew that he had assumed the weight of all the guilt from failing to prevent these deaths. Slumped shoulders and a sorrowful stare conveyed what his words could not. He seemed distant, yet continued to listen in to the conversation, fighting with every ounce of strength to atone for his mistake. "May their souls rest in peace," Whitehall said. The men in the room offered a moment of silence for the fallen Muons. "And we shall not rest until Mu is safe and secure once more," Sinclair declared, fiery determination burning away his regrets. "Minister DeVille, how do you propose we tackle this new issue?" The Muon spymaster had contingencies already prepared and answered confidently. "I'm a firm believer that the best defense is a good offense. GRA Valka's intelligence has made it harder to conduct operations in their territory, but our prior raids in the Hinomawari Kingdom and elsewhere have demonstrated that they still have difficulty fighting against asymmetrical warfare. With your permission, Mr. Prime Minister, I wish to expand my ministry and send more teams to assault GRA Valkan targets. I'm all for granting more money and resources to you, DeVille, but I'm still unsure about devoting most of your assets to offense." Sinclair admitted his concerns and trailed off his statement, wondering if DeVille had a convincing argument. DeVille gave a reassuring smile, coupled with his confident answer. It truly seemed like he had everything planned out. In reality, he was trembling underneath the skin, struggling to maintain his composure. He was ready to risk everything for a play. "I understand your concerns, Mr. Prime Minister. I plan to deploy a majority of our assets in order to force the GRA Valka's Empire to recall their special forces units. This will alleviate some pressure on our security forces back home." Before DeVille could explain further, Sinclair expressed his doubts. "In that case, won't we be left defenseless? The more men we sent to the GRA Valka's Empire, the less likely it is we will be able to prevent another attack." Sinclair's doubts left DeVille with little choice. It was all or nothing, but DeVille felt like his flush was good enough a hand to win him everything. So he doubled down. "That may be, but we won't necessarily be left defenseless. On top of drawing the GRA Valkans away from our land, we will also be relying on the Americans for security." Now is the time to see if his gamble played off. DeVille looked at the American group, determined to secure their aid. "Mr. Wildman, will the CIA lend us assistance in defeating GRA Valkan terrorists?" DeVille's gamble hinged on the fact that the Americans were interested in undermining the GRA Valka's empire. If anything, he expected that they wanted to protect Mu as much as Mu wanted to protect itself. The odds favored DeVille's strategy so much that the worst-case scenario was the Americans asking for exorbitant amounts of money in exchange for protection. Thankfully, DeVille played his cards well, and the gamble was successful. He asked the Americans, who would be less willing to participate in direct action against the GRA Valkans, to maintain a passive, defensive role. In doing so, the Americans would be able to secure Muon borders much better than the Muons themselves, while also fighting the GRA Valka's empire indirectly. After all, the GRA Valka's empire was highly unlikely to admit to using terrorists to strike at Mu. Thus, the Americans could annihilate any GRA Valkan operatives with impunity. "Very well," Wildman said. "It would be terrible if our products never made it to our customers." The Muons suppressed the urge to smile, listening as emotionlessly as possible. Wildman continued, "The CIA is comfortable with setting up an intelligence network and conducting investigations on Muon soil to locate potential threats. Once these threats are discovered, we will report our findings to Minister DeVille, who will then decide what course of action to take." Although he may have saved Mu from the GRA Valka's empire, DeVille wondered what plans the United States had for the country. "And this intelligence network, you will provide full disclosure, correct?" "We will," Wildman answered with an unsettling amount of certainty. "If you wish, we can instruct some of your men on how to operate our equipment." Wildman's offer was suspiciously generous, DeVille thought. He had no evidence or reason to believe that the offer was not as it seemed, so he ignored the feeling in his gut. He gave a nod. "Then, Mr. Prime Minister, do you approve of these terms?" Sinclair noticed DeVille's reaction, but he couldn't do anything about it. Forced to choose between further death at the hands of the Jare Valka's empire or unreasonably generous terms by the Americans, he found the answer to be obvious. If the Americans had something up their sleeve, he would deal with it later. Mr. Wildman, Mr. Ambassador, the country of Mu accepts your offer with gratitude. Minister DeVille, please begin preparations at once. DeVille acknowledged Sinclair's order. As you wish, Mr. Prime Minister. Seeing that the Mu-American agreement had finally been authorized, General Seneville took the opportunity to find out more about the upcoming conflict against the GRA Valkans and what the Americans were willing to contribute. So, he said abruptly, does this mean shipments will continue as planned? It does, Colonel Wilson clarified. Delaying shipments could potentially jeopardize the defense of Mu. However, since the next set is still a couple weeks away, I think we should start reorganizing our drop-off points. What do you think, Mr. Wildman? Delivering goods to an easily accessible, unguarded location, such as the previously bombed warehouse district near the port, was a fatal mistake. If Mu is to survive the upcoming war, it can't afford any more errors, especially not ones that drastically reduce its defensive capabilities. Although the loss of life was an avoidable tragedy, the Muans couldn't ignore the arguably worse loss of stockpiled ammunition and weapons. For all they knew, each lost rifle or ballistic vest could mean a lost life, or worse, a lost base or city, down the road. Wildman gave the issue some thought and came to the same conclusion that everyone else in the room had arrived at. I think that's a good suggestion, Colonel. Most of the shipments had been directed to civilian ports due to volume, but it should be possible to arrange for docking at a Muan naval base. For the time being, dropping off supplies at or near a naval base will decrease the risk of an attack, at least until war breaks out. General Seneville agreed and offered a solution. I'll redirect shipments to our military ports. It'll be tough storing the new supplies, but new warehouses are nearing completion at our Michael and Odahite bases. If the tonnage exceeds the capacity of these new structures, I'll make space at existing warehouses by distributing supplies to rear support units near the front lines. Sinclair felt a weight being lifted off his shoulders. Breathing a sigh of relief, he applauded the work of the meeting's participants. Well then, that more or less solves our issue regarding GRA Valkan attacks. Seneville knew this wasn't true. He didn't want to burst Sinclair's bubble, but felt obligated to do so regardless. He reasoned that it was better to be informed than to be blissfully ignorant. That may not be the case, Mr. Prime Minister. It will still take time to set up our defenses and for the CIA to establish their surveillance systems. In that time, it is still possible for more attacks to occur at existing warehouses. I'll be reinforcing these locations immediately after the conclusion of this meeting, but we shouldn't think the storm is over just yet. Shadows cast by the light overhead created dark canyons across Seneville's face. We cannot underestimate the GRA Valkans, for this may very well be a fight for the existence of Mu. Chapter 109, In the Shadows. August 8, 1640. Alumu. Storm gray eyes stared outside a glass window from within a small mountainside complex. They focused on the group of Black Hawk and Chinook helicopters that sat on an airfield connected to the complex itself. Pairs of yellow-coated workers moved about the field, conducting maintenance on the helicopters and clearing evacuation routes. The eyes then refocused, staring at the reflection in the glass. They met with another pair of eyes, hiding behind sunglasses sitting atop the face of an experienced CIA officer. The mouth below then moved, releasing a sigh, before the reflection faded completely. Officer Moore turned away from the window, knowing that it was only a matter of time before Alu was hit by the Jare Valkans. Unlike the other major Muan cities, Alu was not fortunate enough to receive the protection offered by layered defensive lines or geography. It, and the equally unfortunate region surrounding it, was situated right outside of the Malmund Mountains. Conquering the Alu region was considered to be a necessary prerequisite for launching an assault through the Malmund Mountains. Although the GRA Valkans wouldn't be stupid enough for a charge into a death trap, they also wouldn't leave behind a major city that was ripe for the taking. With nigh-guaranteed invasion around the corner, evacuation of civilian personnel commenced. A long, winding caravan of Alu residents crowded the highway toward the mainland, creating an immense traffic jam the magnitude of which rivaled Californian jams. Horse-drawn carriages traversed the wilderness that flanked the main road. Although they trotted slowly to maintain utmost care in handling their cargo, they still traveled faster than the motionless, honking vehicles trapped on the narrow, 6-lane highway. The other 3 lanes were relatively empty, save for a handful of vehicles racing to pick up relatives stuck in Alu or a convoy of Muin trucks containing much-needed men and supplies. Sometimes, American-made trailers and flatbed trucks made an appearance, carrying supplies straight from Michael. These shipments contained everything from machine guns and other light arms to manpads, mortars, and howitzers. To the Muins on the roads below, it was an uplifting sight. To Moore, it was futile. At the very least, he found solace in the fact that most of the civilians of Alu would be exiting this future battlefield. Near the Alu suburbs, located between the suburbs and downtown, a solitary base stood guard to defend the city. The position of the base itself formed a triangle with the suburbs and city it was established to protect, while also facing outward toward the border. Although not as significant as the beefy border defenses that have been recently established, it still served an important role as a support base, where troops and supplies could be stationed. Because it was situated well behind the front lines, it had few defenses. Most of the soldiers there were transferred to the border to protect against the inevitable Ravernal invasion. Still, a large crew remained to help facilitate the movement of much-needed supplies and expensive weapons. The transportation of these goods was crucial to the Muins, making this base a perfect target for the Ravernal Empire. Although the base was separated from the city and suburbs themselves, some civilization did spring up along the way. In an abandoned store in the commercial district near the center of the triangular formation, 10 silhouetted figures gathered around a table. A single light bulb provided luminescence in absence of natural sunlight, which was shooed away by closed curtains. The men inched closer to the bulb ahead, ready to convene and discuss their plans. As they approached the table, their figures were revealed. Most wore clothing typical of a Muin civilian. A couple wore dirty overalls matching with a laborer's outfit, while others wore business attire. The outfits varied, although together they constituted what one might normally see in a Muin environment, all except for one. Standing over a head above his comrades, one man distinguished himself from the entire group. Wearing the sleek black uniform of a Ravernal Intelligence Bureau officer, it was clear that he was the leader of the group. He even carried himself with a pompous demeanor, and his face appeared to be contorted permanently into a disdainful sneer. "Well then," he said, his voice sounding as cold as his heart, "the next Muin convoy should be arriving soon." The officer's words cut through the air like forks scraping on plates, but the other men didn't care. Where a sane man would have shied away from the sinister officer, these Ravernals instead grinned evilly. The officer reciprocated their emotions, amplifying the murderous atmosphere of the room. His seemingly permanent sneer disappeared, giving way to an uncanny smile. "It's time we show these primitive fucks what we learned." The Ravernal team split up as they took both sides of the street, positioning themselves on rooftops and by windows. Patiently, they waited for the convoy to reach the explosives that they had planted last night, which currently lined a relatively busy market. Despite the blatant immorality of their procedure, they cared less for the collateral damage and ignored the families walking below. The only things they paid heed to were the eastern side of the main road, from which the convoy would be approaching from, and a group of guards that stood watch over a checkpoint located west toward the supply depot. For the Ravernals, everything seemed to be going according to plan until the guard began to move, opening a gate. Muin trucks came into view, rolling in from the direction of the western base. Captain Yeager, a Ravernal sniper, whispered into his small, handheld radio. 3 Muin trucks approaching from the guard post to the west. Distance, 300 meters. Cargo unknown. The Ravernal officer grumbled under his breath, cursing the misfortune that had appeared to disrupt his well-planned ambush. Wondering what these trucks could possibly be doing, he ordered the sniper to continue monitoring the vehicles. He hoped that they were an escort for the convoy, or perhaps going back inland to retrieve more supplies. His hopes were dashed in the most unexpected fashion as the next update came in. "Sir, I see 30 men exiting the trucks, all Muin soldiers. They're mostly armed with American M16s and American body armor." Yeager grew pale at his subordinate's words, including the guards already present. The Muins had 36 men at their disposal. Just what did they need so many men for? Wanting to analyze the situation for himself, he climbed up the stairs of his building and approached the sniper, who sat next to a machine gunner on the rooftop. Have they moved at all? Jaeger asked the man, who kept his rifle scope trained on the mass of Muin soldiers. No, sir. Have a look for yourself, he said, giving a pair of binoculars to Jaeger. Jaeger accepted the equipment and focused on the guard post in the distance. Sure enough, the Muins were still maintaining their position, appearing to gather around a group of lieutenants who were giving orders. He tried to watch the movement of the Muins' mouths, but found it too difficult and gave up. Instead, he turned his attention to their next actions. By the hectic body language of the enemy officers, it was easy to tell that they were in some sort of a hurry. Jaeger interpreted this as an implication that somehow, the Muin had caught a whiff of Valkan activity in the area. What other urgent matter would require the presence of so many men? Assuming that it was only a matter of time before his plot was discovered, Jaeger considered the mission objective. His squad was to destroy the incoming convoy, which was still 2 hours away from the ambush point. However, it would be impossible to stay hidden for that long, especially if the Muins were indeed actively seeking his squad. Moving the explosives further east was also impossible, since retrieval would have to occur in broad daylight and in a populated marketplace. Thus, Jaeger was left with only one desperate option: to fight. Kaisers 2 through 10, reposition under contingency plan beta. Be advised, we are not up against 6 Muin guards, but 36. Jaeger ordered. No acknowledgement of the orders returned to him. He heard only the sounds of static on his radio. He looked down at the men beside him and asked, "Are your radios working?" The men inspected their radios. "No, sir," they replied, confused about the strange malfunction. Jaeger's eyes widened. "No, it can't be." He gasped in shock. "What is it?" the machine gunner questioned. Jaeger had seen this phenomena before while operating in Hinomawari and Sonal. Every time before disaster struck, their communications would be rendered useless. He even heard tales from acquaintances in the Navy that radar would go offline as well, leading to a detrimental fog of war that obscured enemy positions. With great anguish, he realized that his squad was marked for termination by none other than the Americans. It is an American tactic. They jam our equipment before an attack. They've used it before, in Hinomawari, when the presumed Leophorians rescued the king and his family. An imminent attack, huh? Damn it, how do we contact the others? The sniper asked. Everyone knew there wasn't enough time to run around and convey orders to each team. Thus, Jaeger settled with the next best thing. "We don't," he said, garnering confused looks in response. "We fire on the enemy." The sniper nodded. Understood. He returned his attention back to his scope, finger resting beside the trigger. "What's my target?" Jaeger looked through the binoculars, sweeping from left to right. He mulled over the thought for a bit. Then his lips curled up after finding his target. Hit their commanding officer. The sniper adjusted his rifle, aligning the reticle with the head of the Muin lieutenant giving orders. He moved his finger from the side of the rifle, positioning it next to the trigger before he gave it a light press. A loud crack emanated from the gun, and almost simultaneously, the Muin's head exploded into bloody bits. The bullet left nothing but a stump attached to a profusely bleeding neck and tumbled into the kneecap of a man standing in the line of fire behind the Muin commander. Ag! The unfortunate soldier clutched his leg as he fell, hitting the ground at the same time as his commanding officer's twitching body. The surrounding men, shocked by the sudden assassination, cowered in fear. Some were gripped by so much fear that they stood still, having to be dragged into cover by their comrades. Another crack rang out, followed by the heavy repeating sound of machine gun fire. Bullets tore through the guard post in the distance, dropping more bodies. Jaeger grinned as he witnessed several bodies collapse from behind the trucks and some crates. He had no remorse for ordering the deaths of these men, only laughing at the fact that they were foolish enough to take cover behind such flimsy barriers. Before long, gunfire erupted from the other positions held by his squad. By Jaeger's estimation, they had killed 12 Muins so far. A few may have been injured, but there was no telling how debilitating their injuries were since they were wearing American body armor. Armed with American rifles and sighting gear, the Muins were also able to fight back effectively. An underestimation of their abilities had already led to the death of one valuable member of his team and the injuries of two others. All Kaiser members, move to defensive position Gamma, he declared, yelling as loudly as possible, while the men nearby followed his orders and moved downstairs to engage the enemy on the ground. Jaeger rushed over to his separated comrades to relay the orders. Slinking behind buildings and around panicking civilians, he made it to the other side without sustaining any damage. After hurriedly directing the rest of his team to participate in the gunfight on the street and in the alleys, he looked outside of a window to analyze the battlefield once more. Nearby, he saw nothing, although he knew that the enemy was already attempting to flank them. In the distance, he caught a glimpse of a much more pressing concern. He pulled out his binoculars to verify what he just saw, and there it was, another convoy approaching from the west, carrying Muin reinforcements. Seeing no way out of his predicament, he resolved to deal as much possible damage to the Muins with his dying breaths. Chapter 110, Karma. Alumu. Bullets whizzed past Jaeger's face as he dragged a fallen comrade behind a corner. Shit, he muttered. Pieces of the wall beside him fell apart as incoming rounds chipped away at wood and brick. Occasional shrapnel pelted him, but felt like nothing more than a tickle after having lost most momentum upon impact. Finding a reprieve from the hail of steel, Jaeger took the time to bend down and analyze the man he had just dragged to safety. He looked down, his blue eyes meeting the cold, lifeless stare of his subordinate's Hazel. He spared little time for prayers for his fallen comrade, instead scavenging his body for essential ammunition. After securing 2 spare magazines for his STG-44, he retreated toward the marketplace, where the explosives were hidden. He moved further east, navigating through abandoned stalls as he attempted to lure the 50-strong Muin force chasing him. He spotted an empty building that was taller than the one and 2-story structures around it, and ventured in, climbing the steps. Once he reached the 3rd story, he shot open a door to access the windows overlooking the marketplace. He went into the room and cleared it. Satisfied with the abandoned apartment, he aimed his gun out the window, hiding behind curtains as he watched the Muins funnel into the kill zone that was meant for the supply convoy. To his dismay, the Muins approached it cautiously, likely because they were unaware of his position. Hoping to intentionally reveal his position, Jaeger shot at a young Muin soldier who seemed to be recently enlisted. The boy in the marketplace grasped his neck and fell to his knees after a well-placed shot. He bled as he was dragged by his fellow soldiers, leaving a trail of blood on the street. It didn't take long for the rest of the Muins to figure out where Jaeger was hiding, and they opened fire on his position. A searing pain bore into his chest while shards of wood and glass cut through his uniform. He stumbled backward, wincing from the sudden pain, and subconsciously placed his left hand where the injury was. "Damn it," he cursed, pulling his hand away to reveal a pool of blood. He flicked his wrist, tossing the blood on his palm aside before wiping it on his uniform. The hole in his chest continued to ooze scarlet liquid, nipping away at his consciousness with each drop of blood lost. Was this it for him? The gunfire ceased, followed by shouting as the Muins gave new orders. Jaeger realized that they must be preparing to assault his building by now, which meant that he had no time left. Having resolved to bring as much pain into the Muins as possible, he peeked out the destroyed window to determine if he should detonate the explosives. "I could get maybe 20, he said to himself, quickly counting the figures that were running into the marketplace. His lips curled up into yet another freakish grin. "And any civilians who are hiding in the nearby buildings." He pulled the remote detonator from his pocket as his vision grew blurrier and darker. With his last remaining ounces of strength, he gave the trigger a satisfying pull. CIA outpost. Alumu. Jaeger awoke with a start. The first thing he saw was a bright light overhead, causing him to wonder if he was in the afterlife. His groggy thoughts were then interrupted by the appearance of a white-coated man in a surgical mask who announced, "He's awake." "Huh," a masculine voice said. "That amplified healing magic is nothing short of a miracle." A feminine voice to his right agreed, "Indeed it is. If this is what Mauritial energy sources are capable of, I can't wait to test what your people come up with." Jaeger squinted, trying to identify the sources of speech as his eyes adjusted to the new environment. "I'm not dead," he asked aloud in a raspy voice. "You'll wish you were," the man to his left said. He wore dark sunglasses and a black suit that enhanced his mysterious persona. Who the hell are you? Jaeger spat, mind and body alert after hearing the man's threatening words. What is that supposed to mean? You'll wish you were? Huh. He jerked up from his bed, only to be held back by restraints wrapped around his arms and legs. The sunglassed American man simply sighed. I almost feel bad for you. I really would, actually, if not for the fact that you and your accomplices killed 37 UN soldiers and 24 civilians, women and children included. Jaeger, seeing the downtrodden expressions of the man and elven woman, could only laugh. 61 kills, eh? Well, some are a result of my comrades, so I'll guess that my kill count for this operation is about 40, which brings my total to 600. He looked up, calculating the numbers. 22. Satisfied with his work, Jaeger relaxed back on the bed and smiled. Well then, not a bad record. I could die happy knowing I surpassed the esteemed Dietrich. The elven woman gasped, appalled at Jaeger's reaction. She glared at the restrained GVBI officer, hate welling up in her eyes. Goodness, do you show no remorse for the innocent lives you've snuffed? Jaeger gave the woman a cruel smile and answered confidently, why would I? It's not like the lives of primitive barbarians matter in the first place. Tears began to form in the woman's eyes. She stammered, speechless at Jaeger's unfathomable evilness. You're a monster. Jaeger, enjoying the woman's reaction to his cruelty, laughed. So what if a barbarian kid dies? That just means one less barbarian to rise up against us in the future. He noticed that the wound in his chest was more or less healed, save for a nasty scar. And to think, you actually spent mana to heal me. At least someone knows her fucking place. Ha ha ha. The man walked over to the elven lady and held her, consoling her. He then spoke to Jaeger with an icy tone. You talk quite big for someone whose mercy is at our whim. You couldn't be any more wrong. Jaeger retorted with a laugh. He then bit on his cheek, causing blood to fill his mouth. Unfortunately for him, that was all that happened. The American man held up a small capsule, showing it off in front of Jaeger. No, I think I'm quite right. Anyhow, thanks for volunteering yourself as a test subject. What? Jaeger trembled, fear and blood escaping into his voice. Terrified of his fate, he grasped at straws to no avail. But, you're American, right? Americans don't engage in torture. That goes against your principles. You really believe that? The man asked with a look of disappointment plastered across his face. Anyway, I doubt your superiors are going to come get you, unless they want to admit to sponsoring terrorist activities. Like I've said before, your life is in our hands now. We're judge, jury, and executioner here. Jaeger opened his mouth as if he was going to say something, but his voice faltered and he was only able to utter a mere squeal. The man turned to the woman. Verica, are you okay with testing the nightmare curse on him? Verica, who had earlier shed tears for the deaths of the innocent, was now filled with fiery rage. Ready to exact vengeance for those who could do so themselves, she nodded. Yes. How long do you want me to set it for? I'll be back in 3 to 4 hours. I have to go to a meeting. Langley's got new orders and information for us. The man walked toward the exit. Oh, and make sure he doesn't get a heart attack from the curse. I want to interrogate him when I come back. Of course, Sir Moore, Verica nodded. She then turned her attention to the squirming officer on the bed, reduced to a shell of his prideful former self. I truly regret that I'm not able to send you to hell, but I guess I'm okay with being able to give you hell on Alicia. With a look of hatred twisting her beautiful face, she shoved a machine onto Jaeger's chest. The machine burned into his skin, releasing smoke as it laser-carved a rune onto him. Jaeger screamed and screamed, until he passed out from the molten pain. Jaeger's eyes fluttered open. He was conscious, lucid in his dream. Yet, he could not control the horrible apparitions that suddenly appeared in the dark, nor could he control his own movements. His legs were sluggish, trapped in an invisible mud that drained him of energy and forced him on his knees. Unable to escape the approaching horrors, he could only scream as unholy beings tore away at him, crushing his soul and sending him into the depths of despair. The first to strike him was a ghostly figure that traveled into his body, plunging him into freezing waters. The imagery around him adjusted accordingly, and the dark area he was previously in was transformed into an endless ocean of ice. He saw the outline of Ragna as it tumbled off the edge of land, crumbling as it sank to the endless water. People screamed, and Antares warplanes fell from the sky, propellers frozen. The great Atlas star was covered with a sheet of ice, sinking under the weight of an iceberg that had toppled over it. Trapped underwater, he struggled for air. Anytime he tried to breathe, chilling water entered his lungs, filling them up. The cold depths additionally forced pressure onto his body and crushed him physically. As a man afraid of drowning, this scene was one of his worst nightmares. He began to lose vision, and when he finally couldn't grasp onto life any longer, he was instantly pulled out of the water and placed in the streets of Ragna. At face value, his transportation was a relieving reprieve from the horrors of the sea. However, his recess did not last long. A stinging pain pierced his right arm. He looked over to identify the source of the pain, only to find his arm deformed, twisted and growing into a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and bone. He looked at his own reflection in the window of a nearby car, watching in pure horror as he was transformed into a monster. Then, against his will, he turned around to face his family. They stood on the sidewalk, stunned at the transformation. Out of nowhere, Jaeger felt the urge to consume the people in front of him. He fought as much as he could, but his body rejected the commands of his mind. No, 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 was all he could say as his legs trudged forth with a mind of their own. He screamed in terror as his scythe-like arm was raised into the air, ready to cut down his own flesh and blood. No matter how much he tried to hold his arm back, it sliced forward. His mother, father, and wife were cut in half. As if this wasn't enough, he felt his mouth open. Jaeger tasted blood and another unfamiliar flavor, human flesh. The pain and guilt of being forced to commit such a grave atrocity continued. After consuming his own family, his monstrous body turned toward fleeing civilians and chased down after them, tearing through them without mercy. He begged for the nightmare to stop, and to his surprise, it did. He shot up from his bed, almost snapping his own bones as he reached the elastic limits of the restraints. He looked around and found Moore and Verica standing there, unfazed. Back in the land of the living, huh? Moore looked up from a thick notebook. Well then, I've got a lot of work to do, so I'll make this quick. What's your name? Biltz Jaeger, he said softly, still recovering from the shock of the nightmare. Moore scribbled down something in his notebook. Okay, tell me the names of the people in your squad, as well as your ranks. Jaeger complied, and Moore recorded the information. All right. Describe the other operations that the Ravernal Empire has planned in Mu. Jaeger balled up his fists and flared at Moore. Defiance, huh? Moore said nonchalantly. That's okay. We can find out about them on our own, just like how we found your attempted ambush on the convoy. Jaeger wondered if Moore was bluffing, then realized that there was no possible way their plan was leaked. They took utmost care in covering their tracks, and even used short-range encrypted radio to reduce risk of interception. They also operated with radio silence for the majority of the mission, only utilizing it to coordinate the ambush. That's too bad, Moore sighed. In any case, we're at least getting valuable data on new interrogation methods. He yawned. Verica, let's go home. We'll come back in the morning. Should I put him to sleep again? The elven lady asked. Moore waved his hand dismissively, as if torture was an insignificant occurrence to him. Sure, just make sure his heart won't stop in the middle of the night. A chill crawled down Jaeger's spine as the elf approached him. Then, he blacked out, forced to endure another nightmare. Chapter 111, Wolfpack. August 15, 1640. Arcticus, Konshau, Ocean. 50 miles from Lookout Bay. Seehund-class Fleet Submarine, GVS Niflheim. Captain Donitz peered through his submarine's periscope, grinning from ear to ear as he spotted the masts of his target, sailing some 20 miles in the distance. The relative distance between his vessel and the Mauritial ships shrank, allowing him to identify the enemy force. It consisted of 8 destroyers, 3 cruisers, and 2 battleships, one of which looked much more advanced than the other. He announced giddily, "That's the Cosmo, one of the only Mauritial ships with missiles, and we have a chance to sink it." His cautious second-in-command, Commander Leibniz, became a voice of opposition. "Sir, with all due respect, our orders are to strike isolated vessels in the middle of nowhere, not to challenge a battle group next to a Mauritial base." Donitz grumbled, unable to refute Leibniz's concerns. Blasted orders. Fine. We will continue to shadow them. But if an opportunity presents itself, we will sink the Cosmo. Leibniz wanted to refrain from attacking the Mauritials altogether, but a feeling of trepidation held him back from pushing further. He didn't want the Mauritials to start taking the war more seriously than they already were, but he also didn't want to antagonize the captain. The Nibelheim's mission still has several months left, and he wanted that time to go as smoothly as possible. Besides, he couldn't help but wonder what would happen if they actually did sink the Cosmo. Would they be rewarded for sinking a prized Mauritial superweapon? Could the Mauritials even retaliate, considering that they have yet to deploy their forces to Mu? In any case, Leibniz no longer had his prized excuse. Fear of Mauritial retaliation was a drop in the bucket compared to fear of American retaliation. Seeing no reason to argue against Donut's wishes, he simply nodded. Yes, let's see if we can sink the Cosmo. Arctic Ocean. En route to Mu. Orichalcum-class battleship, HMS Cosmo. Admiral Tachyon walked down to his ship's combat information center, which was brimming with screens and advanced interfaces copied directly from the PAL Count CIC. Having recently transferred to the Cosmo from his previous posting aboard the Mithril-class battleship Solar, he decided to inspect his new vessel. After inspecting the weapons systems, he peered into a newly installed station. It sat beside an American SBY-1 radar console, which looked similar to the radar system on the PAL Chimera and PAL Count. However, unlike the radar system, this new station was home to an entirely different form of detection, sonar. He lifted a slim finger, and with grace customary of a high-ranking elf like himself, he traced the strange outlines on the screen. So this is our ship, and these are our allies. Lieutenant Ophelio, he called out to the Catman sonar operator. What is this clump here? That is a group of wild hippocampi, sir. Equine creatures. New signatures soon popped up, grabbing the men's attention. Tachyon immediately noticed, feeling a bit of concern that the contacts had appeared behind the fleet's wake. And what are these? Lieutenant Ophelio grimaced slightly as he looked at the screen. He listened closely to his headset, his ears and tail suddenly perking up. What is it? Captain Eliza asked, immediately catching the telltale sign of alertness from his fellow cat person. They're torpedoes, Ophelio yelled out in surprise. 24 torpedoes, headed straight for us. Admiral Tachyon and Captain Eliza watched the torpedoes close the distance. The captain reacted instantly, reaching for his manacom. Eliza to bridge, steer hard to port immediately. The ship lurched, causing the men in the CIC to stumble slightly as they corrected their balance. Tachyon analyzed the speed of the torpedoes, their trajectory, and the Cosmo's attempt to evade. It was clear to him that they would be unable to dodge the incoming salvo. Thinking quickly, he blurted out a magic spell. Iceberg wall. A new signature popped up on the sonar console, representing a splash from the wall of ice that Tachyon himself summoned. The sudden splash was then followed by a series of underwater detonations, corresponding to the impact of the torpedoes onto the hastily created barrier. The battleship itself shuddered, metal groaning as the hull withstood the shockwaves from the explosions. Tachyon collapsed, one of his legs giving way as he fell to the floor, right hand holding onto a nearby table. He breathed heavily, exhausted from the emergency spellcasting. Sir, Captain Eliza and Tachyon's assistants rushed to his aid. Tachyon stood up, sweat dripping from his forehead and eyes watery from the physical and mental exertion. It's fine, he held a hand out. Just get me a mana potion and a Red Bull and bring it up to the bridge. I need to replenish my energy. One of Tachyon's assistants bowed. Yes, sir. He then hurried off to the cafeteria and medical bay to retrieve the requested goods. Satisfied with the promise of aid, Tachyon returned to the issue at hand. Understanding the current situation, he began to reposition his fleet. Attention all ships of the Death Bar fleet. Man your battle stations. We are under attack by a group of 6 submarines. Comms, send word back to Lookout Bay and call for reinforcements. Destroyers, direct magic power to engines and move to intercept. The Cosmo will provide combat data from our advanced systems to complement your own systems. Cruisers and Battleship Lunar, form up around the Cosmo and designate ourselves Battle Group 1. Transfer all available magic power to bottom armor. Mage support units are to cast Iceberg Wall upon detection of incoming torpedoes. The two commanding officers then returned to the bridge. Upon their arrival, they saw several columns of water burst into the air near a floating ice barrier, which subsequently shattered from the explosions. As soon as the barrier collapsed, a report came in, announcing the successful intercept of another salvo of torpedoes. Cartalpa's mana reserves are down to 60%. A communications officer announced to the bridge. No damage sustained. After two failed attacks, the submarines adapted and deployed a new tactic. New contacts from multiple directions. Lieutenant Ophalio informed the bridge. They've created a kill zone and are staggering their attacks. We can't avoid their torpedoes. Shit, Tachyon muttered. By staggering their attacks, the submarines intended to deplete his fleet's mana reserves. If each iceberg wall intercepted at least 4 torpedoes, the fleet wouldn't be damaged in the slightest. Despite the smaller salvos, the walls still had to be generated with sufficient thickness, or else the torpedoes would simply smash through without detonating. Thus, with each wall now only capable of intercepting 1 or 2 torpedoes, the prospects of escaping unscathed remained dull. Tachyon just hoped that the enemy submarines would run out of ammo before his fleet ran out of mana. Aiming to maximize his supplies as much as possible, he ordered the fleet to conduct evasive maneuvers. Battle Group 1, he said, looking at the sonar data sent from the CIC. Evade to starboard and concentrate barrier generation at the stern. The Mauritial cruisers and battleships turned to their relative right, placing the enemy submarines at their backs and reducing their target profiles. They steamed ahead, protecting their sterns while the destroyers continued to drop depth charges onto the submarines' projected positions. Intermittent blasts continued to scar the surface of the ocean as tall splashes crashed down onto the waves below. The torpedoes made impact with the barriers generated by the Mauritials, sapping pantries of mana potions with each torpedo that struck. The swarm of torpedoes laid waste to the frozen shields, timed in such a manner that the verbal spellcasting of the Mauritial mages couldn't keep up. Although most of the salvo was either evaded or intercepted, a few managed to slip through, finding their marks on the small battle group. Bracing for impact, the Cosmos Bridge crew held on tightly to whatever they could grab. Violent shudders shook the ship as numerous explosions pelted the packed formation of cruisers and battleships. With a collective sigh of relief, they noticed that the explosions had stopped. Damage report, Eliza demanded. One of his officers detailed the extent of devastation that the torpedoes had wrought upon their fleet. Armor integrity is at 70%. Medical reports 5 minor injuries. Soon after, reports came in from the other ships. The Lunar was not hit. The Cartalpas sustained minor damage, but their magic reserves are critically low. The Boltenpas suffered 4 direct hits and is currently flooding. The Trecton suffered 7 hits and is sinking. Hearing these reports, anger built up within Tachyon. Those damn mongrels, he hissed, brow creasing and fists curling. They dare strike at a Mauritial fleet. Sir, a communications officer called out. Destroyer Rai has confirmed the destruction of 1 enemy submarine. Destroyer Zhao reports multiple hits on 2 of the contacts. No confirmation of kill just yet. Tachyon weighed the new data he received, as well as his estimation of the enemy's ammunition. It was hard to keep track of the detonations amidst the chaos, but he was able to determine the expenditure of around 80 torpedoes. Assuming an upper limit of 120 torpedoes among the 6 ships and the elimination of 1 enemy vessel, the remaining submarine pack likely had 30 to 40 torpedoes left. In the best-case scenario, they only had to contend with 3 enemy submarines. How are the magic reserves of the fleet? Tachyon asked. We still have enough to generate 3 more shields. The Lunar has enough for 2, and the surviving cruisers have enough for 1 each. Although the submarines still presented a threat, he reasoned that he had enough magic resources left to protect the damaged vessels. It would take perfect spellcasting and taking a few hits, but it could be done. Having made up his mind, he moved his ships into position. Battle Group 1, fall back and defend the Trecton and the Boltenpas. Will be less likely to dodge their next attacks, so be prepared to deploy barriers and strengthen hull armor as much as possible. It was a gamble, but he also wanted his immobilized fleet to act as bait. If the bloodthirsty subs beelined for the kill, they would follow a straight, predictable path and expose themselves to danger. The Cosmos sonar system would also be able to pinpoint the subs, but without guided torpedoes, they themselves couldn't do much about it. Tachyon just hoped that the destroyers were enough. The Lunar and the Cosmo moved ahead of the two damaged ships, while the Cartalpas sat back to conduct rescue operations. As expected, sonar data revealed that the subs were heading straight for the immobilized ships, like wolves pouncing on bloodied prey. The Mauritial destroyer squadron read the enemy like a book and successfully intercepted 2 of the 4 contacts that had popped up on sonar. The remaining 2 submarines, however, managed to slip past the Mauritial destroyers and unleash their remaining torpedoes on Battle Group 1 before retreating. 10 torpedoes closing in, Lieutenant Ophalio announced. Begin defensive spellcasting. Tachyon ordered. Mages positioned on the decks of both the Cosmo and the Luna began summoning ice wall after ice wall. The equally spaced layers of walls were far enough from each other that the torpedoes couldn't destroy multiple, but they were still insufficient in stopping the rest of the swarm from wreaking havoc. The 5 walls intercepted 5 torpedoes, crumbling into the seas once they accomplished their duties. The 5 remaining torpedoes swam on. 3 struck the Cosmo and 2 struck the Luna, rattling the ships and slightly damaging the reinforced armor plating on their undersides. Muffled explosions and the shuddering of metal sounded through the corridors of both vessels, forcefully introducing the Mauritials to sounds they had never heard before. Even Admiral Tachyon himself felt anxious thinking about the damage to the ship. With an imperceptibly shaky breath, he asked for a damage report. Armor integrity is at 36%. No hull breaches reported on the Cosmo. The Luna is also in good condition, although they have lost all magic power. It will take time for their magic gem reserves to recharge their ship. Tachyon almost sighed in relief, but caught himself. That is fine. We shall establish a defensive perimeter and await the arrival of reinforcements. Tachyon looked out the bridge's window, brows wilting at the sight of the remains of the Trekton. I'll return to my quarters. Inform me when we have a complete casualty report. Chapter 112, Angrafer. August 20th, 1640. Hell's Gate, GRA Valka's Empire. Stashed away in the westernmost reaches of the GRA Valka's Empire, the Emperor's most prized asset operated day and night to produce devastating superweapons for the regime. Secret testing facilities and charred islands comprise the most prominent feature of Hell's Gate, a lonely archipelago haunted by radiation, chemicals, and unwilling test subjects. While the facilities in Hell's Gate varied in their research objectives and specialties, none were more important than the Divine Wrath Complex. Located on the largest island of the archipelago, this sprawling facility consisted of the most advanced laboratories in the entire empire, all of them dedicated to one goal: producing weapons of mass destruction. Initially established to bring the GRA Valka's Empire's wrath upon the divine kingdom of Cain and make them submit once and for all, the Divine Wrath Complex was reduced to a shadow of their former glory after the transference. Only recently did the budget balloon to massive proportions, thanks to the recently discovered threats posed by native Elysian powers. Then, there was the threat posed by another summoned nation, the United States of America. Although they have not taken a directly hostile stance against the GRA Valka's Empire, they have thus far done everything in their power to suppress it. From taking advantage of a non-aggression treaty to supplying the enemies of the GRA Valka's Empire, they have fought indirectly by any means possible. Yet, there was nothing they could do about it. Angered by this feeling of helplessness, Emperor GRA Lux commissioned the development of new weapons and additionally focused on enhancing current weapons. The Americans might have a superior nuclear arsenal for now, but GRA Lux knew that this gap could only close over time. Currently, his empire had no means of even challenging American technological dominance. However, if the Angrafer tests are successful, then he hoped that the GRA Valka's Empire could finally threaten the untouchable Americans with mutually assured destruction. Swelling with excitement at the mere thought, GRA Lux grinned as he looked at the towering silvery rocket resting on the launch pad near the beach. It glistened under the midday sun, like a rare jewel perched atop a pedestal. Like an honored statue, the rocket represented not just the best that the GRA Valka's Empire had to offer, but also its hope for the future. GRA Lux finished his ogling and returned inside the facility, hoping to learn more about the new weapon that was being produced. He left the viewing platform and traversed rows of brightly lit labs as he walked down the hallway toward the director's office. The occasional white-coated scientist carrying documents or uniformed commander walked by, adding to the facility's distinguished atmosphere. Followed by his retinue of Imperial guards, Lux finally reached his destination and knocked on the door. "Come in," the man on the other side said. Lux turned the handle and opened the door to find a shocked gray-haired man sitting by his desk. He hurriedly stood and bowed to greet the Emperor. "Oh, Your Excellency, I apologize for not arranging the proper welcome." Lux waved his concerns aside. "Not to worry, Director Shilda. This is an unscheduled visit. I just wanted to check on the progress of the Angrafer program." Shilda responded timidly. "Oh, of course, sir. Please, follow me and I can show you around the facility as I discuss progress." Lux nodded, and the small group ventured out into the hallway, aiming for a storage hangar. As they walked, Shilda explained, "This facility is currently working on the Angrafer 4, the successor to the Angrafer 3. It is roughly 50 feet tall and weighs up to 40,000 pounds, capable of carrying a conventional explosive payload or a nuclear payload." One facet of Shilda's description caught Lux's attention. 40,000 pounds. He asked, tilting his head. Wasn't the Angrafer 3 30,000 pounds? Faced with a question related to his work, Shilda loosened up and began to elaborate with passion. Yes. It seemed that 30,000 pounds was the limit of current science, but recent advances in magical research have allowed me to cheat the system. The Angrafer makes use of runes along its exterior, magical fuel mixtures, and magic-enhanced payloads. Lux gave an impressed hum. "What is the range and power of this weapon?" Shilda answered proudly. "It has a range of 1,500 miles, 5 times the range of its predecessor, and enough to cover the distance between Leophoria and Odahite. It can carry up to 2,500 pounds of explosives or a single Model 11 nuclear warhead." Lux was impressed with the ability to drop 40 kilotons onto wherever he wanted, but the range was the most disappointing factor. He didn't deny that the jump from 300 to 500 miles was a significant accomplishment, but he couldn't challenge the Americans with such short ranges. To even threaten them with MAD in the first place, he would need to get close, something that the Americans certainly wouldn't allow. Alas, the weapon was useful nonetheless. He might not be able to use nukes until the missile had enough range, but he could still deploy it conventionally for strikes against enemy bases. "Well done." Lux praised Shilda's work. "For now, I want you to focus on enhancing the payload and miniaturizing the design for use by our naval warships," he said, thinking about the missile capabilities of the Americans and the new Mauritial Orichalcum-class battleships. "Naval warships?" Shilda asked with a look of concern on his face. "Yes," Lux affirmed. "Is something the matter?" Given permission to speak by the Emperor, Shilda pointed out what he believed to be a fatal flaw. "I do not think the weapon will be effective on our ships." The expression on Lux's face grew ever more serious, sending chills down Shilda's spine. "And why might that be?" Sir, the Angrafer does not have advanced guidance," Shilda responded with a crestfallen look. "It can target a stationary base or city, but it can't target a moving object at sea. Our computers are not as sophisticated as the Americans' computers." Surprisingly, Lux acted as if Shilda's concern was a non-issue. In fact, he already had a separate project in the works to analyze. "Do not trouble yourself with such worries, Director. Just make sure that the Angrafer is modular and can be fitted with new targeting systems." "Oh, of course," Shilda hastily complied. He wasn't in complete consensus, but he didn't dare refuse the Emperor's demands. "I will begin the adjustments immediately." Lux gave a satisfactory nod. "Good," he said. "Have your plans sent to the Chief of Naval Operations and the Electronics Research Department when they're complete." August 22nd, 1640. Myhark, Kwatoin Principality. Having been the first nation to establish friendly relations with the United States, the nation of Kwatoin received plentiful upgrades to their infrastructure, as well as boons to their economy and technology. These new benefits placed them on a higher standing than the other civilized countries in the Phalades continent, and with Parpaldia and Luria still rebuilding, Kwatoin was selected as the location for the Third Civilized Region's annual policy meeting. The topics of the meeting were relatively mundane and didn't need President Lee's presence, but he came anyway, mostly to see how Kwatoin has evolved and to experience a short vacation. He lounged about, sitting on the beach near his Four Seasons hotel as he sipped on a pina colada. The weather remained a breezy 70 degrees Fahrenheit, almost unheard of for a near-tropical nation like Kwatoin. Lee wondered if the land's blessing included great weather before his mind wandered off to other trivial thoughts about magic. This break from the hectic planning, most notably for war preparations and economic recovery, back home was much appreciated by Lee, who felt like all his worries had just washed away. Basking under the warm sun, enjoying the cool sea breeze, and feasting on world-class Kwatoinian delicacies made by the best Terran chefs, he felt like he was in paradise. He didn't even bother to think about the Ravernal threat in the west, or the mysterious sightings of massive leviathans in the Atlantic expanse. Unfortunately for him, fate had other plans. The warmth of the sun's rays was suddenly cut off by a large shadow, prompting Lee to groan and open his eyes. A Secret Service agent stood in front of him. "Sorry to disturb you, sir, but you have an incoming video call from Secretary Hill." Lee sighed, disappointment that his relaxation was cut short. He got up from his chair and placed a hand on his wife's shoulder. "I'll be back in a bit, honey." The Secret Service agent led Lee back to the hotel, where he was brought to a private conference room. He then left Lee alone, who answered a call via the laptop on the table. "Robert, what can I do for you?" Lee asked with a slightly exasperated tone. Hill got straight to the point. "Our satellites have picked up activity on the westernmost archipelago of the Ravernal Empire. We've previously identified it as a Ravernal research facility, but new intel suggests a reclassification. We believe they are developing weapons there." Hearing this was a wake-up call for Lee. He went from annoyed at the disturbance to his vacation to serious almost instantly. "So, what kind of activity did the satellites pick up?" he asked, his concern growing. "Missile technology." Lee looked down as he rubbed his chin. "It was only a matter of time," he muttered. Although the existence of missiles haven't been confirmed in the Ravernal Empire, their level of technology, which placed them in the post-war era near the 1950s, meant that they were likely at the cusp of developing such technologies. Since there was no way of preventing this progress, it was something they would have to deal with moving forward. On this note, Lee wondered how effective these missiles could possibly be. "What do we know about these missiles?" Hill switched his screen to show satellite imagery of the base in question, as well as the missile itself. "From what we can tell, it looks almost exactly like a V-2 rocket. We were also lucky enough to catch a video of one in action." A video played, showing the Ravernal rocket taking off from its launch pad, emitting yellowish plumes with traces of blue as it lifted off. It climbed vertically before eventually leveling off, racing toward a small island 100 miles from the initial launch point. The rocket then arced downward like a parabola before detonating above a wooden target structure on the island. Like the new Tomahawk tested in the Gramius continent, this lookalike V-2 exploded with a bluish flame, implying that magic gem dust was used in the payload. The rocket devastated the target, blowing away nearby trees and setting foliage ablaze. It left nothing but a crater that was almost 100 meters wide and a rising mushroom cloud above the target's position. While the existence of the V-2 copycat was more or less expected, given the Ravernal Empire's similarity to Nazi Germany, their quick adoption of magic technologies was a surprise. The bluish tinges associated with the launch and the detonation only meant one thing. The Ravernals know how to integrate magic into their current technologies. There was even the possibility that they also discovered how to incorporate runes to enhance their devices, or worse, how to incorporate magic in ways that the Americans did not. After all, magic was a relatively new field of study, and the Ravernals had help from the most advanced magitech society in the world, the Magicaria community. Worried about the tremendous display of power, Lee asked, "Would it be difficult to intercept these missiles?" Hill answered confidently, "It shouldn't be a problem. Our Aegis systems are designed to track and destroy ICBMs that are much faster than this V-2. However, we don't have many missile defense systems in the Mu continent." "I see." Lee took the news with dissatisfaction. "Let's get some more defenses in the region." It would set the Muons back a lot if one of their bases was to get hit by a V2. Hill nodded. Understood. I'll get the paperwork ready immediately. Chapter 113, Justification. August 24th, 1640. Renepolis, Holy Mauritial Empire. Albion Castle. The past few days were hectic, and the disheveled appearance of the castle's war room served only to emphasize this fact. Even the regal appearance of Emperor Mauritial himself had deteriorated, leaving him baggy-eyed and slumping from exhaustion. His subordinates were no better. They too had worked hours upon hours to coordinate their military and ensure that the ambush on Admiral Tachyon's fleet would be a one-time mistake. As the sun rose, so too did these dutiful leaders. After a mere 4 hours of rest, they reconvened in the war room to go over new updates to their fleet deployments, as well as the implementation of new strategies to help defend against the Gra Valka's Empire's tactics. Using light healing spells and endurance spells, the group freshened up for yet another day of stressful discussions. Emperor Mauritial eyed the men who had come in. Among them were Agra Brinston, Arnius Freeman, Liage, and Burkburn. Together, they oversaw the nation's defense, intelligence, foreign affairs, and secret research projects. Once the men were all present, Emperor Mauritial proclaimed the start of the meeting. "Now that everyone is here, we shall begin," he said as everyone took their seats around a large circular table. "Agra, what is the status of the armed forces?" "Your Excellency," Agra bowed. "The Army reports success in training our current forces on American doctrines. There may be some uneasiness as our officers adapt to these new tactics, but the Army Chief has completed education on basic squad tactics and logistics." Emperor Mauritial nodded, giving a hand gesture that implied for Agra to continue. As for the Navy, they have completed training for 3 more crews on radar and sonar. In light of the ambush on the Death Bar fleet, the Navy Chief decided to reduce the extent of our patrols, keeping them near our territory for now. He also reorganized our fleets, placing at least 1 sonar-capable vessel in each carrier and battleship group. "Have the Americans agreed to selling us guided torpedo systems yet?" Emperor Mauritial asked. "Unfortunately, no." Agra responded with a somewhat disappointed look on his face. "They've said that they are open to distributing the technology in due time, but not quite yet." Everyone in the room knew that it was a stretch, but coming face to face with their failures still inflicted distress, no matter how expected it was. Emperor Mauritial gave an understanding nod. "I suppose it can't be helped." Then, transitioning into an expression of slight surprise, he asked, "They really turned down our offer of gold?" "They seemed interested in the offer, according to Fiam," Liage answered. "They just needed some time to discuss a revision to their technological outflow policy. Most of their executive leaders seem to be okay with the idea of sharing more technologies, but they won't be able to act until their Congress settles on an agreement." Emperor Mauritial frowned. He heard stories of the indecisive American Congress, which was currently locked in a tripartisan struggle. Bickering politicians were no stranger to him, and this was why his predecessors had always opted to consolidate power on the emperor rather than distributing power amongst Congresses and Senates. "That's a real shame." Hoping to turn the atmosphere around, Liage gave some good news. "On the bright side, I've heard that once this new bill goes through, the United States will sell basic computers, targeting systems, torpedoes, and missiles to us and to Mu. There are even rumors that they'll be willing to sell jets as well. I don't know how long it will take for this to come to fruition, though." Mauricio remarked, "Missiles and jets, eh? Well then, I suppose we should be grateful for what they've given us so far." Indeed, Brinston nodded in agreement. Without their sonar systems, the entire Death Bar fleet, including the Cosmo, may have been lost entirely. "Even now I shudder to think about the tragedy we just avoided," he said, referring to the exorbitant development costs of the Orichalcum-class battleship and its armaments. All of the men present shared the same sentiments except for Burkburn, who was more at edge about the decision. "I can't deny that the sonar did prevent that catastrophe, but I wish there was some other way we could have acquired the necessary tools." He gave a defeated sigh. "It pains me that we had to share our research on the PAL Chimera just to get their scraps," he huffed, demonstrating his sense of Mauritial exceptionalism. "If it is a decision that can improve our odds against the sorcerers, then it is a decision that shall be made." Emperor Mauritial said forcefully, aiming to quell Berkburn's dissent. Berkburn understood the Emperor's wishes and reluctantly let go of the topic. My apologies for questioning your wisdom, Your Excellency. Mauritial then returned to the current discussion. So, we have covered the Army and the Navy. Agra, what is the status of the Air Force? Work on the Comet. One has provided a lot of insight on missile technology, so the Air Force is working to incorporate missiles into their doctrine. Unlike the Americans, we have to rely on gun pods and dogfighting, so redesigning the Alpha 2 might be out of the question. Redesigns on the Alpha 3 and Alpha 4 have already commenced. Additionally, we are also redesigning our missiles to keep them standardized with American variants. Good, Mauritial said with a pleased tone. When can we expect to field these new weapons? Agra lost his upbeat attitude, which gave way to a more despondent one. 2, maybe 3 years, Your Excellency, he said almost regretfully. 3 years was too long. By that time, the war may have already concluded. Additionally, there were rumors that the Ravernal Empire was on the verge of fielding their own missiles. If they managed to deploy this technology before the Muins or Mauritials, then air superiority would be as good as lost. Is there no way to expedite research and development? No, Agra shook his head. Even if we were able to procure American missiles now, we still wouldn't be able to fit them on our aircraft or integrate their electronic systems with our magic systems. Emperor Mauritial went ahead and voiced his concerns. In a head-to-head engagement, I fear that the Valkans may outnumber us. He then stressed his point further, even with the Muins at our side. At best, each individual Valkan unit is a match for their counterparts in my empire. At worst, we may not have enough to beat back their war machine. Agra, what I want to know is, can we hold off the Valka's empire long enough for our new weapons to make an effect on the battlefield? Agra hesitated before answering, putting deep thought into his response. Your Excellency, we may hold out long enough if the Muins bog down the Valkans with urban guerrilla warfare, although this will exact an untold number of casualties among their populace. I do not know if the Muins will surrender before then, or if the Valkans will keep their fleets in the region. The Emperor had reviewed reports on the military capabilities of the Valka's empire. They had over 2,000 ships in their possession, most of them holdovers from war preparations for a global conquest that never occurred. The transference made sure of this, and instead brought the threat of world domination from Yggdra to Alicia. Given their numbers, they outnumbered the EDI fleets 2 to 1. Even then, not all of their 1,000 ships were able to match the Valkan ships one-on-one, as demonstrated by Leifer's overwhelming defeat. So, Emperor Mauritial said what Agra was too afraid to admit. Once the Valkans have eliminated the Muin navy, you believe that they will come to our shores next? Yes, Agra said, his words barely more than a whisper. What are our options? Agra explained. We can consolidate the EDI fleets to fight the Valkans near Muin coastal defenses, or we can attempt to strike at the Valkan homeland and other targets directly, although that will mean abandoning our allies to the jaws of the enemy. Silence reigned as the men contemplated the suggestion. Before anyone could reflect on it, Berkburn offered an alternative. Or, we could begin deploying our ancient weapons. Berkburn's suggestion elicited numerous shocked gasps from those present. Such a proposal was damn near unthinkable. These weapons were only to be used against the Ravernal Empire or other existential threats. However, there was a case to be made that if the Valka's empire dealt enough damage to the EDI at this point in time, they might not be able to recover enough to handle the Ravernals. Understanding this, Emperor Mauritial maintained his cool and allowed Berkburn to explain. How will you deploy these weapons? Although he was not a military tactician, Berkburn knew the basic principles of combat and recognized the value of the ancient weapons. Hoping to maximize his risk-reward ratio, he proposed, I plan on deploying the PAL Chimera Squadron with orders to bombard the enemy from long range. We can then assign these units to certain zones in order to control where the Valkans strike. I believe that it will only take a single battle for the Valkans to become wary of these PAL Chimerae and avoid them. If necessary, we can also use them as support units in a major naval engagement. Emperor Mauritial turned to Agra. What are your thoughts? Agra was initially on the fence, But after hearing Burkburn's explanation, he started to lean into the idea. He thought, considering the possibilities, that could work. By using them in a shock and awe fashion and by using them sparingly, we can make the GRA Valkans afraid to engage them. Psychological warfare, Arrhenius said, fascinated by the strategy. But if we use them too sparingly, they might just become a battlefield rumor. I recommend deploying them in a major battle. Agra countered, how brash. Sending these units to the front lines puts them at risk. What if we lose one? I wouldn't dwell on that concern too much, Burkburn stated, placing his faith in the technological superiority of the PAL Chimera. These ancient superweapons have even dumbfounded the Americans. I doubt those lowly GRA Valkan mongrels can even lay a finger on the PAL Chimera's armor, much less get past their shields. Emperor Mauritial found Burkburn's assessment to be reasonable, but also resonated with Agra's cautionary attitude. He stepped in, issuing his decree. We will go along with Burkburn's plan. Agra, you and Arrhenius are to formulate a strategy that will maximize the effect of shock and awe and deal as much damage as possible to GRA Valkan forces before withdrawing. If shields fail on any unit, have it retreat. If a PAL Chimera unit is destroyed, you are to withdraw all PAL Chimera units immediately. Agra bowed. Understood, Your Excellency. On that note, I believe I do already have a plan. Oh, let us hear it, then. I have received intelligence that the GRA Valkans are positioning to strike the Muons. Director Freeman, would you explain? Arrhenius nodded. The Americans have shared satellite photos and other data with us, including confessions from captured GRA Valkan operatives. They are likely declaring war in around a month and are preparing a massive fleet to take the coastal capital city of Otaheite. They are also preparing a separate fleet to take the commercial port of Michael. So a decisive battle then? Emperor Mauritial guessed. Agra shook his head. Well, not quite. Because the GRA Valkans are also preparing other fleets, consolidating too much of our forces will leave other targets defenseless. I do plan on deploying a strong force to engage the main GRA Valkan fleet, but my goal is only to deter. I see. Agra continued. The Otaheite conquest fleet has about 400 ships. I plan to deploy 100 of our own ships, along with Mu and the other EDI members. This will place our combined fleet at 300. With 3 fully functional PAL Chimerae behind our combined fleet, I believe we are more than an equal match for the GRA Valkans. In the meantime, our other fleets will help contain the other simultaneous enemy attacks. Emperor Mauritial accepted Agra's plan. Very well then. With flames of determination dancing in his eyes, he turned to Burkburn and gave him a fateful order. Deploy the PAL Chimerae. Chapter 114, Calm Before the Storm. September 15th, 2022, 1640 Elysian Year. Ragna, GRA Valka's Empire. A lone UQ. 2 reconnaissance aircraft hid in the skies above, imperceptible to both the naked eye and the most powerful sensors the GRA Valka's Empire had to offer. Deemed the successor to the U-2, this powerful new aircraft saw everything on the ground with perfect clarity, gathering data in numerous spectrums and relaying it back to its master. Unaware of the plane, the GRA Valkans continued their war preparations without concern. Emperor GRA Lux watched his grand fleet come together at sea, a blanket of shining steel stretching to infinity. At his command, 1,000 ships consolidated into a mighty force, hailing from all corners of his glorious empire. Even then, the sight before him did not even represent the full extent of his power. 1,000 more ships were additionally scattered throughout the oceans around Mu, ready to strike at auxiliary targets. After months of careful planning and aggressive campaigning, GRA Lux was finally able to deploy the neglected fleets that had been sitting about since the transference. Instead of being a financial drain, these painstakingly maintained warships, along with other equipment meant to dominate the entire planet of Yggdra, would finally be of use. Still, GRA Lux was careful enough not to let the power of his massive war machine blind him. He knew that conquering Alicia wasn't the same as conquering Yggdra, especially with the existence of hyper-advanced foes and magical enigmas. Taking caution not to agitate these powerful forces, he decided to end the war as quickly as possible. by blitzing through Mu and forcing the EDI to surrender early. He hoped to secure as much territory as possible and impose as beneficial conditions as possible before the Americans could intervene. This means he had to conquer Mu and defeat the Holy Mauritial Empire within 2 months. Gra Lux smirked. He recalled something he read from an American history book. On Earth, a familiar power called Nazi Germany managed to subjugate a neighboring power, France, in just 6 weeks. If a nation on Earth could easily conquer a powerful nation in such a short amount of time, then surely his empire would be able to crush technologically inferior enemies with even greater ease. Bearing these thoughts in mind, he emboldened himself for the big announcement. Behind the throne room's extended balcony, his entourage of subordinates awaited him. Gra Lux turned to them, satisfied with the assembled fleet at the harbor. With an ecstatic grin on his face, he beckoned them to come forward. They complied, walking toward the balcony with their emperor, where they were greeted by bright sunlight and a massive, cheering horde of citizens below. The cadre of elites, led by Emperor Gra Lux, waved to the people below. Their cheers grew at the sight of the emperor's figure, which was enhanced by his ceremonial crimson uniform adorned with golden epaulets. Cameras on the ground and on rooftops were trained directly on the emperor, all waiting for his speech. Emperor Gra Lux raised his hand, palm facing out toward the audience, silencing them. The applause ceased as the citizens held their breath, hearts swelling with pride at the commencement of a long-awaited invasion. Finally, he addressed his people. Citizens of the Gra Valka's empire, today we stand at the precipice of obtaining the glory that our great nation deserves. It has been a grueling, centuries-long journey since my forefather, the late Emperor Gra Terminus, first dreamed of global conquest. After vanquishing foe after foe, city after city, empire after empire, we finally arrived at the point when we were ready to take all of Yggdra for ourselves. Alas, we were unable to take Yggdra because our great empire was transported to this planet. At first, I lamented this. Global conquest was at my fingertips, and it was swiped away from me. Now, I realized that this transference was not a curse, but rather a blessing. With this transference, we were given access to a larger planet, one with wonders, riches, and magic known only in legends. And so, I, Emperor Gra Lux, shall now seize these legendary wonders for the benefit of our people. With the authority vested in me as emperor, I hereby declare the start of our conquest. Otaheitmu. Having received word from the Americans that the Gra Valka's empire was commencing its attack, Mu's top leaders gathered together to rally their defenses. Prime Minister Sinclair, along with General Seneville, Minister DeVille, and other top-ranking officials from the military and intelligence branches were present, listening in to the Americans' update. Intelligence gathered previously had proved to be correct, more or less. A group of 600 ships from the 1,000-strong fleet in Ragna split off to the south of the Mu continent, while 400 went north, targeting Otaheit. Meanwhile, the dormant camps surrounding the Muan border flared to life as men and machines bustled with activity. Dozens of bases along the Leophorian, Hynomawarian, Sonalian, and Magicariac borders began deploying troops, evident in the hundreds of satellite images depicting mechanized convoys moving out. Airfields stationed further away from the front lines also showed signs of revitalized activity, with more frequent patrols and a larger number of planes being pulled out from storage. New weapons also began to make an appearance, from massive Horton-like bombers to Messerschmitt-styled early jet aircraft. The Gra Valkans intended to strike hundreds of targets simultaneously in a plan that mirrored Operation Desert Storm in terms of sophistication and coordination. The one thing the Gra Valkans neglected, however, was the power of the American intelligence and surveillance network. Based on inferences from satellite imagery and information gathered from captured Gra Valkans, Mu was able to set up defenses proportional to the expected Gra Valkan invasion forces. The decoys deployed throughout the continent to give the impression of overwhelming force were all identified, allowing the Muans to fortify their positions further. Reviewing their strategies, General Seneville went over their deployed forces and the various fronts. He first summarized the naval component, which was earlier covered by the Navy chief. Our Navy will be fighting near our coasts, coordinating with coastal defense units supported by the Army, as Chief Murray has explained. I have full confidence in their abilities, as well as the special equipment being sent over by the Mauritials. In the unlikely event that any beachheads are established, a force of 100,000 men, supplemented by American artillery platforms, will make short work of the Jarrah Valkans. Then, he covered the Northgard Front, a vast tundra-like region that offered many natural barriers to invasion. Our border guard near the northern part of Lifer has just received reinforcements from the Agarthan and Central Kingdoms, which specialize in individual spellcasting. They number around 80,000 Muin personnel, 2,000 American mercenaries, and 4,000 combined EDI personnel. Together, they are expected to face a force of 200,000 Jarrah Valkans. We have not quite yet reached the solstice of winter, but the temperature has already begun to drop. We will use the environment to our advantage here, employing mages from the first civilized region to slow the movement of Jarrah Valkans using weather magic. Those who are trapped by heavy snow will either succumb to starvation, our artillery, or our aircraft, which in turn are supported by American F-16s. Given our advantages, I believe there is no need to worry about the Northgard Front, despite our numerical disadvantage. A murmur of consensus rippled throughout the room. No one had any qualms with the current Northgard Front strategy, since the Jarrah Valkans' overwhelming numbers didn't matter against the unforgiving cold, which had proven time and time again as an effective barrier during the campaigns of Earth history. Seeing rather satisfied expressions with the explanation, General Senneville reviewed the Malmund Front. Pointing to a map as reference, he singled out the large mountain range near the city of Alu. The Malmund Front covers the Malmund Mountains and its immediate surroundings. Because of geography, all civilian population centers have been evacuated to safer territory inland. According to American surveillance, the Jarrah Valkans have a 100,000-strong army at the border, while we have 30,000 men waiting for them. We have also stationed forces, numbering 10,000, in the Alu region to conduct urban warfare operations without risk to civilian life, so that we can drain the Jarrah Valkan war machine of as many resources as possible. If they are overwhelmed, they will retreat to the Malmund Mountains, which is rigged with more traps and defenses than grains of sand on the beach. We will make use of the natural choke points provided by the mountains and devastate any approaching force with long-range American howitzers. Meanwhile, the skies above will be guarded by American mercenaries and an anti-air missile defense network. It will be difficult for the Jarrah Valkans to penetrate these defenses. Senneville, seeing no discontent among his peers, continued. Next, the Oster Plains, he said, pointing to the southern part of Mu, bordering Hinomawari, Sonal, and Magikariak. Our forces in the region number 150,000, while the Jarrah Valkans maintain an army of 200,000 excluding decoys. We expect to be able to hold the line against their forces, but we must keep wary of additional reinforcements they may send once they find out that we have not been fooled by the decoys. Mercenary support will not be readily available due to the distance from their bases of operation, and we expect them to be busy defending against Jarrah Valkan bombing raids. Because the plains offer little protection, our men have been instructed to erect their fortifications along the nearby forests. They have also been taught how to make traps and fight with guerrilla tactics, which should be useful in the southeastern jungles. Joining them are 2,000 EDI mages with affinities for earth and nature. Because of the developing circumstances, we will be keeping an eye on this region and reinforce our men there as necessary. From the looks of the pieces on the map, Sinclair felt like they were conceding too much territory without much of a fight. Is it truly impossible to establish defenses here? I worry that we are sacrificing way too much land in the opening stages of the war. Aside from the strips of land adjacent to the Malmund Mountains, Senneville's strategy called for immediately abandoning thousands of square miles worth of territory. Unfortunately, it is a necessary sacrifice. There is little cover in the Oster Plains, and preparation efforts are more effectively spent on fortifying existing environments, rather than establishing easily bombardable trenches near the front lines. We may lose the land for now, but we will retake it eventually after we have successfully beaten down the Jarrah Valkans. By posting up along defendable cliffs, hills, forests, and other natural formations, we can assail their forces from cover while they traverse the mine-laden plains. Since we are at a technological disadvantage, We must even the score as best we can by dragging the GRA Valkyns into close-range engagements, where their destructive machines are less effective. Sinclair realized what Cineville was going for. Oh, I see. So you plan to fight dirty, dragging them into the mud and negating what advantages their technology gives them. Precisely, Cineville grinned. We will lure them into traps, clog their machines with mud, and burn the forests while they are trapped if we have to. If they breach past these lines of defense, then the southern cities, agricultural fields, and manufacturing districts will be exposed to danger. Everyone understood what was at stake and didn't challenge the strategy, so he moved on. Finally, we have the Malmund grasslands, located between the Northgard tundra and the Malmund Mountains. He pointed at the map, placing pieces along the Leoforian border. These former grasslands are much more populated than the Oster Plains, dotted with villages and cities along the way. Most of the fighting on this front will be done in towns or cities, with some fighting in the region's natural forests, grasslands, and valleys. This area is home to 5 million Muons and their industries, and will be defended by a majority of our forces, amounting to almost 400,000 men. Unfortunately, the GRA Valkyns also see the value of this region, which, aside from the Malmund Mountains, is the fastest route to the capital and our heavy industries. Most of the settlements near the front lines have been evacuated, so our men can worry more about stopping the 500,000 men that the GRA Valkyns have stationed along the Leoforian border. Cineville's mood took a dark turn amidst his explanation, creating an ominous atmosphere. To conclude, all defensive strategies have been enacted and our men are now standing by, waiting for the GRA Valkyns to officially cross our border. This is the calm before the storm. Chapter 115, First Strike, 1. September 24th, 2022, 1640 Elysian Calendar. Odahite Mu. Over a week had passed since the GRA Valkyn fleet deployed from their capital city of Ragna, with little activity coming from the bases along the Muon border. It was clear to the Muons that by now, the calm before the storm was finally nearing its conclusion, with dark gray clouds and lightning visible on the horizon. It was only a matter of time before the GRA Valkyns attacked, and they waited for the inevitable moment with severe trepidation. The weather itself was like a manifestation of the feelings of the Muon leaders holed up in their War Department meeting rooms. Light drizzle tapped away at the windows, as unending as the ticking of the clock mounted above. Then, lightning flashed, striking rods positioned atop the city's skyscrapers as the drizzle evolved into a merciless downpour. The storm had finally arrived. Information had steadily come in the last few days, providing mundane updates on the positions of GRA Valkyn forces until a report came in today that the GRA Valkyn fleets had finally reached the outskirts of Muon territorial waters. Dozens of small fleets waited, poised to strike at outlying islands, colonies, and small bases scattered around Mu's coastlines. However, these were an insignificant threat compared to the two Grand Conquest fleets stationed 80 miles from Michael, which was a vital trade hub, and Odahite, Mu's capital city. Seeing all the pieces entering in position, the Americans deployed their electronic warfare assets all over the second civilized region, scrambling all communications from the eastern coasts to the shores of Ragna. As fate would have it, this ploy was not enough to stop the tide. Having anticipated such measures, the GRA Valkyns preemptively set a time upon which all units would launch their attacks. The lull of silence served only to heighten the anxious air within the room. The midday sun positioned at its highest position for the day, meaning it was close to lunchtime. Despite this fact, Sinclair didn't feel hungry at all. He only felt tension from the staring contest between his nation's defending forces and the GRA Valkyn invaders positioned just outside the range of the defending forces' weapons. The only thing on his mind was a single question: when would they attack? Right after he finished asking the question mentally, he received an answer. First, it came from the American liaison, whose attention was suddenly caught by his earpiece. He pressed his hand against his ear as he listened intently, before revealing what he was just told. An expression of seriousness grew on his face as he repeated the information coming from his superiors. All GRA Valkyn naval elements are now proceeding with the invasion. Hostile ground elements are remaining on standby. General Cineville received the update calmly. So it has begun, he said, careful not to let his fearful emotions surface. much less cloud his judgment. When will they reach our defensive fleets? The American liaison relayed the question to his comrades. He received a prompt reply, which he then conveyed to the Muons. About an hour, he said. Seneville nodded. Then our ground forces should also expect combat within an hour. He turned to a group of communication officers. Inform all coastal defense units and army units to expect combat in 1 hour. Outside the window, fighters and bombers began taking off from nearby airfields and from the carriers. Wyverns, biplanes, and enigmatic pseudojets from the Holy Mauritial Empire alike filled the skies, circling around the ships in a defensive posture. The sight itself was majestic, although not as much as the 3 pal chimerae that hovered above like grand deities watching over their domain. These were the secret weapons that their allies had committed to the fight. The massive constructs were finally in the air once more, after having been grounded following the lengthy journey across the Arctic Ocean. Now more than ever, their presence raised the morale of Muons and Mauritials alike. They emitted a low hum as they hovered in place, their magic engines pulsating hues of bright blue. Vibrant blue lines intersected the outer hulls, contrasting against the golden exteriors of the pal chimerae. With the battle about to begin, these lines grew brighter as more magic energy was injected into the various systems. The ships themselves adjusted their positions according to data from American surveillance equipment, flashing their broadsides toward the open ocean as they prepared for combat. Across the entire fleet, the ship's decks filled with men rushing to man turrets and cannons. The Muon and Mauritial warships took the lead, with the more fragile ships of the line and magic ships taking position behind the more advanced steel fortresses. 30 minutes of agonizing tension passed, and before long, the American reported another update. All enemy forces are now on the move. Shortly after his announcement, a flurry of alerts came through from domestic channels, with Muon spotter planes and scouts reporting the same thing. So this is it, Sinclair said with a wary tone. The fight for our lives. GRA Valka's Navy First Conquest Fleet. GVS Great Atlas Star. 50 miles from Oda Height. After painstaking days of navigating through minefields and then hours waiting at sea, Admiral Caesar was finally able to see the enemy fleet with his own eyes. The sight of hundreds of mixed warships, from antiquated sailing vessels to advanced battleships, was one to behold. The presence of the enemy ships matched well with the information procured by their scouts, who had flown near the enemy without being intercepted. Unfortunately, they could scarcely gather data using radar, due to constant jamming that further bewildered the already perplexed technicians. What few glimpses they managed to grab provided dubious information, particularly the large radar contacts loitering behind the enemy fleet. As it turned out, these large radar contacts weren't produced by glitches in their equipment. They were massive flying ships, hovering above the enemy fleet. What in the realms are those? Captain Luxdal gasped, pointing at the alien saucers, whose darkened visage contrasted against the stormy Arcus clouds overhead. Even the generally nonchalant Caesar couldn't help but express his shock at the sight. Using binoculars, he analyzed these mysterious vessels and commented his thoughts. At first glance, I would have assumed that these are some sort of new American weapon that we have yet to see. However, he took a closer look at the overall design of the ship, taking note of the golden blue color scheme and their intricate curves. The ships themselves must be Mauritial. To think that they were hiding such assets up their sleeves. There's more to magic than we were initially led to believe. How shall we engage, Admiral? Caesar's assistant asked. Caesar rubbed his chin, slightly enthralled by the prospect of a new challenge. Let us first probe these new foes and test their defenses. From the looks of things, they are slow, but heavily defended, like some sort of aerial battleship. Have the Antares Kaiser units focus their rocket attacks on the closest saucer, designation Saucer 1. Interceptors and bombers are to continue normal operations against hostile aircraft and naval assets. All warships will ignore the saucers for now and focus fire on the Muon and Mauritial capital ships. Understood, Caesar's assistant said. I will relay the orders now. He then used a manicom to communicate the information to the rest of the fleet, using standard GRA Valkan encryption to send the order. Caesar looked at the young man performing his duties, wondering if the enemy knew how to intercept and decode encrypted manicom messages. So far, his hunch played out to be correct, and the electronic jamming employed by the Americans seemed to have little effect on Manacom and other magical devices. He just hoped that this gamble to use untested Elysian technology didn't come back to bite him. His fleet carried out the order transmitted via Manacom, taking position against the enemy fleet. In just minutes, the battle would begin in earnest. Although the enemy had tactical advantages granted by the technologically superior Americans and unknown tricks hiding up their sleeves, he couldn't help but feel excited at fighting his first true naval battle of this fantastical world. EDI Otahite Defense Fleet, HMS Cosmo. Admiral Tachyon watched the approaching ships ever intently. Despite lacking radar and radio, the enemy managed to split their fleet appropriately and coordinate together. His Manacom operators managed to recover traces of magic-based communications from the enemy fleet, which impressed him. He was interested in their ability to adapt, wondering how they would adjust their tactics when he unleashed his fleet's weapons. Seeing that the enemy fleet was beginning to enter combat range, he ordered Captain Eliza to attack. Target missiles on the aircraft carriers in the rear of their formation. Missiles locked. The missile operator announced. Fire. 10 comets fired from the VLSLs located on the Cosmos aft, releasing plumes of smoke as they accelerated toward the fleet in the distance. Another Orichalcum-class battleship, the Nova, contributed as well, firing 10 more missiles for a total of 20. They flew faster than any plane in the EDI and GRA Valken arsenals, but slower than a standard Harpoon missile due to the missile's excessive weight. The heavy missiles skimmed the ocean's surface at speeds slightly faster than an Alpha 3, dashing toward the enemy ships at almost 500 miles per hour. The massive payload and slower speed also meant that there was a higher chance of interception, but the prideful Mauritials wanted to send as big of a message as possible. Soon, the missiles reached the swarm of GRA Valken interceptors as 100 planes swooped down upon the comets in hopes of preventing the destructive weapons from reaching the carriers. Tachyon shared a tactical link with PAL Chimera Unit 01, captained by an ex-Navy admiral and Ancient Arms Department researcher named Mateos. A live feed from the PAL Chimera sensors showed Tachyon a view of the missiles as they approached their targets. Coming from a position in front of and above the missiles themselves, the interceptors strafed the Mauritial weapons. Their accuracy was pathetic, not even managing to graze a single missile in their first run. More planes from behind attempted to do what their predecessors, who were now out of range and unable to come back for another interception, could not. Fighters and bombers even joined in with their guns, hoping to take out at least a few of the low-flying missiles before they could reach their fleet's vanguard, which consisted of battleships and cruisers. One of them happened to land a lucky strike, causing one missile to detonate with a massive blast that took out a few nearby planes that were trying to intercept. The loss of one missile was devastating, as it meant the survival of an enemy aircraft carrier. Still, there were 19 more chances, and the enemy planes that had already been deployed were too slow to circle around for another intercept. By now, the enemy carriers were hastily launching what planes they had left, trickling in fighters one by one in a vain attempt to shoot down more of the missiles. The comets finally reached the range of the fleet's anti-air defenses. Men along the ships turned their turrets as far down as they could, unleashing a torrent of tracer fire as they showered the bullets with as much firepower as possible. Much to the GRA Valken's surprise, the missiles completely ignored the battleships and cruisers as they blitzed past them and soared into the air, exposing them to more fire from the fleet's destroyers. Black clouds spontaneously erupted around the missiles as flak cannons attempted to shoot them down. Meanwhile, streams of bullets from mounted machine guns to dedicated anti-air autocannons created an upward-facing rainstorm of metal. The sheer amount of weapons fire created a beautiful light show that outshone the sporadic lightning strikes occurring around the ocean and even threatened to outnumber the raindrops coming from the clouds above. Despite this, manual targeting and poor visibility overall hindered the GRA Valken's ability to shoot down these missiles. Only 2 were shot down, leaving 17 left. The remaining 17 missiles slammed into their targets with heavenly force, their flames reaching the stores of ammunition hidden away inside the carriers. The combined explosive power of the already mighty comet, 1 missiles, and the ammunition in the carriers proved fatal not just to the carrier, but to nearby ships as well. Bright blue flashes temporarily blinded those nearby and generated so much luminosity that even the coastline could see the blasts, despite the visibility-degrading rain. 17 targeted carriers were completely and utterly annihilated, with the explosions from within their hulls expanding outward and turning the metal boxes into massive fragmentation bombs. The carriers' hulls were ripped apart by the tremendous power of the explosions, sending shrapnel made of their armor flying toward nearby ships, whose crews were simultaneously crippled by the pressure waves coming from the dying carriers. The destroyer squadrons tasked with defending the carriers from aerial attacks suffered the most due to their proximity, with over 20 destroyers completely sunk and another 30 damaged to the extent of uselessness. Tachyon felt no pity for the crews that had died in such an unfair fashion. He only smiled at the power of the Holy Mauritial Empire's newfound power, happy to exact vengeance for the cowardly ambush that sank the Trecton and the Bultempus. Emboldened by his fleet's devastating first strike and the Palchime ray flying behind him, he opened a Manicom channel on all frequencies. Men of the Elysian Defense Initiative, you have just witnessed a small glimpse of the power of the Holy Mauritial Empire. We hoped for peace with the GRA Valkans, but they have forced our hand, ignoring offer after offer of friendship. They dared to threaten the stability of the second civilized region and even went so far as to launch cowardly submarine-based ambushes on our fleets. So now, we will teach these mongrels what it truly means to face us in battle. These troglodytes will not lay a single finger on the coasts of Otaheite. All units, commence attack. Chapter 116, First Strike, 2. GVS Great Atlas Star. Admiral Tachyon's words were heard throughout the ship, but none were more infuriated than Captain Luxdow, whose hateful sneer grew with each word spoken. Mongrels? Troglodytes? The audacity of these damned barbarians! He yelled in a fit of rage, slamming his fists onto a nearby table. On the other end of the spectrum, Caesar showed no reaction to the bold statement. While Luxdow issued orders, Caesar remained silent. He paid little heed to the Mauritial announcement, instead concerned with the implications of the enemy's sudden use of an open channel. They must have figured out that they're using Manicoms to circumvent American jamming. With a calm voice, Caesar issued new orders. Comms, inform the fleet to proceed with our attack and have them switch their encryption settings to sequence 4. Luxdow acted on Caesar's orders, channeling his anger into the ship itself. Gunners, target the lead Orichalcum-class battleships. Take down the Cosmo. Calculating firing solution, adjusting for relative movement. The groan of metal reverberated throughout the bridge as the Great Atlaster's massive turrets turned, adjusting angle of fire in accordance with the new targeting computer. A distinct blue glow shone from a nearby console, while the integrated matter system, developed jointly with the Magicaria community, fed data to the computer. Bright flashes erupted across the deck, sending the ship into a shudder as a full salvo raced toward the enemy fleet. The other GRA Valkan warships fired their weapons as well, the sounds of their cannons blending with the thunder generated by the ongoing storm. Luxdow grinned in anticipation, only to lose his excitement upon seeing a massive wall of ice rise from the water. It appeared spontaneously and out of nowhere, stretching from end to end and sheltering the entire EDI fleet. The wall absorbed the first round of shells, crumbling immediately under the force of dozens of shells. The subsequent barges were not impeded, but the powerful first salvo was rendered ineffective. What? Luxdow yelled, bewildered by the sudden shield. This is the same strategy they employed in their skirmish with our submarines, Caesar remarked. He was disappointed that the first salvo wasn't able to do much damage, but he dismissed it as a minor consideration. Judging by the size of the wall, they must have expended a lot of magic. I doubt they can cast that spell many more times, nor can their mages keep up with this chaotic battle. Continue our assault and keep our distance from those saucers. Otaheite Beach. Constellus Detachment. Rows of artillery pieces dotted the coastline, from Muin-produced cannons to howitzers purchased from the Americans. These weapons pounded constantly, lobbing magically enhanced destruction at the GRA Valkans from a cool distance of 50 miles. Amidst the cookie-cutter ensemble of olive and sand-colored cannons, a set of trucks stood out. Rather than hosting cannons, they hosted vertical boxes that faced the incoming rain with their heads held high. Black uniformed men patrolled this unique section, accompanied by a pair of suited individuals. One wore a piece with dark stripes and a red tie, while the other wore a white dress shirt under a standard black piece. Flanked by two armed guards on either side, the men inspected the trucks with great interest. "We've had no issues with the machinery so far," the black-suited man explained. "We're ready to launch on your signal, Mr. Horner." The other man fiddled with his umbrella, slowly twisting it. Scarcely able to contain his excitement, he gave his companion a nod. "Very well, Mr. Woods. Let's begin with the Block 6 Tomahawks." At the nod of Woods, one of the vertical boxes opened up, revealing 4 VLS cells inside. The box then rumbled, emitting smoke as the cells unleashed their contents. For Tomahawk missiles rocketed upward and dashed toward the enemy, creating a sonic boom as they accelerated past the aircraft carriers at the rear of the EDI fleet. Using a tablet receiving data from a drone, they monitored the progress of the missile test. The 4 missiles zoomed past flying shells and falling planes, seamlessly breaching the GRA Valken's defenses as they slammed into 4 enemy battleships. With characteristic blue explosions, the battleships were sentenced to watery deaths. Chaos reigned as nearby ships and their crews were damaged by shrapnel, heat, and expanding pressure waves. Much like the comet strike unleashed by the Mauritials, these missiles snapped their targets' hulls. Because of their armor, the battleships weren't completely obliterated and instead began to sink slowly, flooding in the gaping holes left by the missiles. Shocked with the results, Horner's mouth dropped. "No wonder Dr. Holden bought so much Raytheon stock," he muttered. "Must be a really smart man," Woods commented. "Of course, you didn't hear that from me," Horner smiled. Woods gave a smirk. "Hear what?" "Exactly," Horner said. "Let's test Lockheed's missile now." 2 M142 HIMARS and 1 M270 MLRS revealed their weapons, launching a total of 8 missiles toward the sea. The sleeker precision strike missiles popped out of their pods, releasing bursts of blue flame as they accelerated to supersonic speeds in record-breaking time. Guided by GPS and further aided by American drones loitering above the battlefield, they locked onto their targets at the far back of the GRA Valken fleet, reducing 8 carriers to smithereens before their anti-air defense network could even react to the threat. Horner jotted something down on his phone, giving an impressed nod at the results. After he finished writing notes on the performance of the various land-based anti-ship missiles, he looked up toward his companion. "You know, Jace, I think Lockheed might be a better investment. Raytheon's already gone up since the new orders were publicized, but the orders for the precision strike missiles haven't been made yet." "Oh," Woods raised an eyebrow. "Looks like I'll get to buy up all the estates those Lurian nobles left behind. Castle party when we get back." "Castle party when we get back," Horner nodded. "GVS Great Atlas Star." Caesar looked out of the bridge's windows, watching a group of planes in the distance. His attention was so focused that he completely ignored the intense shaking of the ship as it suffered 3 direct hits from the Cosmos laser-like lances. Even the bloody rain of eviscerated wyverns didn't faze him, despite the copious amounts of crimson that splattered the front turret and parts of the windows. His only focus was the Antares Kaiser strike unit. The 3 squadrons, guarded by dozens more friendly interceptors, easily slipped past the inferior enemy aircraft. Wyverns, biplanes, and even some of the advanced-looking Mauritial jets fell from the sky one after another as they were swatted down by expert Antares pilots. Before long, only a few peculiar species of wyvern, or perhaps a dragon, Caesar wondered, and Mauritial Alpha 3s remained in the air. They managed to outmaneuver and outgun some of the Antares interceptors, but were ultimately annihilated by the numerical advantage of the GRA Valken aircraft. Not a single Antares Kaiser was shot down, but Caesar couldn't say the same for the aircraft above the enemy fleet, which were now being downed in rapid succession by blue bullets from the PAL Chimera units. It was a lopsided battle, akin to pitting Antares fighters against wyverns. The latest and most advanced GRA Valken naval fighters drew closer to their target until finally, the PAL Chimera turned their weapons on them. PAL Chimera Unit 01. Advanced holographic screens filled the central bridge of the circular mothership, which was bathed in cool white luminescence by magic lighting. The near-inaudible hum of high-speed magical chanting ran in the background while soft pulses from the firing of magic blasters echoed throughout the bridge. Unlike the ships down below, Commander Mateo's bridge was spacious and was even equipped with luxurious seating and air conditioning. With a yawn, he watched the one-sided massacre of GRA Valkan aircraft with disinterest. Too busy with allied wyverns and aircraft to engage the PAL Chimera sitting in the back lines, they have yet to even retaliate. Just as he wondered when the GRA Valkans would actually pose a challenge to his superior weapons, the onboard threat identification system flashed an alert for a group of GRA Valkan fighters. Taking a closer glance, he noticed that these planes were similar to the highly touted Antares aircraft, but had larger wingspans and pylons mounted on the wings. His voice was monotone, as if he could care less about the incoming threat. Prioritize targets highlighted by the threat identification system. Activate shields. A blue light flickered around the vessel while the guns mounted along the circumference turned toward the incoming Antares Kaiser units. Their barrels rotated at speeds untrackable by the human eye, spitting blue light bullets at the enemy, tearing them to shreds with accuracy. The interceptors leading the group were the first to go down, serving as a shield for the more important aircraft behind them. A voice announced from the weapons station, "Targets at 800 meters and closing. 50 remain." Mateo's expression didn't change as he continued to watch the fighters approach. 600 meters, 26 fighters have launched rockets. Mateo's adapted to the situation. Focus fire on the retreating aircraft. Increase power to shields by 20%. A translucent blue shield flickered brightly as the rockets impacted it simultaneously. Gray-smeared bluish clouds erupted from the impact zones, a telltale sign that the warheads utilized magic to some degree. Despite the enemy's best attempts, the shield was not breached. Magic particles from the missile explosions are interfering with the tracking system. We can't get a lock on the retreating fighters. That's fine, Mateos said. How are the shields holding up? An electronic female voice responded to the query. Shields are at 67%. There is no external damage on the hull. Mateos said. He glanced at the screen displaying the aerial combat over the EDI fleet. Seeing that his allies were beating back the GRA Valkan aircraft, he decided to go on the offensive. Helm, take us forward. All PAL Chimera units will move into effective range and engage the enemy fleet using Exquialis cannons and Extinguia lances. Having successfully defended against the GRA Valkan attack, the three PAL Chimera moved forward, emerging from their position at the rear of the fleet. Azure glows bathed the waters below as the ancient warships unleashed light shells and lasers onto the GRA Valkan front lines. Each bolt from the Exquialis cannons and each laser beam from the Extinguia lances found their marks with ease, guided by the advanced targeting computers of the PAL Chimera. Loud, intermittent pulses graced Mateo's bridge, sounding much more powerful than the muffled rapid fire of the Atrates cannons. Each attack produced sights and sounds similar to the American science fiction shows he had seen, further amplifying his sense of superiority and pride in the Holy Mauritial Empire. Each attack also produced favorable results, with the quick-firing Exquialis cannons sinking enemy destroyers within 6 direct hits and enemy cruisers within 10 direct hits. The battleships were tougher targets that took over 30 direct hits to put them out of commission, much less sink them. Although they were heavily armored, they could barely stand against the powerful Extinguia lances, which cut through the ships with relative ease. They weren't intense enough to slice the layers of reinforced battleship steel like Covenant beams through UNSC frigates, but they were enough to reach the sensitive systems hidden away in the interior. Every activation of the Extinguia lance was enough to destroy at least one critical component within a GRA Valkan battleship, with a few lucky shots managing to ignite weapon stores and sink it completely. The sudden introduction of the PAL Chimera completely turned the tide of the battle, as ship after ship was sunk. Enemy destroyers raised their anti-air emplacements against the massive warships above, but could not reach the PAL Chimera with their weapons. Slowly, the ranks of destroyers, cruisers, and battleships in the enemy fleet were whittled down. Only the submarines below the waves and the carriers and supply ships behind the fleet were safe from the rain of destruction. In just half an hour, dozens of ships were sunk. Emboldened by their perceived invulnerability, one of the PAL Chimera units began to move forward recklessly. Mateos noticed the irregularity and realized that it was the hot-headed Wallman's ship. He opened a channel to PAL Chimera Unit 02 and warned him, "Commander Wallman, halt your advance. Maintain at least 20 miles of distance from the front of the enemy fleet." Wallman countered the order, shaking his head on the live screen. "The front lines have been mostly neutralized. I am advancing to secure a better target-rich environment." Mateos couldn't, or didn't, counter Wallman's logic. Wallman did speak the truth, and with Mateos wishing to sate his bloodlust, he agreed with Wallman's convenient excuse. Still, he wanted to maintain a degree of safety and compromised, keep a distance of at least 10 miles from the enemy fleet. Wallman's ship edged closer to the enemy fleet, while his own ship and Unit 03 sat a bit farther back. Then, the threat identification system picked up an unusual development coming from the enemy flagship, the Great Atlas Star. It began to tilt toward the starboard side, seemingly flooding itself on purpose. "What are they doing?" Mateos wondered. Using the onboard cameras, he noticed that the warship's cannons rotated, as if adjusting to fire at a target. Realizing that the ship was flooding itself to add elevation to their main guns, his eyes grew in realization. "Wallman, pull back. Retreat." Having heard the urgency in Mateo's voice, Wallman didn't argue and ordered his ship to pull back immediately. Then, with 9 flashes of light, the Great Atlas Star unleashed a full salvo. Chapter 117, First Strike, 3. GVS Great Atlas Star. The view from the bridge was one of disaster. Trails of smoke drifted to the sky on both sides of the battlefield, while a merciless lightning storm raged around them. Torrential rains and crashing waves contributed little to dousing the fires that ravaged the damaged and sinking ships, serving only to pester the survivors struggling in the water. To these survivors and those trying to rescue them, the chaotic battlefield was like a double-edged sword. The constant devastation amidst the storm deterred any sea monsters from getting too close, but it also meant that rescue operations were all the more difficult to conduct. Shells, bombs, and wrecked planes fell from the sky, threatening to strike rescue teams, survivors, and combatants alike. A mere hour had elapsed since the start of the battle, and already the situation was bleak for both sides, although the description was more apt for the GRA Valken side. The battle had more or less gone as expected, with GRA Valken naval forces completely demolishing the EDI fleet. The EDIs suffered the loss of half their standard vessels, with the exception of outliers such as the Orichalcum and Mithril-class battleships, the La Kasami-class battleships, and the La Burke-class destroyers. Under reasonable battlefield conditions, Caesar could have overwhelmed even these powerful foes with ease. However, he and his comrades were dealt a painful reminder that war is a dangerous phenomenon that one shouldn't expect to always go according to plan. 3 strange airships did what the main EDI fleet couldn't: push back the GRA Valken Navy. Blue bolts and lasers pounded the GRA Valken fleet, sinking ship after ship. With how quickly the airborne battleships were sinking the GRA Valken vessels, it didn't take long before the Great Atlas Star itself was targeted. In addition to long-range bombardment from the Cosmo and her allies, searing blasts of plasma and intense rays of light began to strike the ship. Aft auxiliary turrets are destroyed. Someone called out while a laser grazed the back of the ship, igniting flames across the rear portion of the deck and incinerating several crew members. Caesar racked his mind for a solution to his predicament. The more his ship was pummeled, the more helpless he felt. Was this it? Did he provoke an enemy that he had no chance at defeating? Caesar pondered the outcome of the battle if this one-sided slaughter continued. They would probably be able to wipe out all EDI naval vessels. But what was the point if his entire fleet was wiped out as well? His thoughts were temporarily distracted by the sight of a Muin La Burke-class destroyer shooting down GRA Valken dive bombers with relative ease, as if they had American targeting computers. Although initially overcome with dread, he soon realized the underlying value of this demonstration. If the Muins could shoot down aerial targets using computers, then what's to say that the Great Atlas Star couldn't do the same? Caesar glared at the saucer, which hovered above them at a height barely out of reach of their guns. He barked a new set of orders, urgency and excitement evident in his voice. "Captain, target the closest saucer with the main guns. Use standard high-explosive shells." Captain Luxdal repeated the order to his gunnery officers, who immediately began preparations. Target identified, adjusting azimuth and elevation. Wait, we're unable to fire because of the angle. An officer caught a flaw in their plan. Caesar felt a pang in his heart. All of his prior excitement was snuffed out, and he was once again left in a perilous state of helplessness. Damn it, he cursed. Looking toward Luxdal, he asked, would it be possible to hit the saucer if we backed up farther? Luxdal shared Caesar's sentiment. He pinched the bridge of his nose while he gave an unsettling answer. Yes, but we would need to get several miles farther. However, it will take time to adjust our position. At least 30 more Allied ships will be sunk by the time we're ready to fire. He shook his head, every characteristic of his demeanor screaming that it was a bad idea. Then, to further emphasize this, he said, we could likely hit the closest saucer, but we would have lost the battle by then. So, Caesar reflected on Luxdal's words with a somber expression. We must sacrifice our comrades to strike the enemy, and we wouldn't even be guaranteed a kill? Luxdal simply nodded. Yes, he said, his voice a whisper in comparison to his bold proclamations near the start of the battle. Caesar looked out of the bridge, watching the ships in his fleet sway and bob against the waves as they exchanged weapons fire with the enemy. Then, another brilliant idea hit him. The sea pushing against our ships. What if we use the water to grant us a better angle? You mean, flood a portion of the ship to tilt it? Luxdal asked, caught off guard by the peculiar suggestion. Caesar nodded. Well, Luxdal analyzed the plan. It sounds crazy, but it may very well work. Men, begin flooding the starboard side. The great Atlas star tilted as water rushed into it, causing the guns on the deck to point even higher. Tension grew among the bridge crew as the ship rapidly approached its limit. Keeping track on the angle of the guns, it wasn't clear whether or not the necessary degree could be achieved until finally, water stopped flooding in. This is as much water as we can take in, sir. An officer yelled out. Is it enough? Luxdal asked the gunnery officer. Much to everyone's relief, the answer was a resounding yes. The easy part was complete. Now they had to actually land a hit on a flying target that was capable of reaching speeds past 200 miles per hour. The targeting computer was more than capable of striking a lumbering naval vessel with limited avenues of movement. But to hit a fast airship that could move omnidirectionally was a different matter. The men waited for the computer to calculate a new firing solution for their guns, biting their nails and tapping their fingers as they fidgeted. The wait for the calculations, as short as it was, seemed more arduous than it truly was, drawn out due to the barrage of gunfire coming from the saucers. Each second felt like an intense minute, but eventually they were able to lock onto the target. As soon as the guns were ready, Caesar gave the order, fire. 9 blasts followed suit, rocking the ship as the main guns unleashed their full power. The tremendous display was so enchanting that even the most doubtful among the crew were invigorated. The shells flew toward their mark, soaring as high as the spirits of the men on board. The saucer attempted to evade the incoming projectiles, but it was too late. PAL Chimera Unit 02. Wallman, pull back. Retreat. Mateos screamed over the private channel. Although famous for his extreme nationalism and pride, Wallman wasn't so dull as to ignore the urgency in his comrade's warning. Having placed his full trust in his allies, he complied without a second thought and set the ventral and port thrusters to max. The crew jerked along with the ship's sudden movements, losing their balance as they clung to nearby consoles or walls. Despite this quick reaction, Wallman had a gut feeling that their error was too grave to be resolved by mere evasive maneuvers. Keeping this in mind, he issued a new order, shields to full, brace for. The great Atlasters might struck the PAL Chimera in full force before he could finish his sentence. 7 shells impacted the shields, completely shattering it and sending shrapnel toward the ship itself, which ravaged the hull and wrecked numerous gun platforms along the impact zone. Blue particles ejected from the shattered shield in all directions as a result of being overwhelmed by the sheer kinetic and explosive force of the enemy shells. Wallman's ship was rattled to its core, damaged extensively along the front and ventral sides, which were facing directly toward the enemy. Red alarms blared throughout the ship as crew members were tossed about by the attack. Wallman gripped his seat hard, holding on to dear life as his life flashed before his eyes. He reflected on his poor choices while explosions raged along the outer circumference of his ship. As quickly as it began, the trembling suddenly stopped, leaving Wallman in the center of a smoldering ship slowly falling from the sky. He glanced at the console in front of him, hoping to get an understanding of the current situation. Unfortunately, his eyes met with a glitching holographic screen, fading in and out of existence. He analyzed his surroundings and took a good look at his men, some of whom laid on the floor, unresponsive. Yet, many were still alive, and he felt like he had a duty to get them out of combat safely. "Navigator," he called out, "how are the engines?" "Gravity dampeners 1 through 3 are offline. Same with all thrusters in these sectors." Wallman nodded, immediately figuring out his next course of action. "Use the RCS thrusters to rotate the ship. We'll use the surviving engines to flee the battlefield." The view outside the bridge began to shift in accordance with the rotation applied by the PAL Chimera's thrusters. Seeing the ship respond to his commands was a welcome sight, but he couldn't celebrate just yet. Fleeing wouldn't be enough. He had to cover the ship and somehow distract the enemy from firing again. He hailed the other PAL Chimera units. "Units 1 and 3. This is Unit 2 requesting support. We survived the attack, but have lost all shields and are now retreating. We read you." "Unit 2. Mateos responded. "Units 1 and 3 are en route to provide covering fire. ETA in 2 minutes." Wallman's demeanor took a steep dive after hearing Mateo's words. According to the Americans, the Great Atlas Star could likely fire its guns in the region of 10 times per minute. Assuming that this rate was cut down to 2 or 3 to account for target acquisition, this meant that the Great Atlas Star could launch 6 more attacks. Ordinarily, this wouldn't be a concern, considering the fact that the Great Atlas Star was initially unable to hit the high-flying ship and barely able to strike it after pulling off that curious tactic. However, with important gravity-dampening systems damaged, Wallman's PAL Chimera was descending rapidly. He wasn't sure if the ship was fleeing the battle fast enough to compensate for their rate of descent, justifying his fears. If the enemy staggered their strikes and fired their guns in succession rather than simultaneously, then the chance of being struck would be even higher. With the current state of his vessel, he wondered if his ship could take even a couple more hits. Determined to make it out of the battle alive, he considered his options. "What is the status of our weapons?" "Sir, most Exquialis cannons along the impacted sector are inoperable. However, all cannons currently facing the enemy are fully functional. We lost 1 Extinguia lance, leaving 2 operational. A majority of our Atrates cannons also survived." Wallman felt relief rising up from his chest, but there was still one concern left to be answered. "And the targeting computer?" he asked. "Fully operational, sir." Wallman sighed, feeling a light smile reach his cheeks. "Set the Atrates cannons to intercept enemy shells. Use our remaining Exquialis and Extinguia systems to target the enemy's main turrets." Magical power surged through the ship as it began a true fight for the death. HMS Cosmo. Tachyon watched as Wallman's PAL Chimera fled the scene, landing accurate strikes against the Great Atlas Star while it braved long-range bombardments from GRA Valkan forces. Like sharks sensing blood in the water, the GRA Valkans pounced on the falling saucer. The previously immobilized enemy fleet was now on the offensive as cruisers and destroyers joined in the action, firing anti-air shells at the PAL Chimera without regard for their original ocean-faring targets. Explosions engulfed the air around it, producing shockwaves that sent shivers down his spine. "Focus fire on the lead enemy ships. Cover the PAL Chimera's escape," Tachyon ordered. The Cosmo jumped into the fray, followed by other nearby ships as they eliminated the fanatical charging GRA Valkans. Fire and brimstone fell upon the tunnel-visioned vessels that chased after the flailing saucer above. Yet, determined in their will to finish off one of the Holy Mauritial Empire's greatest assets, they faced the combined might of the EDI head-on. The 2 minutes it took for reinforcements to arrive were lengthy, with each passing second representing an unsalvageable risk to Wallman's ship. When they finally arrived, spirits were lifted. They graced the battlefield with a torrent of lasers and bolts, joining in on the slaughter orchestrated by Tachyon's fleet. Much to their gratitude, and the GRA Valkan's disappointment, Wallman's ship safely retreated behind friendly lines. The enemy's failure was evident. The GRA Valkan ships began to pull back, afraid of pushing deeper into the Megalodon's jaw. Their desperate charge proved futile, and without the ability to fight back against the Palchime, they signaled their retreat. Seeing this, the men on the EDI ships began to celebrate. Only Tachyon and a few other high-ranking officers knew the true nature of their victory. It was a Pyrrhic victory, won only by the overwhelming technological advantages of the Holy Mauritial Empire's superweapons. In a long, drawn-out war of attrition, they would eventually lose. Still, Tachyon found some room to breathe a sigh of relief. It may have been a Pyrrhic victory, with massive losses inflicted against the EDI fleet, but he at least took pride and satisfaction in the fact that not a single finger was laid on Odahite. Chapter 118, Reign of Death. Constellus Base, Northgard Region. Colonel Mike Alston slapped down his hand, his expert poker face contorting into a devilish grin. Royal flush. Pay up, fuckers, he said as he beckoned with his hand. A flurry of groans and complaints were thrown around by his squadmates in response. There's just no fucking way. A black-haired man sighed, staring into the ceiling. That's twice you've had a royal flush this week. Don't tell me you got magic powers or some shit. Mike shrugged and gave a slight smirk. I'm just better. You'll get me one day, Harry. Harry crossed his arms, opening his mouth as if he was ready to grumble further about his defeat. Before he could even utter a single word, an announcement came over the intercom, followed by flashing red lights. Be ready to deploy within 10 minutes. The GRA Valkyns have begun marching toward the border. Mike smiled. He felt weird doing so, since his actions demonstrated his excitement to go to war. In reality, he was relieved that the boredom of the past few weeks was finally lifted. For days, he and his crew lounged about their base doing fuck all while they waited for the GRA Valkyns to make a move. There was only so much more enjoyment they could get from hours of playing cards, and only so many more stories to share. If it weren't for his ridiculous hands, he and his squadron probably would have gone crazy. Finally, the red-haired hotshot, Eddie, said, I was getting so damn tired of waiting. An aging pilot who served during the Balkan crisis named Brandon nodded in agreement. Nothing beats shooting down Sequoias, but fighting Valky planes is sure to be more fun than fighting Parpai wyverns. Here, Mike agreed religiously, having served with Brandon during the same conflict. The men continued their idle chatter while they walked from the hangar to the tarmac, where their jets awaited them. A row of 6 planes glittered under the sun, steel and glass reflecting light. The space around the planes was crowded by ground crews conducting final checks, who quickly dispersed once all preparations had been made. The pilots each took their seats, 5 of them entering Lone F, 15 Sea Eagles, and 1, Colonel Alston himself, entering in F-35A. Mike climbed into his seat, feeling reinvigorated by the atmosphere of the cockpit. As he sealed the canopy and began to pull out onto the runway, he felt as if new life was breathed into him. After fiddling with his control panel and flicking on the necessary switches, he maneuvered his plane onto the center of the runway. Following the guidance of the aircraft marshallers on the ground, he ignited his engines and began to take off. The engine roared as flames spewed out the back, the acceleration pressing him against the back of his seat. The snow-covered grass around the runway whizzed past, turning into a blur as his F-35 sped up. Mike soon found himself in the air, flying higher than anyone else in the history of the Mu continent. He looked around him, seeing glimpses of his squadron past the kaleidoscope of sublimating frost. The melted water flew off the canopy, dropping behind him as he led his men toward the front lines. Data from drones and other feeds complemented his sensors, apprising him of important information from enemy positions to terrain. While the F-35 computer analyzed and distributed the data to his squadron, he and his men received a transmission from the base. Spare squadron, mission parameters have been updated. Once you've eliminated all GRA Valkyn bombers and escorting aircraft, you are to bomb hostile artillery and logistics targets behind enemy lines. Targeting data will be uploaded after you've cleared the skies. Good hunting and Godspeed. Mike glanced at the hostile radar contacts on his screen. As described in previous intelligence reports, the number of enemy bombers and fighters were 60 and 45, respectively. It was clear that the GRA Valkyn objective was to wipe out the meager defenses of the Northgard region in order to clear out a flanking path. However, What they didn't anticipate was the fact that Americans would be defending this region as mercenaries. 6 jets streaked across the cloudy skies, cruising without care while automated systems locked onto targets beyond visual range. They were the lone rulers of the skies, entrusted with the defense of the Northgard region by the Muons, who deployed no aerial assets for fear of getting in the way. With no friendly fire to worry about, the radar contacts on their screens were all fair game. Mike rested his gloved hand on his joystick, waiting for the lock-on signal. Upon hearing the appropriate electronic tone, he launched his missiles. Fox 3. A total of 46 a.m. 120 AMRAAMs cut through the air as they raced to their targets, leaving behind trails of wispy smoke that blended in with the gray background of the skies. Seeing the missiles shrink in the distance, Mike released a sigh. This feels just like fighting Parpai wyverns, honestly. Brandon responded in kind. You know what? You're absolutely right. Trigger. Let's. RTB. Yeah, Mike said. All units, RTB for resupply. Once we clean up the rest of the enemy, planes will load up on bombs to take out the designated targets. The 6 jets turned around almost immediately after firing their missiles. With moderate G-forces forcing the men into their seats, they exited the battlefield without even coming close to the enemy. Paying little attention to the fates they had sealed, they made their way back to the Constellus airfield to restock their missiles. Mulifer Border, Northgard region. GVF 11th Air Wing. Surrounded by the mundane droning of his Antares engine and those of the planes around him, Svan lost the luster of excitement that had graced him when he heard he was finally deploying against the Muons. The longer the mission progressed, the more he realized that he would barely see any heart-pounding action. The frigid Northgard tundra was poorly defended, according to intelligence gathered by scouts, to the extent that they couldn't find any Muon airfields in the vicinity of the local base. The lack of Muon defenses initially bothered Svan, but it could be a result of a whole host of reasons, from the Muons being as weak as his superiors claimed to their over-reliance on the Northgard environment to deter the GRA Valkan military. Even if all of these reasons were true and Moon needed planes elsewhere, he still felt as if something was terribly wrong. John, doesn't this feel too easy even for Mu? Svan asked his wingman over the radio. I was thinking the same thing. Now that you mention it, I heard that the Navy and Army had a lot of difficulty fighting the Nigrati and Sonolans. Svan smiled in relief, appreciative that someone shared his concerns. We're fighting a nation that's supposedly out of the league of these other countries. For them to show so little resistance feels wrong, he said, stressing the word. It's like we're walking into a trap. Trap or not, orders are orders, John said. Even if it were a trap, I doubt they could do much. It's easier to conduct ambushes on the ground or at sea, but in the air, our equipment is just too advanced for them to catch up to us. Svan thought about his friend's words. Guns from the modern era kill just as easily as muskets from centuries past. Cannons and bombs could still damage a slow-moving warship, but what could be done against aircraft? Nothing came to mind, reassuring Svan. I suppose you're right. Maybe we. He cut himself off, noticing that the radio began to crackle with static. John. There was no response, only the sound of static. Svan looked to his right, and sure enough, his wingman was still there. The issue seemed to be affecting him as well, if his frantic waving and gesturing was any clue. Svan wondered if it was localized to his and his wingman's planes, but soon dismissed the thought and wisened up. There was no way this was a coincidence. It had to be deliberate interference caused by the enemy. He remembered stories from prior battles fought in Sonal and Nigrat. There, radio and radar interference blanketed Allied forces right before an enemy attack. With no way to communicate his realization to his comrades, the best he could do was hope that they recognized the pattern as well. Judging by the wary movements of his allies, he could tell that most of them figured out what was going on. Everyone was clearly on high alert. This state of tension lasted for a few minutes without anything happening, adding to the anxiety that currently plagued the entire air wing. Then, one of the lead fighters banked hard to the right, trying to roll out of the way of something. It then turned downward to dive, but spontaneously detonated before it could even descend a mere 100 feet. Time appeared to slow down as the explosive fireball expanded outward from the plane's left wing, where it was struck earlier. Before Svan could react to the attack, Another fireball erupted in the GRA Valkan ranks, followed by another and another. Soon enough, a total of 46 planes were downed, 1 Antares fighter and 45 Vega bombers. The shocking spectacle was received with skepticism by Svan, who couldn't believe his eyes. He closed his eyes and shook his head vigorously, wondering if it was all a dream. To his and his surviving comrades' great dismay, this was no dream. He opened his eyes and returned to the horrific scene of scorched metal airframes tumbling out of the sky and bodies flailing about as they dropped like rocks. This was the horrible reality of modern warfare, heard only in battlefield rumors. As an avid fantasy enthusiast, Svan indulged in the history of Alicia, learning about local cultures and current events throughout the world. He frequented local establishments out of uniform due to the negative stigma against GRA Valkans, and often tuned in to MNN broadcasts. When he first heard of jets that flew faster than sound and rockets that could track and follow their targets, he initially thought it was propaganda. His whole world was turned upside down when he saw the American Airshow and Comet, one test during the World Leadership Conference. It was made clear that there was truth to what he initially perceived as propaganda, but despite recognizing these new weapons as reality, he could never quite fathom their existence. He also never believed that he would be on the receiving end of such insane weapons as he was currently. A million questions raced through his mind, from wondering why his air wing was hit by American weapons to figuring out a way to fight back. He looked around, noticing that his surviving allies were continuing forward. No new missiles came forward to hit the group, so everyone must have assumed that the attack was over. However, Svan knew better than to be lured into a false sense of security. Several more minutes passed by in silence until they finally saw their targets in the distance. The rows of barracks and artillery platforms contrasted themselves clearly from the snowy white background of the surrounding environment. However, so too did the new glints in the sky, made visible by sunlight shining through an opening in the clouds. These were the same missiles that had so easily annihilated dozens of planes. These were the same weapons of destruction that the GRA Valka's empire had no way to counter. Having formed a plan in the minutes of inaction prior to this engagement, he knew exactly what to do. Without a second thought, Svan slowed down his plane and unfastened his seatbelt. Then, he popped open the canopy and climbed out, fighting against the ferocious headwinds as he leaned over the side with a parachute fastened to his back. Then, carefully angling himself so he wouldn't strike his plane's tail, he jumped. Wind pushed up against his body as he accelerated to the ground. A bright light then washed over his peripheral vision, accompanied by the sound of an explosion as his plane was destroyed, mere moments after he had bailed out. More explosions blossomed around him, each one engulfing a plane with uncanny accuracy and power. Some of his comrades had the same idea, but a few were too late to the punch. He winced as he saw men getting caught up by the blasts, or slamming into their out-of-control planes as they attempted to escape. The remaining bomber crews were even worse off, trapped in their metal coffins until the very end. Alas, there was nothing he could do about it. As he approached the ground, he pulled his parachute and looked around. It was too difficult to find his wingman among his fellow pilots, so he instead looked down. Already, numerous vehicles were surrounding the parachuting pilots, soldiers pouring out and aiming their guns at them. They waited patiently for the GRA Valkans to land, yelling for them to surrender once they hit the ground. Svan complied, putting his hands in the air while looking around. His heart lifted when he found his friend, but before he could say anything he was drowned out by the sound of jets booming overhead. 5 similar-looking jets flew in a chevron formation, with one more advanced-looking one flying behind the others, causing many of the Muons to cheer. They flew low enough so that the men on the ground could easily tell that the planes were painted with the Muon flag, which made Svan wonder what the Americans were up to. Regardless of whose flag the machines flew, it was obvious that the war's outlook had shifted from a solid victory to a struggling defeat. It was only a matter of time before the GRA Valka's empire lost. Although Svan lamented this inevitability, he found solace in the fact that at the very least, he and his friend were alive. Chapter 119, Approval. Renepolis, Holy Mauritial Empire. Sunlight pierced through the windows of Albion Castle, illuminating the lonely dust particles that floated in the air. These particles bounced around, carried along by the passing movements of bustling servants and government officials. With the GRA Valkans now officially at war with the EDI, the Holy Mauritial Empire's governmental facilities had become busier than ever. Naturally, Emperor Mauritial was caught up with these hectic winds. Representing the core of the Elysian Defense Initiative, repelling the GRA Valkan invaders was a monumental task that fell upon his shoulders. Although the Americans were providing aid in the form of supplies, intelligence, and expertise, it was up to the Holy Mauritial Empire to actually handle the fighting at sea while the Muans defended their borders on land. Emperor Mauritial rubbed his temple while he walked back to his study, escorted by a group of elite imperial guards. Having just concluded a lengthy meeting regarding the recent victories at sea and their strategy moving forward, he found himself graced with true relief. Conflict with the GRA Valka's empire was something that even his pride wavered against, and it concerned him that their victories were only possible due to the deployment of PAL Chimerae. If it weren't for these units, they certainly would have been defeated. Despite their recent victory, there was no shortage of issues to worry about. The PAL Chimerae could only do so much, and they had to be grouped sufficiently, lest they be isolated and destroyed. Today's close call with Wallman's unit was a stark reminder that the PAL Chimerae were not invincible. They were vulnerable, just like any other weapon in their arsenal. Now, they were short one PAL Chimera unit, which neither their best sages nor the Americans' best engineers could repair. Although the GRA Valkans were driven away, the EDI lost their greatest tactical advantage, flexibility. One grounded PAL Chimera meant one less asset to use in proactive search and destroy missions, a setback that would only worsen once the GRA Valkans start spreading their forces more. Logistics in the Arctic Ocean would only become more difficult. Taking advantage of the large EDI defense fleets tied down near the coasts of Mu, the GRA Valkans could likely cut off supply shipments or even threaten the Mauritian continent with their numbers. As a result of these concerns, he and his highest-ranking officers agreed to opt for a more self-interested defensive strategy, one that removed two fully operational PAL Chimera units from their board. One of them was assigned to guard Otaheite, and the other was recalled back to the mainland in anticipation of GRA Valkan raids. This decision left only two for offensive use. Emperor Mauritial remembered disagreeing with this, but it was Liage's words that had persuaded him to go along with the decision. After all, it was merely a measure to buy time. As the director of foreign affairs, Liage was keen on small details related to nations' governments. Fighting defensively is a terrible strategy against an enemy like the GRA Valka's empire. They would eventually break through. However, fighting offensively is also a bad idea. Like Schmill said, we would be stretched too thinly, he said. It was then that Liage introduced his brilliance to the meeting. Even though the brightest tacticians in the Holy Mauritial Empire were stumped, Liage somehow managed to reignite the flames of hope. There is only one solution, he said: drag the Americans into the war. As long as the EDI could hold out long enough for reinforcements, they would be able to turn the tide and win the war. Having familiarized himself with local politics within the United States, Liage knew that it was only a matter of time before they declared. Only one question remained. How long would they have to wait for? Emperor Mauritial learned that the United States' willingness to participate in the war hinged on polls, conducted with as little bias as possible. While he didn't know the exact threshold, it was clear that President Lee and the American Congress were waiting on favorable numbers before they acted on the Elysian crisis. Currently, the approval rating for intervention was at about 70%. Harboring these thoughts in mind, he switched on the television in his study. An elf in a red dress popped up on the screen, walking through the streets of an American city as she interviewed citizens. Interested with what the interviewees had to say, Emperor Mauritial directed his attention to the MNN special program. Los Angeles, California. A cool afternoon breeze swept through the streets of downtown, stirring up fallen leaves and dragging them down the road. Alana continued to walk toward the high-rises, making her way toward a street crowded with demonstrators. Along the way, she conducted interviews. She approached an older gentleman wearing a military uniform. "Pardon me, sir. I'm Alana Ferlin with the Mauritial News Network. Would you like to participate in a short interview?" The gray-haired veteran turned around and agreed. His eyes went wide for a brief moment as he took in the shock of seeing Alana's pointy ears, but he quickly regained composure after realizing he was on camera. "Yes, I'd like to." "Great." Alana smiled, ecstatic at finding her first interviewee. Would you mind telling us your name and what you've come here to demonstrate? The veteran answered with vigorous fervor, face laden with anger at a faction halfway across the world. I'm Jeffrey Strauss. I'm here to demonstrate in favor of going to war against the GRA Valkans. Most of us here want the government to declare war as soon as possible, before those Nazi wannabes cause more trouble. For those of us who aren't familiar with American terms, history, or culture, could you explain your description of the GRA Valkans? Alana asked, hoping to glean more information on the veteran's words on behalf of Elysian viewers around the world. Sure, Jeffrey obliged. About 80 years ago, the United States fought in a global war known as World War II. It was a war my father fought in, and the horrors he bore witness to were uncountable. He shook his head. Well, our enemies were Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan, both of whom committed slews of war crimes. Now, I don't know what kind of crazy coincidence this is, but the GRA Valkans share a lot of things in common with these enemies. For one, the Great Atlaster looks almost exactly like the Japanese Yamato, and their culture has a lot of German characteristics. Thank you for the context, Mr. Strauss. So, you mentioned that the United States should intervene before the GRA Valkans cause more trouble. Could you elaborate on that? Jeffrey rubbed his gray beard, humming while he thought of a response. Personally, I invested a lot of money in companies like General Motors, which recently received approval to sell vehicles to Elysian countries. Mu is one of their biggest potential customers, and business is already looking bad due to the lack of secure shipping lanes. In general, though, I've heard that the GRA Valkans have been treating the conquered pretty badly. I heard that they're forcing them into hard labor, borderline slavery, he said with plain disappointment. Thanks for your time, Mr. Strauss. Back to you, Aldor, Alana said, facing the camera. Renepolis, Holy Mauritial Empire. Thank you, Alana, a well-groomed elf in a Western suit announced. There you have it, right from our American correspondent. It seems like the general public is rallying together to convince their government to join the war. A lot of Americans have strong feelings about the conflict, and there's no wonder why. Here are some clips submitted by MUN civilians and MU's Ministry of Defense. Washington, D.C. A video played on a screen in the Oval Office, carefully taken by operatives working with local resistance forces. Decrepit structures line the streets of the Sun Island capital, most of them riddled with bullet holes and ravaged by explosives. A slow camera pan showed the state of the royal castle, its once glorious marble exterior crumbling away and its garden completely trampled upon. Tents and GRA Valkan soldiers were sprawled around the castle grounds. They were clearly using the captured location as a base of operations. Although a majority of GRA Valkan troops were sent to the front lines, a significant number remained in the conquered territories as a peacekeeping force. The camera panned once more. The videographer adjusted his positioning to record a commotion that had just occurred on the streets directly below his hideout. The sight that befell Lee and his cabinet's eyes was one they were all too familiar with. It was a tragedy that once plagued the streets of Europe during the Second World War. Faint whispers came from the men behind the videographer, their soft words made loud by bold captioning near the bottom of the video. We need to help them. A man spoke with a slight Mediterranean accent. No, a voice belonging to the videographer replied. I know how you feel, but trust us, it's not worth it. We can't just let those animals have their way with one of our citizens, especially not a girl as young as her. A local resistance leader hissed. Down below, a girl screamed as she was dragged away by two GRA Valkan soldiers. She kicked and punched, crying out to nearby bystanders for help. One man attempted to help, stepping forward to call out the barbarism of the two soldiers. He was easily stopped in his tracks by the pointing of a gun, which made him raise his hands and back up. The videographer's tone changed ever so slightly, revealing his true emotions. I know how you feel, he said through gritted teeth. But the mission comes first. If we're caught by the GRA Valkans, this suffering will continue for far longer. The resistance leader sighed. How long until we're done scouting? The video promptly cut out as the men in the room discussed their objectives, leaving Lee and his cabinet alone to take in what just happened. It was a sad sight indeed, but a welcome one to the scheming leaders. With a frown, Lee voiced his opinion on the clip. It's tragic we couldn't stop this atrocity, but at least now we have what we need to boost war approval rates even higher. Gordon Hayden nodded in agreement. On top of the videos provided by Director Klein, I've also received 57 videos from the Muin and Mauritial governments. Some of the lighter ones have already aired on the Mauritial News Network, so we should be able to reuse them without worrying about the severity of content. Good. Work with our media correspondents to produce propaganda pieces against the GRA Valkans. Documentaries, edits, articles, you name it. Robert, Lee said, turning to the Secretary of Defense. Have the DoD analyze the combat abilities of the GRA Valkans. I'm told some of the videos captured footage of experimental GRA Valkan weapons, like the lightning gun. I need you to determine if these weapons are a threat to our forces. Got it, sir, Hill replied. A devilish aura suddenly emanated from Lee as he thought of another idea. And, while we focus on propaganda at home, I'd like you to provoke the GRA Valkans as much as possible. Continue establishing supply bases further west and provoke them by conducting maritime exercises. Hill nodded. However, Lee wasn't done with his diabolical plan. He turned to Klein. For the cherry on top, I'm thinking of a false flag event. Any suggestions, Director? Actually, we might not need to get our hands dirty this time. The GRA Valkans are planning to strike Otaheite with a weapon similar to the V-2 rocket. Since our embassy is located in Otaheite, this strike could be considered an act of war. When will this happen? Lee asked. Klein answered. It is likely to occur within 4 weeks. Lee turned to face the window. Then we have 4 weeks to prepare for war. Chapter 120, Wavering Pride. Ragna, GRA Valka's Empire. Hues of blue began to overtake the orange sunset above the skyline of Ragna as night fell on the city. Over a week had passed since Emperor Jare Lux's announcement, and already the celebratory atmosphere of the government had died out. In contrast to the proud citizens on the streets below, those in the imperial palace found themselves sulking over the string of incredible defeats that they had been dealt with. Carefully suppressing leaks, they maintained their outward appearance of confidence, proclaiming to the city that their unstoppable blitzkrieg had begun to topple enemy bases and cities. However, behind closed doors, they frantically panicked over their current situation. Emperor Jare Lux himself was no exception to the rule, and he joined his advisors in a desperate meeting to resolve the issues that had sprung up. Although he felt fear, he was careful not to show it as he listened to the various reports summarized by Chief Zan Pastal, the head of the GRA Valkan military. The chief's bald head lost its shine, as if reflecting his dark emotions. At GRA Lux's signal, he began his presentation. He spoke, using a strategy board and moving pieces around to conceptualize the state of the war, despite the presence of jamming across. All our major forces, our joint first strike was still carried out on time and simultaneously, as expected. Unfortunately, our successes ended there. Pastal removed a large amount of blue and red pieces from the coast of Otaheite. The first conquest fleet encountered a joint EDI defense fleet near Otaheite. Having expected jamming to occur, they used manicoms acquired from Leifer and other conquered territories to communicate with each other. Are we not going to confront the Americans about this? One officer asked. Their interference should be considered an act of war. Pastal shrugged. The Americans continue to maintain that they know nothing of the events, suggesting that they are magnetic anomalies that occur in the Mu continent. Anyway, our forces were attacked by a variety of enemy units, who employed varying tactics and weapons. The enemy used a limited number of missiles, which were used to quickly sink important assets like carriers and battleships. Unfortunately, our forces could not defend against such attacks. The men in the room looked at each other with expressions ranging from concern to disbelief. Those who were familiar with the Mauritial weapons test during the World Leadership Conference seemed as if their worst nightmares had come true, while those who weren't familiar continued to doubt that these weapons even existed in the first place. Some even called into question the reliability of information. It's impossible for these lowly primitives to have weapons like this. We are barely on the verge of modifying Angrifer units for naval use, and they somehow have the ability to not only use ship-launched missiles, but also sink carriers with a single hit. Someone from the Research and Development Division yelled out. There was a time in his past when Pastal would have made such a complaint himself, but dedicated research on the magic of this world and the science of the Americans had turned him into an open-minded leader. I understand your feelings, Doctor, but there is a mountain of evidence pointing to American aid. Those missiles are either American in origin or designed by the Americans. In essence, they're already fighting in the war. They just haven't deployed any troops yet. Or their lackeys are doing so well that they don't need to deploy troops, Jesta commented. Everyone reflected on Jesta's words. It was clear they had to revise their thoughts on the conflict. They couldn't just anticipate the enemy to be of equal strength to the Valka's empire anymore. Fighting against the EDI as if they were fighting the divine kingdom of Cain would be a folly. Indeed, Pastal said, the enemy is making excellent use of their current assets and are holding us back well enough that the Americans don't feel the need to intervene. We must throw away our preconceptions of the enemy and fight as if we are at a disadvantage. A prideful admiral expressed his outrage over Pastal's words. With all due respect, sir, how could we be at a disadvantage? All reports from regions that haven't been jammed show overwhelming success. Conquest Fleets 3, 4, and 5 reported the complete annihilation of the enemy, while dozens of other battle groups have taken EDI outposts and smaller bases without a single casualty. Pastal addressed the admiral's words. It is true, our standard forces far outpower standard EDI units. A gold-class battleship is the bare minimum required to compete against our navy, and there is nothing that the wooden ships of the other EDI members can do to our vessels, aside from chipping the paint. No, these inferior units are obviously of no concern, Admiral. What we are concerned about are the hyper-advanced weapons at their disposal, like the one that single-handedly pushed back our first and second conquest fleets. The atmosphere in the room lost all of its warmth. The once prideful admiral could only shiver at Pastal's dire words, wondering what could have possibly happened. Single-handedly? No. These were our largest fleets, with 1,000 combat vessels between the two. Although most of their enemies possessed subpar technology and training, the gap was rapidly closing. On top of weapon shipments from the United States, the enemy also possessed superweapons beyond their understanding. With the flow of information constrained by interference covering the major theaters, it was only natural that not many knew of Admiral Caesar's first defeat. These weapons I speak of are the same fortresses seen in this American tabloid. Pastal tossed a small magazine onto the table, showing the page that detailed the PAL Chimera. These tabloids are very similar to the ones we know of. They're present in supermarkets and generally have overly sensational topics involving celebrities or exaggerated current events. In general, they're not worth looking at for news and simply exist for entertainment. Seeing this PAL Chimera for the first time, our analysts thought it to be another facet of American science fiction culture. It turns out, however, that these PAL Chimerae actually exist. A wave of gasps swept the room. The revelation was so shocking that even Emperor Jare Lux leaned in closer, curious to hear more. Pastal continued, the First Conquest Fleet had no issue fighting the EDI's naval forces. Despite the Orichalcum-class battleships outperforming even the Great Atlas Star, they only had 2 and would have been overrun eventually. Just looking at the naval aspect of the battle, our ships had a 4-to-1 kill ratio, even with the initial missile strike. Our aircraft also performed exceedingly well, knocking down enemy planes and wyverns with minimal casualties. Taking all these factors into consideration, the Battle of Otaheite should have been an easy victory. However, the tide turned when enemy PAL Chimerae made their appearance. They used rapid-fire magic guns to track and destroy our planes with ease, larger magic guns to sink our ships, and something akin to lasers to cut through battleship armor. They bombarded our ships from afar, out of the range of our ship's naval guns. The fleet's surviving aircraft attempted to attack one of the PAL Chimerae, but it was defended by some sort of transparent shield. After hearing the report, even the hardiest and most arrogant of officers in the room began to falter. If not for the fact that their commanding officer was giving this information, they would have dismissed the tale as EDI propaganda. With the truth made clear, they had to rethink their offensive strategies. A tactical retreat was only made possible when the Mauritial saucers pushed too aggressively. Their hubris brought them into the range of the Great Atlaster's guns, and they managed to severely damage one PAL Chimera. Afterward, The battle entered a stalemate with Admiral Caesar's forces unable to push forward and the enemy forces unable to leave their defensive alcove. It was then that Admiral Caesar ordered a retreat. Overall, the First Conquest Fleet suffered a loss of 183 ships. How did the Second Conquest Fleet fare? Gra Lux asked. Pascal shook his head, his solemn expression revealing the answer before he uttered a single word. They lost 238 ships. Everyone in the room reflected on this grim statistic. Of the 400-strong Second Conquest Fleet, only 40% managed to withdraw from the battlefield. Such a harrowing defeat was unheard of in Gra Valkan history. Even in the most disadvantageous naval battles on Yggdra, the Gra Valka's empire had never lost more than 20% of their forces. The news traumatized the men in the room, who had been hit with terrifying firsts. The great Admiral Caesar's first defeat, the near annihilation of a dedicated Gra Valkan conquest fleet. Both were nightmarish events that completely turned their perspectives of the world upside down. Pascal explained further, the Second Conquest Fleet encountered 2 Palchimerae, but were unable to land a single hit on them. Unlike the Battle of Otaheite, these saucers maintained their distance from our ships. Admiral Alexander managed to demolish the EDI naval assets assigned to Michael, but in doing so fell victim to the saucer's attacks. After his ship was sunk, his forces retreated. His ship's bridge was mostly intact when the ship went down, so he is currently listed as missing in action. How is the situation on the border fronts? Gra Lux asked, referring to the simultaneous invasions along the Muin border. Pascal released a defeated sigh, ashamed that he had no good news to present to the Emperor. The 11th Air Wing suffered complete annihilation in the Northgard front. Our forward outposts and artillery units near the front lines have also been destroyed. Nevertheless, General Oswald decided to continue with his mission, since our artillery was able to destroy a significant number of Muin defensive installations before they themselves were destroyed. Defeat after defeat did not bode well for the outlook of the war. Wondering if there was only bad news to receive, Jesta asked, "Is there any good news at all?" Well, General Flats has so far seen success during his push toward Alio. He's encountered very little resistance thus far, and is expected to begin his attack on the city tomorrow. Very little resistance? Gra Lux caught on to these words, his tone conveying his suspicions. Pascal recognized the uneasiness in the Emperor's voice and attempted to reassure him. Yes, scout planes show no activity in the city, which seems to be completely abandoned. It's likely that the Muins evacuated this region completely to defend the mountain range to the northeast. Gra Lux brought his hand to his chin. So the Muins have decided to fortify the closest route to their capital. Could we divert more aircraft to this front and clear a path for General Flats? Yes, Your Excellency. This can be done after the bombing campaigns in the Oster Plains have concluded, Pascal said. How are our forces doing in that region? It's brutal, but our tanks have been able to push through the Muin defenses. The enemy managed to wipe out numerous platoons with American-bought artillery. However, our expectations were correct. The Muins do not have many of these American weapons, not enough to hold back thousands of tanks on the open plains. Gra Lux lowered his head in thought, contemplating his next move. It was only the first day of the war, and despite various successes here and there, his forces were suffering many more losses than expected. If he couldn't find a way to negate the enemy's advantages, such as the untouchable PAL Chimera or their constant stream of American weapons, then he was at risk of losing. Careful not to let his emotions get the best of him, he calmly reviewed the current situation. With regards to naval battles, Admiral Caesar and other strategists agreed on splitting up their forces to take advantage of the small number of PAL Chimerae. After the spectacular defeats at Otaheite and Michael, they had deemed direct engagements with these superweapons to be futile. Developing countermeasures would take time, so the Navy planned to keep busy by supporting ground forces near coastlines and by harassing reinforcements coming from the Myrician continent. As for the border fronts, Gra Lux decided to double down. American interference has thus far been limited to shipments of basic weapons, with a few mercenaries deployed in defensive positions. Convinced that they would directly intervene if the EDI began to suffer incredible defeats, he decided to focus his nation's military might on taking Mu and ending the war before American forces could reach the continent. He made up his mind, committed to his strategy. Pastal, deploy more troops. Conquest Fleet 6 through 8 to keep the Mauritials busy on their own continent. Armies 13 through 20 to blitz through Mu as quickly as possible, and Air Forces 4 through 6. Also give the Haruna launch platform orders to launch a saturation strike on Otaheite. Time this strike with our offensive through the Malmund Mountains. The men in the room found their eyes widening and jaws dropping at Emperor Gra Lux's resolve. Gra Lux recognized that the only way to avoid battle with the Americans and bring victory to the Gra Valka's empire at the same time was to completely subjugate Mu and agree to peace before the US could arrive. To do this, he committed an overwhelming portion of the Gra Valkan military to this war, bringing their involvement from 40% of their entire military to almost 80%. By adding 1 million more men to the war, it was clear that Gra Lux's determination to win was unwavering. Pastal felt uneasy at Gra Lux's decision, knowing that such an increase in aggressiveness would not be overlooked by the Americans. Are you certain about deploying the Angrifer, Your Excellency? Emperor Gra Lux answered with absolute certainty, yes. Spies from the United States have already determined that their public is overwhelmingly in favor of war. It's only a matter of time before they intervene, so we need to press the advantage. Mu will fall by the end of October.